This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions, yeah?
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 313. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have a very intriguing kind of historical profile of a 20th century philosopher that, I think is going to bring together a lot of threads that we've been talking about lately. Particularly,
definitely like a big subject, and I don't think we'll be able to like really exhaust it. I feel like I learned I feel like I knew like a fair amount about the work of like Ari Shariati, but I feel like I learned like a good deal of like reading for this episode. Like one thing that like I didn't really like appreciate was that like his like writings like that are actually like published like in Persian, and like what the like sort of translations are like his English language like writings, which like weren't written by him but kind of like translated. They're not like actually like translations often of like any particular book by him, which like were generally rare because like most of his communication was through lectures. So it's like interesting to kind of like, it was like I was like, I want to see like the Persian text of like this essay or this like lecture by Shariati, and a lot of the time like it's kind of like a composite, and
it's taken off audio recordings and things like that.
Yeah, or like sort of like put together from like certain parts of like a larger book. Like we'll be reading from some of these translated works of Shariati in this episode. Right. So like you'll see like how there's selections from like actual like Persian books. So it's like kind of interesting. Like, and it kind of that's like I wasn't able to like fully follow up on this because like I didn't like realize the depth of it until I was like doing the research for this, which is probably like the most like focused work I've like done on like Shariati, other than like reading him ambiently, just like in my interest in kind of the history of Islamism, and especially like modes of Islamic socialism. Like, but so that's like a whole. I'm curious like why that came to be the case. Like why is it like his work presented in such a different form and kind of like recontextualized in English? I
don't know.
Strange.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting way to approach a philosophical thinker when it's less books and more lectures. But let's lay the groundwork a little bit. Today we're going to talk about an Iranian figure, a sort of, you could say kind of like religious philosopher, but kind of a sociologist in some regards. But this man, Ari Shariati, who died just before the Islamic Revolution in Iran, popped off in 1979.
And is often described as being like a huge intellectual influence on the development of the Islamic Republic.
Right. Sometimes called like the intellectual godfather of the Iranian Revolution. Although there's a little complexity there in terms of
there's definitely complexity. But like you can definitely go through his writings and find like kind of the currents that you could trace to the institution of the Islamic Republic and the kind of political ideology and the sort of formalization of the political doctrine of the Islamic Republic. But on the other hand, you can find things that are totally counterposed to that,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of a broad, like, intellectual influence. And
he also, like, a lot of people, a lot of thinkers, a lot of political thinkers, like, evolved over the course of his career and, like, had different emphases at different times in his work. And like some of that might not have been like just based on his own. Some of it probably was based on his like intellectual fancy and his sort of changing politics. Some of it might have been out of necessity because this is someone who was like in jail like a fair amount, like who was constantly kind of being hounded and was seen as like a threat to the political order of the Shah, the Pahlavis.
Right.
So,
spent a lot of time in and out of jail, and also spent some time studying in Paris, like in between that, where he was exposed to, all kinds of different ideas, and drew from a lot of different like traditions. He's one of these figures that's interesting because he is like primarily writing about kind of like his version of like Islamism and even like revolutionary Islamism in a particularly like Shia context. I think we might read from one of his pamphlets that's pretty pretty famous, of red Shi'ism versus black Shi'ism, which is like a good, it's kind of
which
like one of his polemics
like
against like what he sees as like negative currents within like Shia Islam, and like what the role of like like religious scholars like ought to be. And he sets up this it's interesting, like he sets up this dichotomy or this like contradiction between like the red Shi'ism of like the martyrs and the black Shi'ism of the mourners of mourning. And he associates that with basically like the way, I think, maybe you could say like the ulema under the Shah, or like another kind of imperial worldly governments would kind of withdraw from like engaging in struggle like for a better society, and would like withdraw to these kind of very like monkish kind of debates about this and that. Or he attacks the people that come up with 1,000 different Islamic justifications for like bathroom etiquette, but like have nothing to say about like the great like socioeconomic injustices that are happening and shit. He's honestly, a lot of it is kind of like fire, and like
definitely like there's
like,
a lot of things
he makes
that
valid
like
critiques
hit.
of that. I would say
it's very much like of its context, and in fact like I think that's something that almost gets lost. Like one of the first things that like I heard about like Ari Shariati was like the idea of like red Shi'ism. And when you hear like red Shi'ism in like as like an American, and like this is definitely true about Ari Shariati, it's not really exaggerated. Like it is very much true that he is like someone who was definitely like had an intellectual commitment to an idea of like Islamic socialism or even like Islamic communism. Like it vacillated throughout his career, and like certainly he also made like critiques of Marx, but more so than like someone like Sayyid Qutb, who you certainly can compare him to in some ways, like someone who was trying to like activate Islam as like a political force for like popular political organization. Like he definitely had like sympathy and like a Marxist framework to a much greater extent to any of those guys, which is partly what makes him interesting. But when you hear like red Shi'ism, you kind of think of like, oh, like heckin' communist Shi'ism, but really like even like the title of the essay like is kind of known red Shi'ism versus black Shi'ism, and I was like, I want to read that in Persian, but like it's like very difficult to actually find like because it's actually called it took me a second to realize like in Persian it's called like teshi like alawi we got to use the V's in Persian, but like va teshi like safa like Alavi Shi'ism or like Alid Shi'ism versus Safavid Shi'ism, right? And like that is not going to like hit in the same way for like an American socialist. Like probably doesn't need, most socialists in America or
don't
even
have
the Western world don't
that.
like know who the Safavids are, you know, or even like who Ali was, right? A lot of like his writing actually will like be it is much more kind of accessible in light of like what we've recently been talking about with like the Caliphate of Ali, because a lot of those figures who we were talking about, I'm sure you saw like pop up, like Muawiyah, like is a lot and things like that. So
there's even reference to like like I would rather take the lashes from like the sons of Marwan than to do I'm like, oh my god, Marwan.
Exactly, right.
But yeah, definitely like given that we just went over kind of like the history of the Caliphate of Ali and that kind of early struggle, which eventually produced, Shia Islam, you can see that he's harking back to this like this idea of like standing on business, you know, like as like it's kind of like that's what he means when he says red Shi'ism or like the religion of martyrdom. He's referring back to like the example of Ali and like Hussein and, you know, like that early kind of stuff and saying like that's what, and he's casting their kind of rule and what they stood for as like standing up for like real like social economic justice against like the powerful worldly kind of families and you know figures and rulers of the time, and against kind of corruption, like the creeping, you know, fog of corruption where people are like, you know, Muslim in name, but like they're doing all this like such shit.
That's like one of his like that's like one of his greatest like interventions, I think, is that like he kind of like validates and like vindicates like the like anti-religiosity of Marx, but he changes it in a way where it's like, okay, there is a religion. He even, you know, like in one of his like famous like lecture series is like Mazhab, you know, Eli Mazhab, like which is kind of like religion versus religion. I think maybe in Persian, like madhab has like more of a connotation of religion. In Arabic, you'd more say like deen, but I think maybe in Iran, like mazhab kind of has a sense of religion. But yeah, like religion versus religion. Like we're dealing with two religions here, right? Like, and there's one that is like the religion of like the people, basically, and one that is the religion of like the state, the clerics of kings, of like the, you know, and this is like very much like very Marxist in framework, right? This is basically like kind of a dialectical idea, and like one that like rooted in class struggle. And there's a lot of like things like that, like running all throughout Shariati. But that I feel like is like one of his greatest insights is the idea like, yes, like all these things that like the opponents of religion say about religion, it like are very much true, but like that is not like it doesn't mean that there isn't like a true religion, right? So when they're talking about religion, they mean something different from what, you know, we're talking about, and that I think is like a great insight. And this is part of the I was just saying this is part of the enigma of Shariati in a way, because like you have to wonder like, or you know, and people do wonder like what like. People suggest that maybe this was a utilitarian thing, right? Because the fact is that like Iran is like a religious society, right? People care about religion. People care about Islam, you know? So are you going to be able to mobilize people on the basis of like kind of what the sort of just on the basis of the anti-clericalism, the anti-religion orientation that a lot of the Marxists who were his interlocutors and kind of these like bourgeois like university settings in which he kind of traveled, and also these sort of like university institutions that he was like Hassania Irshad and these other kind of you know like intellectual centers, like was there Marxism going to be like a basis for like this mass mobilization in Iranian context, right? I mean, I tend to think like it wasn't. I think it's pretty hard to think that this is all purely calculated. I think that he definitely did have an intellectual commitment to the idea of Islam.
You're saying some people kind of almost like suggested that he was doing entryism by kind of like cloaking all of this like talk in a kind of Islamic garb, and you know, doing that kind of doing kind of MAGA communism by like appealing that
actually came to my mind, that he was like a Pat Muzz or like whatever, you know, like
a Pat Muzz.
Yeah.
But no, having read some of his work, and especially his lecture about, I think it's called, you know, I think we'll get to this in a little bit, Marxism and Other Western Fallacies, which, you know, hold on, you know, like I think he does critique Marxism, but even then, I think like his belief in a kind of like revolutionary Islam that can accomplish a lot of like, you know, what Marxism like claims to want to like accomplish, I think it is like sincere. And I think the nature of his critiques on Marxism make me think that he was not secretly like a Marxist. You know what I mean? Like, I think he did identify certain things in common, but he also draws very like clear lines of why, like, actually, like a lot of people kind of conflate these two things because they both seem to be opposing like Western liberal capitalism, you know, and stuff. So sometimes these two things get jumbled together, but actually, like, there's core philosophical premises like baked into both. And he actually says like the thing that they get. It's not crazy that they could get compared with one another because they're kind of the two main forces in the world. He's writing this, I think, in like, probably the 60s or the 70s. But he says they're the two things that are opposed to like Western liberal capitalism that are a totalizing ideology that like address everything. And in that sense, they are fated to clash because they are totalizing systems that are based on like, if you're going very orthodox off of like Marx's writings, there's going to be some, philosophical like core disagreements about the nature of like reality and how history works and stuff. That said, he criticizes Marx for, I think he said something along the lines of like subjugating dialectics to materialism. And he actually doesn't have a problem with dialectics. And in fact, he claims that most of the great old Eastern religions almost assume a kind of like dialectical kind of law of like, how like the world works. You know what I mean? Like, and even the struggle of like a human being, like, being part made by God, but also made from dirt. And there's kind of like a dialectical struggle going on inside of each human being. It's very
interesting. Like I find his like anthropology like to be very interesting. Like he like there's like again, this is a kind of a collection of like different essays. I think based on his like Islam-socialist, which like means like kind of like Islamic studies, but he let me see where this essay is from, but it's in the English collection, like on the sociology of Islam, it's from this is from Ravishi Shakhnati Islam, like approaches to understanding Islam, and he just talks about kind of the anthropology of like and the kind of a conception of humanity, in contrast to Marx's, which I think is kind of, I mean, I do find his argument persuasive in a way, because like it is, there's something that like I don't kind of like about like sorry, this is actually from Islam, which is a lecture given at Petroleum College of Abadan, I guess. Okay. Which I guess he omitted. It's called "Man in Islam." That was a different essay that I was that was from the other book.
But what were you saying? What were you saying?
Oh, but yeah, I was just saying that I think that like there is something like about the kind of dim view of like the sort of human and the destiny of humanity that like some, again, like part of what I was trying to underscore before is that like it's important not to elide like the very Iranian context of Shariati, right? Like this type of like, and I find it interesting the way that it's been like kind of presented and recontextualized like in English translation and been like kind of consumed by, and like of course there is like a broader intellectual lineage here that also like doesn't really have the same sort of a presence or awareness in the Anglophone world, just like because the fact that Ari Shariati does have like a lot of his lectures and essays translated like really is a testament to just how influential and like compelling I think his ideas are. But I do find that like in terms of like how this does relate to kind of a certainly a modern Western context, you do kind of see this like dim view of the human like among some like kind of materialism oriented people or like socialists or leftists in the Anglophone world, where it's like we're just in a freaking space rock and like we're just scum and we're like dirt and crap and like that's
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think some indulge in it, like it's a tendency that has been indulged in at varying degrees of intensity throughout the history of kind of like Marxist socialism. And I think when it gets to the more strident and like ultra confident thing, that's why I've always said like my one, the kind of the main like revisionist thing I will cop to, is this kind of the centrality of hostility to like religion and the philosophical, like basing that at the absolute core of like Marxist politics is that like we're on a heckin' space rock in a hell world, and like we're the product, like the kind of hardcore economism of like we are the product of like economic modes of production and economic forces that like I mean I think Marx does have nuances, the classic line about, men create their own destiny, but like not under circumstances of their own choosing. I actually think that's like that's a relatively nuanced, like good kind of way of looking at it. It's like, yeah, both. Mm-hmm. Like you don't just fall out of the coconut tree and make totally like, autonomous decisions that aren't influenced by the society you've been born into, obviously, right? So we are shaped and influenced, right? But at the same time, I think to completely throw aside the idea of like free will, and say that we are living out, like a kind of historical protocol, like just a dialectical process that, we sort of are almost like programmed to be a part of and like are along for the ride. Like, I think it's probably not even like a majority of Marxist leaning people, but like some who are very loud and have prominent, voices, do kind of like stir that up. And it's kind of in the background sometimes, especially in the Western left, where it's almost taken as as just a, preliminary like article of faith almost that that is, like looking at materialism, you can just like deduce like what reality is, and like that like all this God stuff is just superstructural like nonsense that like is fake and reactionary and like has no, like either has no relevance or like should be ruthlessly suppressed. Like I've even seen, it's weird seeing in the last month, given who is resisting the U.S. empire the most effectively right now in the world, that, I saw some like, Twitter, like heckin' hamsick and, in username kind of person being like, like when the revolution succeeds, we're suppressing all religions immediately. Like every religious person goes to a gulag. Yeah, it was like something crazy. Like every religious person goes to a gulag, and it's like, all right, like that doesn't seem productive, like, or like, I don't know, like that's not the lesson I'm drawing right now for necessary. Not to say that, like religion is a salvation, like, but like all religion, just broad brush, right? Like you're gonna throw the genocidal Zionists and the Christian Zionists and like sus Opus Dei Catholics and like Shia revolutionary Shias who are fighting and Hezbollah. You're gonna throw all of them in the gulag together, like. Yeah. Come on, don't like be serious. Like there's religion is like anything else. Like it can be, it's a force, a powerful force often that could be harnessed for better purposes, or it can be like manipulated and used for evil purposes. And we do live in kind of a hell world. So I'd say like often, organized religions that are embedded with states like often are pretty corrupt, and like I think that's why I've always like I was happy to see Shariati kind of again we'll dig closer into that lecture, like probably it's probably better a little later. We'll talk about his life and stuff, but like I think that he kind of points out this distinction of like, well, like Marx is not necessarily wrong about like talking about the organized religion of his day in Western Europe in like the 19th century. Yeah. And I've always said this about like Lenin and like the Russian Orthodox Church and stuff. Like they were corrupt as fuck and like in bed with the most reactionary powers, and were like suppressing the workers, and were kind of contributing to like the production of false consciousness in a lot of ways, like by filling, and then all these different churches in Europe like told everybody to go sign up and get drafted and die in World War I. And Lenin was, I'd say rather ethically, was saying this is all bullshit, fuck this, like don't do that. And it was all the holy men that were like, yes, go die for your sovereign, like like that's sicko shit. So like when you're talking about the actually existing structures and authorities that are like there, like absolutely oftentimes they play a very like corrupt and like reactionary and suppressive, they play the role that's opposite of what they claim to play, right? But he says like the kind of category error that Marx kind of commits is then extrapolating that to the entire phenomenon of religion throughout history, and like the impulse. He basically
says that he conflates
religion,
like the religion of the Pope with like the religion of Jesus.
Right. Which like, I've always said, that's like in the kind of the religion of the masses, as Shariati might put it, that is oftentimes like it's not practiced and like completely defined or in alignment with the great popes and the archbishops and the whatever, like the corrupt Islamic authorities and so various, but the Mongol pretenders, and all that stuff. Like, so he jumbles it all together into like one big phenomenon of like false consciousness. But then he also points out, which I think is very interesting, the kind of earlier humanist Marxist writings where I think we've pointed this out multiple times, like from our very first episodes, that a lot of the language Marx uses when he's at his most like rhetorically on fire and like talking about the critique of capitalism and what it does to the human spirit. Right? Even that, the human spirit, right? He's using the vocabulary and the language of a lot of religious, like in spiritual stuff, or going back to like ancient Greece,
the
stuff
idea
where
of
there's
the
a blurry line
spirit,
between the
like,
two.
I feel like today, like in kind of like academic leftism, or even like kind of like trendy, like like cleverer than thou, like online discourse, the idea of the human spirit like doesn't hold up to like scrutiny from like a heckin' secular materialist perspective. Like, what is the human spirit? Like, human beings like behave in a like great diversity of different ways, and like, are we really so different from beasts and animals, right? Like, so it's kind of like, or are we really so different from a stochastic LLM or something, right? I feel like now we kind of do see like the attack on like the like spiritual character of humanity being like really prosecuted by like the greatest enemies of like the people, the greatest enemies of like the average human being. And like, so I think that like to give into that idea that a brain is a computer, you're a West CPU, it actually is in fact, or like the test screel or whatever they call it, like that type of idea, like that's really, it's really pernicious, and it's one of the most it's not an idea that can be just kind of like conceded, I think. In fact, I think it's like a ground that like needs to be stood on.
And it is occurring to me right now. I had the thought a few times when he was critiquing Marxism, that lecture, and sometimes maybe he's broad brushing maybe a little bit, but like but I think if you're taking the more like the really economistic, like true believers, who he also compares to being religious fanatics, he says, like the people that really are like, the wheel of history is turning, and like we're all just players in it. There were people at various times that talked a little bit like that. And, he says that's kind of like religious fanaticism, but it kind of did strike me that like, ooh, that severe economism, that we're just tools. We're basically just like tools that are created by like human society and like the economic infrastructure, and we're completely like shaped by that. Like, this is kind of sounds like Silicon Valley, like you're a sloppy disk, like transhumanist. I don't think most Marxists like, but this thought just occurred to me that it's almost like the only idea that like the sicko Silicon Valley techno-capitalist, transhumanist, whatever people we're interested in like taking maybe not directly from Marxism, but I'd say they have a similar version of it, is this idea that like you're just we're just like a kind of like there's no right or wrong, there's no inherent right or wrong, we're in a chaotic universe, as Epstein would love to talk about,
right?
When it's chaotic, you don't know how the ball bounces and it's all mysterious, and like, but we're all just like basically like lumps of clay that are no different from an LLM or a computer, and like we're completely shaped by the world that we're kind of born into, like the economic system we're born into, and that progress itself, like just moving forward on this like progress. He makes some point about like the idea from super economistic like Marxists that socialist revolution is inevitable because now that production has been like so communized in a way, like it's been collectivized in big factories, then inevitably like the people in society is going to demand a superstructure that reflects that, as opposed to privatized ownership, which is kind of like that's a version of Marxism I've never been like the biggest like fan of, is that like it's inevitable and it's like logical that the proletariat should like rise, because then what if the situations change a little bit, everyone's still getting oppressed, but now it's not logical in this kind of like narrow sense.
This is where like the Iranian context really does matter, because like a lot of people, like he actually had interlocutors, like he was constantly arguing with Marxists, right? Like in his kind of intellectual environment, there was one guy, Ali Akbar Akbari, who like criticized like, you know, his big publication, Islam-socialist, which we talked about just before. But he basically said like kind of like that, like he said like, you know, Shariati, you're wasting all this time criticizing capitalism, but what we need is capitalism. Like we actually, like I'm a Marxist, as a Marxist, like we want capitalism because we're actually still in the feudal stage. So we should actually be wanting these capitalists to come and make our country capitalist so that then we can get to communism, because we can't get to a better society unless we go through capitalism. So like in this bizarre way, like he actually kind of like, you know, was like arguing you had like Marxists arguing with him like in favor of capitalism, you know, taking issue with this anti-capitalist critique, which is like and you can't say that's a straw man because that's actually like, you know, what his interlocutors actually were,
right.
Like
he did bring that up in his lecture, is that some people think that actually like it's like proper that we go through the full development of capitalism, even though they're like at the end of the day against it, you know, because that's how you get to the higher thing. But he kind of does bring up, like, if you take that view too rigidly, then you kind of end up being in a thing where like, well, yeah, slavery made sense. Like for then, it's not okay anymore. But like for at the time, well, you know, that was the mode of production. So like, of course, you're gonna have slaves, and like the idea of was it good or bad doesn't like come into it, you know, so much as just like, well, it's just like this is our just kind of detached, like it's to be true, like, you know, to be true to the immortal science, we can't get like our idealistic emotions like kind of cloud our judgment that this is just the objective law of history like developing. And I don't know, like I think history is quite dynamic, and like the evolving modes of production are dynamic as well. And I do think there's a critical space for calling a system kind of evil, or saying that aspects of it are like bad, you know, it like on a moral basis, which like ironic, he focuses a lot on how like Marx, in his view, Shariati's, that Marx almost like undermines himself philosophically. Like he undermines his earlier humanist work with his sociology work later on that is kind of more about these kind of grinding impersonal forces that kind of shape our existence and these different stages of history that everyone passes through. I mean, I think we talked about Marcus, like even feudalism is, it does kind of describe a system, but it's like it's kind of porous. Like
one of the most interesting insights that Shariati has, I think, is the idea that there's actually only two stages. Like that's like one of his biggest like kind of revisions of Marx, I feel like, you know, in direct engagement with him. And I find it to be like kind of interesting. Like
what are his two, what does he call the two stages?
Let me actually look it up, because I had to like get it from wherever it is. I think that it's in his On the Sociology of Islam. Only two structures have existed. Okay, yeah. In fact, let me read like a little bit of an earlier part, because I feel like this is or no, I can read it maybe a little bit of a later part, but let me see. Yeah, all right, I'll start here. Okay, so he goes through Marx's stages, right? He says, according to Marx, the stages of historical development, each of which regards as a change in the social structure, are the following: primitive socialism, slavery, serfdom, feudalism, bourgeoisie, the full development of bourgeoisie and industry. Like, again, I know people probably are going to say, you know, and then he has stage 7. As the capitalists become fewer in number and greater in wealth, and both industry and capital continually expand, the industrial proletariat is placed under ever-increasing pressure, but it becomes stronger at the same time. The dialectical war between the two poles ends in the triumph of the proletariat. The private ownership of industry and capital is abolished. Public ownership takes its place, and a class of society comes into being. So he has like these 7 stages here. People might quibble over like, you know, whether like his understanding of like which stage is which, or, you know, but like slavery versus serfdom, things like that. But anyway, so he says, we can see clearly that the first and 7th stages are characterized by the same structure, as are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th stages. Throughout history, then, only 2 structures have existed, and it is not possible for there to be more than 2. For example, the structure existing in feudalism and industrial capitalism is the same. In both cases, we see private ownership of the tools and resources of production. Again, In both cases, the social structure is based upon class. The only difference are the tools of production, the form of production, and as a result, the outer form of the relations of production. The converse also holds true. It is possible for the tools, form, and relations of production to be the same, but for the structure to be different. For example, a society that engages in agricultural production with tools that are unchanged, that has no notion of industry or capitalism and no developed bourgeoisie, may establish a socialist structure, a system of collective ownership, by means of revolution, war with external forces, or an internal coup d'etat. Once I and my fellow tribesmen lived together in equality and brotherhood, hunting and fishing. A single structure existed in our society. Then he became an owner, and I one of the deprived. He the ruler, and I the ruled. The form of things changed, the tools and the mode of production. But he remained an owner and did not work, and I remained one of the deprived, and I worked. One day I was a slave, and he was the master. Then I became a serf, and he became the lord. Then I became a peasant, and he became the landlord. Later still I laid down my spade, and he abandoned his horse, and we both came to the city. He bought a few taxis with the proceeds of his land, and I became a taxi driver. Now he has a factory, and I'm a proletarian working in it. When and in what respect did the structure ever change? It was only the forms, the names, the tools, the forms of labor that changed. All these things relate to the superstructure. In all periods, with the exception of the period of primordial equality and fraternity, he retained his position of ruler, and I my position of ruled, running back and forth in his service. The structure will change only when we again both go out and work on the same piece of land as before, with the same cow, plow, and spade as before.
So I gotta say that's I wouldn't say on the one hand I think there's I think there's an analytical place for studying like previous modes of production and societies and the class structure of them, but I do think that's a very valid point that, and I don't think it's like at odds with the sort of like social economic justice kind of like ideas of like Marxism in terms of it's another thing we've talked about before, that it's one that like I think his critiques are very incisive about the system of capitalism and how it works, but like implicit, I feel like, at least when I've always read Marxist stuff, is that hoarding all the wealth and like hoarding the means of production and forcing other people to work for you so you don't have to work is bad. Like it's evil. Like it's not fair. Like it's like and it's not just a thing that happens objectively. Like it's bad. I mean,
it's actually quite interesting, and we didn't get the chance to truly develop this because, we had to talk about it, a very wide-ranging discussion of ancient Greece. But, if we ever do talk about this, I would be interested to talk about kind of the critique of the concept of feudalism, and I think it is valuable and interesting. It's a kind of it's a touchy thing because people are very protective of Marx. We have our own kind of clerics of Marxism, these days. And Shariati really got it from both sides. He got it from Marxists and he got it from the traditional, institutional Islamic authorities in Iran, right? But, I do think that, the concept of feudalism, under scrutiny, it doesn't hold up perhaps as well as Marx considered it to hold up. And I think it is interesting, and it might be of value to consider that capitalism might pre-exist the point that Marx postulated that it did. I think that the concept of capitalism might be useful, but perhaps we can actually extend it further back. And you already have seen people extend the concept of feudalism forward in history. One of the interesting points that a lot of people have made about feudalism is that feudalism is in a way kind of a projection of the 19th century understanding of economics back into a medieval context, and actually is kind of a product, this sort of construct of feudalism, right? No medieval people ever talked about feudalism, right? It's a concept that is used kind of like the Byzantine Empire, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Feudalism is basically the Byzantine Empire in terms of it's a construct that was made up
it is
by
a thing that
context.
existed that you could kind of define the contours of, but perhaps is a little more fluid and wasn't super self-consciously seen as this is our system now.
Yeah, in fact, I think that feudalism might be a bit more amorphous in the idea of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire is kind of just a matter of denomination and but I think so maybe that's not the best analogy, but it's still it's we can talk about that at a different point, whether feudalism has any. I think there's an argument to be made that it does have utility, but regardless, I think that we still find that it has utility now, and people are constantly applying the idea of feudalism to contemporary situations. So I think to say that, like,
might be around the corner,
right?
We
traveled through these. People are constantly talking about techno-feudalism, right? Or feudalism in other contexts, right? So I think,
which I think I get, because I think to most people's ears it sounds like you're talking about both a kind of like going back to the future in a way, or like, or going forward into the past or something like that, where we're going to be regressing to a more brutal, unequal like system of a class society than we have now. And that gives me a little pause, because I feel like capitalism can be pretty quote unquote feudalistic, like without resurrecting the actual structures of like the 17th century or whatever. Like, and in a way, I like that critique of. I mean, you could almost see it as like a supplement as well. Like, yeah, there are these particular manifestations of class society that happen, and like some of the rules and boundaries like do kind of shift throughout the ages and things kind of evolve. But what you always do have is like the fundamental contradiction is a small class of wealthy people pretty much monopolize political and economic power, and then exploit the masses of people. They exploit their labor. They exploit, their bodies in all kinds of different ways. They seek to manipulate them by constructing like superstructural justifications and social contracts that kind of that everyone can sort of like buy into, or at least not violently oppose, to kind of like stabilize the state of affairs. But it is something. I mean, if you think about it, go back to all of these old religious texts that can, in some cases, go back thousands of years, like the old, like the Torah and the New Testament, the Quran, even the other Eastern religions. You have stories, parables, right? Like thousands of years ago, about rich men being greedy and poor people that have to work for them. And like how a lot of the messaging, especially when you get to like Jesus, is about rich men and the wealthy class, and then also the corrupt priesthood that makes excuses for and lets the Roman moneylenders in the temple, and they treat nothing as sacred. They just care about money and power, and it's just a total debasement of like living in any way kind of like attached to like a higher code of ethics, and the masses of people are getting screwed over. I think it's like kind of why a lot of people point out, like, well, if you really read Jesus in the Gospels, he kind of sounds like a socialist. And he does, like, like he's so the class society thing was already, and it involved money. It didn't just involve like a lordly title or something like that. Like, these people had money. They were trading, right? They had farms. They made people work on the farms for subsistence. And it's like, is that really so fundamentally different from the way like U.S. corporate agribusiness works, by like exploiting like illegal migrant labor and like all this kind of, and like owning mega corporations?
We can see how the same concepts like certainly still apply. Like, it's not like you read the Bible or you read a text from like those contexts about like their economic relations, and then you can't like understand like the point of what they're saying, or it's so foreign that you can't comprehend it. You know? It's like the same, like the basic ideas like still obtain.
Yeah, and I would venture to say I do think that, and Marx was obviously a product of his time, and I think Shariati thinks that his particular personal relationship with religion like clouded his other, like his judgment that was much more clearer in other areas kind of clouded him on this front. It does remind me how we talk about people that are raised in like super psyopy evangelical communities, like will negatively polarize. If they break away from it, they negatively polarize immediately into like devil, Marilyn Manson, even just to be like edgy, because they were taught that was bad, and they like, it's a way of like rejecting the belief, whatever. So maybe Marx did a little bit of that. I mean, he was ethnically Jewish, but his father had converted to Protestantism for like better career prospects. So he was kind of like,
Speaking of those like MAGA communist guys, I remember seeing like someone say like Marx was an evangelical Christian, and like posted like some like visa application or like whatever, like some like diplomatic like immigration application or something that like Marx had posted, that like I prefer profess the evangelical religion, and it's like, fool, like this is completely different from like, you know, this has nothing to do with like American evangelicalism, like, and he certainly wasn't actually a believing Christian in any way.
No. But, all I can say is I could see how his like growing up in that era and that environment, and also kind of like from a family that had sort of like had to bounce religions, like switch religions for like better economic prospects, that he could be, I could see why he'd be a little cynical towards like organized religion and all of its like, you know, big claims to whether it's the Catholic Church or German Protestants, who are basically just like the religion of capitalism, or, you know, either Jews who I think he saw as either kind of like backwards and like insular and sort of like in false consciousness if they were super religious, or they had also like basically converted to being capitalists and like just cared about like business, you know, and blah blah blah. So he was kind of critical of all of it, and then, but I think maybe he extrapolated, because I will say that if religion always was like a fake kind of like an opiate of the masses superstructural phenomenon that was always meant to defend the ruling class like in power, if religious beliefs were always that, then I don't think you would see so much emphasis in like 2,000-year-old history, like religious texts, about like how bad rich people are, and like that kind of economic thing about being rich is like not good, you know, like especially back then, it's like people were, you know, people got bicameral minds.
I mean,
like,
part of the reason why religion is like so important, why like everyone, you know, in like an Islamic society knows like phrases from the Quran, everyone in the contemporary United States knows phrases from the Bible, like the whole reason why like it is so, and like not to say that it hasn't been like, you know, captured, right, and that like it hasn't been
exactly.
Like,
I think that's what
that's handmaiden of. Like,
right,
you know,
that's the thing to
like
focus on, is the capturing, the co-optation
of
it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be certainly has been co-opted, but the like the reason why like it has to be co-opted, the reason why like this is like it pervades society, and why like this has become, you know, the way that you know, the sort of almost like main kind of like language of like everybody, both like the people and like the
rulers,
you know, the rulers, yeah, both the rulers and the people, like is because of the people are the majority. The rulers are a small minority, even though they hoard power, like, and that it like speaks in the language of like the people, because that is to the people, it was to the people that it was originally addressed,
right,
and from whom it originally emerged. Actually, let me read this part, because I think this is like my favorite like point in like all of Ari Shariati, and this is something that like this is something that I've always felt to be true about the Quran, but like didn't really like, you know, I wouldn't be able to express it as eloquently as he does here, you know, or maybe if I like ever wrote it down, but you know, it's just something that I felt. But he says, and this is following exactly off of like where we just left off. He writes, it is possible that to divide society in accordance with these two structures into two poles, the pole of Cain and the pole of Abel. Number one, the pole of Cain, the ruler, the king, the owner, the aristocracy. In the primitive and backward stages of social development, this pole is represented by a single individual, a single force that exercises power and absorbs all three powers, king, owner, and aristocracy, unto itself. It represents a single visage, the visage of Cain. But at later stages in the development and evolution of the social system of civilization and culture, and the growth of the different dimensions of social life and the class structure, this pole acquires three separate dimensions and presents itself under three different aspects. It has a political manifestation, an economic manifestation, wealth and power respectively, and a religious manifestation, which is translated here as asceticism, but, you know, maybe could be understood maybe as like quietism as well, like or kind of you know, like a political, like anesthetization, you know, like the kind of the opium of Marx. But he writes, in the Quran, the pharaoh is the symbol of the ruling political power. Croesus, or Karun, is the symbol of the ruling economic power. Balaam is a symbol of the official ruling clergy. They are the threefold manifestation of a single Cain. These three manifestations are referred to in the Quran as Malah, Mutraf, and Rahib, meaning respectively the avaricious, arid, brutal, and the gluttons and the overfed, the official clergy, and the long-bearded demagogues. These three classes are constantly engaged in, respectively, dominating, exploiting, and deceiving the people. You know, he has a footnote. Islam has abolished all forms of official mediation between God and man, and the Quran mentions the third manifestation of Cain, official clergy, with harsh words. So you can see his kind of anti-clericalism, which is one of the things that really distinguishes him from the kind of character that the Islamic Republic took on. But we can kind of talk about the politics of that as we go. But he says, even going as far as to curse them and compare them to donkeys and dogs. The Prophet of Islam said, any herd longer than a man's hand shall be in hellfire. And he also commanded men to keep short their sleeves and the hems of their garments. All this is a sign of the struggle that Islam has waged against the concept of an official clergy that exists in all other religions, and the attention it has paid to their deviationist role in stupefying the people and distorting the truth. What is important to remember is that Islam has no clergy. The word clergy, ruhaniyun, is recent, a borrowing from Christianity. We have scholars of religion. They do not constitute official authorities who impose themselves by way of heredity or monopolistic powers. They are simply specialized scholars who have come into being in Islamic society as a result of a necessity, not on an institutionalized basis. They derive their influence, presence, and power in society from the people and the free and natural choice of the members of society. They are normal individuals, either students who piously study religion with effort and the endurance of hardship, or scholars who teach and conduct research. If their ranks have been penetrated by the illiterate, this is because of the general illiteracy of society and other factors. The garb they wear is not that of an official clergy, but that of knowledge, personal investigation, and research. Anyway, so he goes on. The second pole is the pole of Abel, the ruled, God and the people. This is like what I think is like most interesting, like very astute. Confronting the threefold class of king, owner, aristocracy is the class of the people, and nas, using the Arabic term. The two classes have opposed and confronted each other throughout history. In the class society, Allah stands in the same rank as an-nas, in such a fashion that wherever in the Quran social matters are mentioned, Allah and an-nas are virtually synonymous. That, I think, is very interesting. The two words are often interchangeable and yield the same meaning. For example, in the verse beginning, if you lend Allah a goodly loan, Quran 64:17, it is obvious that what is meant by God is in reality people, for God has no need of any loans from you. In the affairs of society, therefore, in all that concerns the social system, but not in creedal matters which is the order of the cosmos, the words an-nas and Allah belong together. Thus, when it is said, rule belongs to God, the meaning is that rule belongs to the people, not to those who present themselves as the representatives of the sons of God, as God himself or as one of his close relatives. When it is said, property belongs to God, the meaning is that capital belongs to the people as a whole, not to Croesus. When it is said, religion belongs to God, the meaning is that the entire structure and content of religion belongs to the people. It is not a monopoly held by a certain institution or certain people known as a clergy or church. The word people, an-nas, has a profound meaning and distinct significance in Islam. It is only the people as a whole who are representatives of God and his family. The an-nas, ilahu, ilah. The Quran begins in the name of God and ends in the name of the people. The Kaaba is the house of God, but the Quran also calls it the house of the people and the free house, as opposed to the other houses that are in the bond of private ownership. We see here that the word an-nas does not denote a mere collection of individuals. On the contrary, it has a sense of society as opposed to individuals. The word an-nas is a singular noun with a sense of a plural. It is a word without a singular. And what word could better convey the concept of society, something possessed of an identity totally independent from all of its individual members? All societies that have existed throughout history, whether they have been defined in national, political, or economic terms, have been founded on a system of contradiction. A contradiction that has existed at its very heart. Within every class society, two hostile and opposing classes have existed. On one hand, king, owner, and aristocracy, and on the other, God and the people. On the one hand, religions in their multiplicity. On the other, the one religion. That I think is like very like
that's interesting.
Yeah, and it's a very like I think astute and like very true like reading of the Quran. I've always felt that. Like I remember like one of the first like ways I tried to express like what the idea of God in the Quran is, like that God is like the movement of like the people in history, like are the sort of the sort of motor of like justice and like the history of humanity in a way. And like that, like, you know, what he says, I think like where he kind of says like if you in the sort of parts of the Quran that have to do with the social dimension of life, like if you replace God with the people, like then it causes some of these verses to make sense.
Yeah, they jump out
in
a
a way
little.
that they don't necessarily,
Yeah.
or they're more arcane otherwise.
Yeah.
I think it's a very interesting point. I think that it actually is quite true. But
It also, I mean, this is probably like a interesting coincidental synchronicity, but it is interesting to me that so many actually existing like communist, you know, governments in movements like in the 20th century would appeal to the people almost as one would appeal to like God or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's all about like all power to the people, like all glory to the people, like the people are everything. The people united will never be defeated, like that kind of thing. Of course, that was like in some cases like aggressively secularized, and it really meant the people. I don't know if you read the Quran with the people kind of subbed out for Allah, like they end up probably sounding to some degree similar, right?
Yeah, there are some parts that would not make any sense, right?
Right.
But there are some parts for sure that like like the ones that he mentions, right? Like religion, belongs to. I mean, religion belongs to God also makes sense, but like when you give Allah, like when talking about giving Allah a goodly loan, like Quran 64:17, right? Like it, it like makes much more sense when you like give it like spending in the cause of Allah, right? Things like that, right? Like Allah doesn't need money, right, or anything like that.
Right.
So,
but you're sort of acting out like the will or what what God has sort of instructed you to do, which is like to give alms to the poor and other things like that. And that's the thing.
And like even if like the way that he expresses it, like to me, I think it like is a sort of clarifying exercise or like clarifying framework, like the sort of word substitution thing. But I think like if like another way to think about it is simply that like God is on the side of the people, and like that is like God's will is like the like expressed in like justice for like for the majority, for the people, for the oppressed, not for like some guy who like claims to speak in God's name or whatever.
Well, and it's almost like the eternal ruling class on top is to make you think that God is on their side, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
God has chosen them to lead us, so therefore, like you have to do whatever they say. And they're the intermediary between God and the people. They really are. They're like middlemen, that like get in the way and then pervert like the true meaning of these like moral commandments, to like don't be a rich asshole, like don't oppress other people, don't be a murderer, like all these things. They violate all these rules, and they make a mockery out of like the religious code.
I think and that's quite like I think at the heart of it in a way, because that is like kind of the like the core of like almost transculturally, again like painting with a broad brush here in terms of the conversation in the chat about lumpers versus splitters. I feel like I'm like a splitter who like occasionally plays a lumper on subliminal jihad, but like to be a bit of a lumper, like I would say that like it's like essential like to a elite religion, or like very very core to a elite religion, the idea that like the way things are, the status quo is natural, and that like expresses God's will. Like if God like didn't want these people to be in charge, then how would they be in charge, right? Like
right.
That's
I think that's a misunderstanding of what most of these religions kind of say about the nature of reality, like the free will like the idea that free will is like a fundamental feature of human existence. Of it obviously has limits. You can't just like magically do whatever you want, but like within the boundaries the material world has sort of set for you, you do have a certain amount of choice, and so if they
and like one way I think of thinking about it is that like God has certain attributes, and one of those attributes is like being just, like being al-adl, right? Like, and in order to exercise justice, like there has to be like injustice. Like maybe like part of like the teleology of God is to like bring down, like maybe for God to express like how just he is, like there has to be this like satanic system, so that like we on God's behalf can destroy it. And that is how like we are going to express God's attribute of justice in this world.
Which
right?
is
like, for instance, like God can't express how merciful he is if he can't show mercy to us, right?
Yes.
So it's the same thing. God can't express his attribute as the subduer, as like the destroyer, as the just, if he doesn't have something evil to destroy. And like, so I think like there's obviously, I'm not to say that those readings haven't been proliferated and that they haven't been like effective in some ways, but I think that they certainly aren't the be all end all, and I think that I'm more partial to Shariati's for sure.
Well, it does strike me though is that is a dialectic. The idea, the struggle of the free will thing is dialectical.
Yeah, and you can see in the idea of like the pull of Cain and the pull of Abel, and it's also like definitely visible in what you talked about before in terms of his anthropology and like Adam's sort of existence between God and Satan. He talks a lot about Satan in that part on his anthropology, which I think is interesting too. But his thought is very dialectical in a way, like in sort of rejecting like the kind of like progressivist, like developmentalist framework of like, you know, feudalism or like slavery, serfdom, feudalism, etc. Like he's almost like more dialectical in that way, and that like his sort of like historical framework is like, you know, inveterately or like, you know, committedly dialectical or uncompromisingly dialectical. Like everything is very dyadic, I think.
Yeah, history does move forth through like struggle of opposing forces in his view. It's just a little bit different than the way Marx kind of, you know, conceives
I mean,
of
I
it.
guess like the simplest way to think about it is like in terms of the you could see it as just being kind of a formalist like quibble, where it's like, you know, he's not necessarily disputing the different like you know, formal changes, right? But I think that maybe he's arguing with like their significance, you know, and saying like really like the, you know, still like the sort of the basic moral problem remains present, which is like the opposition of like the ruler and the ruled.
Right, just class society itself is it's kind of, I mean, it is kind of the fundamental contradiction, and I feel like a lot of Marxists would even kind of like, they wouldn't disagree with that like, you know, kind of like class, the problems of class, the inequities of class society are something, it's like a problem that has bedeviled human civilization for thousands of years, and, you know, like it's a very long historical struggle to like extricate ourselves from that, and it shapeshifts, you know, over the centuries and like takes on different forms. But we do, I mean, I'm sure this also, like, I'm sure anarchists might, you know, despite being like no God, no masters, they might agree with this too, that like, oh, every like state or, you know, like that they kind of, my problem with anarchists is they kind of like limit it to like states do this. And if we just didn't have a state, then everyone would be able to be like chill and blah, blah, blah. I think that's a little bit like a little pie in the sky. And also like it doesn't quite, like, unless you equally indict like the entire kind of ruling system, like the socioeconomic system, you kind of really have to do that to like root out all forms of hierarchy. And, you know, hierarchy, I don't think even Shariati kind of, he's not like an extreme anti-hierarchy guy in like an anarchist sense. He just thinks that the rubric by which we select our kind of leaders is like very corrupted, and oftentimes like the worst, like the people with like the worst intent end up scrambling to like monopolize power, and then, you know, use it to like manipulate.
I mean, if you think about it, like people. I would certainly say that like Shariati is not like a super like systematic like political thinker necessarily. Like he doesn't like have like, you know, the system like that he would want to institute like gamed out. And in fact, like I think at the time of his death, like he didn't necessarily have the sense, like maybe towards the very end of his life, but, you know, when he first like fled Iran in 1977, I think like at that time he was like kind of like almost in kind of despair, like kind of concerned that like the, you know, this revolution might like never come, right? This like popular mass movement might not happen, right? So in the same way that the much of the world was surprised by it, I think that perhaps had he lived to witness it, he might have been surprised by it too. But I'm not sure like to what extent he would have approved of like the form that it took. He probably would have criticized it in some ways, but you know, I think like he definitely wasn't very systematic in kind of how he conceptualized like what his ideal political system would be. Like similar to Marx in some ways, he was like definitely like at his best like as a critic, less so than kind of someone who was like advancing a very concrete positive program for you know, how society should function post-revolution.
Right.
But I think
that
like
one of my quibbles with him is that I feel like he ascribes a little too much of like what Marx's blueprint for like a, you know, communist society would be. Like he laid it down, and it's like, well, he kind of notoriously like didn't lay it down specifically. He laid down some some guideposts, but like it wasn't really until Lenin that, it took like a concrete form.
Well, I mean, yeah, Griffin in the chat says that this is like vibe posting. I mean, I think like really, if you really want to talk about like the character that it has, I think like that it definitely, you can see like the heritage of it in like, I mean, for those who watched our recent episode on Patreon on the death of Ali and his caliphate, we talked about like we read a little bit from the Rosata Shuhada, the Meadow of the Martyrs by Kashifi, like this great Shia martyrology. And there like was a long-standing, it was a big part of like the system of the sort of program of Shiification that the Safavids because, Iran, for much of its history, much of its post-Islamic history, was Sunni majority country, right? Certainly like there was a significant Shia population, but like still Sunni majority, and it had to be kind of like Shiified very.
This happened actually later, right? Like in like the 14th or 15th century, which is when like the real Shiification kind of occurred, right?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, 15th century maybe is like a little bit. Like I'd say that like in the 16th century kind of is like where it really took off, right? I mean, Kashifi himself, who wrote that martyrology, was a Sunni, right? He was like an actual kind of like, he's, when I joke about like being a 12er Sunni, he's kind of my role model there, because you can see his kind of his imamophilia and his reverence for the 12 imams, but he was still like a Sunni. By creed, by profession. So, and he was in the Naqshbandi Sufi order and all these things, but anyway, I digress a bit. But his work, the Raudat, was like often read in these kind of, you can still observe them. They still happen today, right? And in fact, I think Dimitri, you might have been talking about them a little bit, like these kind of like it's not quite the same thing, but they're these like kind of like Shia like like mass gatherings, like these like
where everyone's
song
like doing like this, like that kind of stuff. Like everyone's like rhythmically like clapping and like beating their chest, and a guy's got like a little poem book, and he's like, and then the Zionists, like slaves of America, tried to attack us, and then Daesh came, and they came. From the like Malikiya Saudi, like you hear the like the words of the Zionists from the mouth of the Saudi king. They do that. It's a banger track.
The Matam thing is like, I think something that Ali Shariati criticize some of these rituals, but maybe not the Matam itself, but like the kind of the sort of more extreme self-flagellation he was critical of. But anyway, like basically that, like basically when he's sort of reciting these poems, you can kind of see it. It's that basically very much that lineage of like kind of reading the sort of narratives of Karbala, right, and kind of getting people worked up. This is the vocation of the Vaiz, like Kashifi himself, right? So that I think it's partially like in that tradition. I mean, like a lot of his lectures were given at like an institution that was called like the Husseiniya Irshad, right? Like kind of like the upright like Hussein Center,
Right? Wasn't this kind of like a semi or like non-official kind of university that kind of put on like, lectures?
It's sort of like the 92nd Street Y, like kind of
or like the Free University of London or something like one of these kind of things.
Like that. But
they were like immensely popular, right? Like he came. I forget if he got out of jail or he had returned from France, but he started lecturing at these things and was getting like overflow crowds, and everyone loved it.
No, definitely they're incredibly popular. And his father actually had kind of like he kind of like sort of laid the foundation, because his father was like sort of a school teacher, and he like kind of saw that like within the sort of profession, like a lot of his colleagues were like Marxists or like sort of Tudeh sympathizers, and he felt that like students were like kind of drifting away from Islam, and he also kind of saw the sort of traditional Islamic institutions as having some blame for this, right? So he kind of started to develop some of the ideas that Shariati would ultimately follow through on. But he was involved in like, or Shariati was like involved in a lot of like these kind of movements that eventually kind of coalesced around the Husseiniya. Like he had a center before that. Let me see, or he was involved in a center before that, which I think his father established. Right. Just called Do
we want to give a brief overview of his not super long life? He died in his 40s, but just like to place him in the historical context of like what was happening in Iran, like at the time.
Yeah.
Because he was born in the early 30s. He was born in 1933, I think.
No, I think he was born. Oh, yeah, he was born in 1933.
Right? He died in 1977, and I'd like to talk about his death in England because there's a lot of like smoke around it that like the SAVAK, the Shah's Secret Service, like caught up with him and took him out or something. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of mystery around his death, but so yeah, he was born. I think in this lectures book it talks a little bit, like gives a brief summary of his life. Like he did come from some kind of like didn't he come from some kind of lineage of, I forget if it was like ulema or kind of clerical
his name
lineage.
Would apply that he did. Like his name would suggest that he did, because his name is Shariati, which is like Sharia Lee, basically.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Sharia guy. He's a Sharia guy. Okay, yeah. And then, I mean, his father was like a very big influence on him. Let me go up here on this book from the seven. I got a couple of these books that were published in Berkeley, the Maison Press, in 1979. There was certainly a lot of English translations, like while the Iranian Revolution was going on, because I think there was heightened interest in like what ideas sort of like precipitated this.
I mean, yeah, like I've been noticing this, like, I mean, there was like a huge like rush like across like the academic world to like learn more about Islam, like kind of what you saw post 9/11 in the academy. Like you kind of saw that after the Islamic Revolution too, where everyone's like, oh, hey, like we actually don't know anything about this religion that apparently matters. So like, can we like learn about it? Like I came across an history article that was talking about like how East German academics like reacted to the Iranian Revolution, but
interesting. East German academics.
Yeah. But it's interesting actually that I was gonna say like that after like, you know, with the current events in Iran, right, and the internet being shut down, like I've noticed like even in our last episode too, like, and just in my academic work outside the show, like there are like a lot of like resources online that like are super valuable, like the Shia online library, like all these like resources are like down now, and like certainly it's like it was much harder to put this episode together because like a lot of like websites that even ones that like don't have a .ir domain,
I see, they're
basically down. Like a lot of like, you know, I was basically trying to download like a bunch of his books like in Persian. Like I feel like the English ones have spread far enough that like, you know, you can find them pretty easily. But like I was looking at trying to find some of his works in Persian, and I noticed like it was much harder to do because like a lot of the first hits you get when you search would be like websites that like mysteriously no longer work. But obviously, you know,
I think they did take down a lot of their
like servers are down and stuff.
Yeah, and I think they just started reopening a little bit with access, and there's the whole Starlink thing. But maybe I'll just read a little bit from the translators forward because it's quite brief and hits the major spots of and it is written. It's kind of in media res, 1979. Like, it's the Islamic Revolution's happening right now. So you know, it places his work. It seems like, you know, in a greater context. So the translator Hamid Algar writes from 1979. The recent series of demonstrations and uprisings against the dictatorial regime of the Shah has served to bring into renewed prominence two facts frequently overlooked by most observers of the Iranian scene: the continued loyalty to Islam of the mass of the Iranian people, and the vitality of the Iranian religious leadership in directing popular aspirations. A superficial glance at the westernized exterior of the major cities of Iran might leave the impression of one of the most radically and transformed and quote-unquote de-Islamized societies in the Islamic world, but it is precisely in Iran that one of the most vital and deep-rooted movements exists for the reassertion of the political and social hegemony of Islam. To a large extent, the direction of this movement lies in the hands of the Shia ulama, who, for a variety of reasons, social, historical, and theological, have maintained their independence from the state and their alignment with popular feeling more effectively than many of their Sunni counterparts. But an important role has also been played by a number of intellectuals and thinkers who, especially in the post-war period, have endeavored to integrate the fruits of modern learning with traditional belief and thus evolve a new Islamic idiom capable of securing the allegiance of the secularly educated. Particularly significant in this group are Mohandis Bazargan, formerly professor at Tehran University, and Dr. Ari Shariati, author of the present collection. The translated extracts from his work are preceded by a biographical sketch from someone who was close to him. We may, however, summarize here the chief facts of his life. Born in 1933 in a village near Sabzavar on the edge of the Qajar Desert, he was educated first by his father, Muhammad Taqi Shariati, one of the foremost Iranian ulama of the present age. He then studied in Mashhad and simultaneously began his career of political, social, and intellectual struggle, which, in the years of repression following the overthrow of Mossadegh, resulted in his imprisonment for a number of months. In 1959, he went to Paris to continue his studies in sociology and related fields, but there, too, he did not restrict himself to the conventional life of a student. He participated actively in the organization abroad of an Islamically oriented opposition to the Shah's regime. In 1964, he returned to Iran, but was immediately arrested. 6 months later, as a result of international pressure on the Iranian regime, he was released and permitted to assume a succession of teaching posts, culminating in an appointment at the University of Mashhad. But he was compelled to resign from the university, and there began instead what was possibly the most creative period of his life, despite its brevity. He lectured at the celebrated Husseiniya Irshad, that you mentioned earlier, a religious center in Tehran that succeeded in attracting overflow audiences to its meetings and lectures on Islamic themes. In his numerous lectures at the Husseiniya Irshad and elsewhere, he pursued the evolution of his distinctive theories on the sociology and history of Islam, some of which are reflected in this book. Not surprisingly, the Husseiniya Irshad was closed down, and Shariati was imprisoned again, this time for a period of 18 months, during which he suffered severe hardship and deprivation. Shortly after his release, he went to England, dying there under mysterious circumstances that suggest the almost certain involvement of the Iranian secret police on June 19, 1977. He was buried in Damascus, next to the shrine of Hazrat Zainab. Rahimahullah. Is that Rahimahullah?
Yeah, like Allah have mercy on him.
Allah have mercy. Okay. Yeah, so, it says, basically, that's pretty much it. But yeah, so he became a pretty popular lecturer with this, particular version of kind of this, sociological POV on Islam, and then kind of also roused people up with I guess, pamphlets and lectures, such as Red Shi'ism versus Black Shi'ism. I don't know what year that was written in. That was one of his earlier kind of works, but that one addresses specifically, the kind of it honestly, we brought this up in our last Iran episode too. It does seem to me very much like a liberation theology version of Islam. He's really throwing down on that's what his so-called Red Shi'ism, that should be the role of religion. That is its world historical role to play. That is its proper function, should be to uplift the world and secure justice in this world, socioeconomic, political, whatever, for the masses, for the people, and not be, kind of separated from society and reading their little texts and making little, having little doctrinal disputes and not getting involved in politics at all, and not talk, refraining from talking about worldly affairs, and he even kind of criticizes some of the. I think he has respect for a lot of the Sufi traditions, but also says that. In some cases, it's a little bit navel-gazy and a little bit who cares what happens in the world?
He he kind of went back and forth. It was at first he was very into Sufism early on in life, and interested in kind of Sufi, kind of Sufi Gnosticism, sort of not Gnosticism in the sense of but the general kind of orientation of retreat from the world, the aesthetic sort of tendency. But he, and kind of the the sort of epiphanic quality of Sufism he was interested in, and it was sort of the seeking union with the divine on the sort of kind of a Seelsorge, as they might say in German, that type of thing, internal work, that aspect of Sufism. But then he kind of turned away from it because he felt it was a distraction from the social component of Islam that he wanted to emphasize. And later in life, towards the very, very end of his life, he kind of started to experiment with how to bring, how to reincorporate that, but he didn't really fully develop it.
Yeah. I'd kind of like to read just a little bit from the intro, the first part of Red Shi'ism versus Black Shi'ism, maybe so we can get a sense of like how he's framing Islam.
Yeah, this is from 1977, by the way. Alawi Shi'ism and Safavid Shi'ism. You could.
Okay. Yeah. So right before he was assassinated, or maybe assassinated, we'll get to that. Right before his untimely death, he threw this down, and it is like, keep in mind kind of like how the Iranian Revolution was going to play out, and the kind of I think you could spot some like connections between the, not 100%, but like between the posture of like the eventual Islamic government, after the revolution, and what he's saying here. So okay, he comes out of the gate hot here. Shariati writes, Islam is a religion which made its appearance in the history of mankind with the cry of no from Muhammad, peace be upon him, the heir of Abraham, the manifestation of the religion of the unity of God and the oneness of mankind. A no which begins with the cry of unity, a cry which Islam reiterated when confronted with aristocracy and compromise. Shi'ism is the Islam which differentiates itself and selects its direction in the history of Islam with the no of the great Ali, the heir of Muhammad, and the manifestation of the Islam of justice and truth, a no which he gives to the council for the election of the caliph in answer to Abdul Rahman, who was the manifestation of Islamic aristocracy and compromise. This no, up until pre-Safavid times, is recognized as part of the Shiite movement in the history of Islam, an indication of the social and political role of a group who are the followers of Ali, known for their association with the kindness of the family of the Prophet. It is a movement based upon the Quran and the traditions, not the Quran and the traditions as proclaimed by the dynasties of the Umayyads, Abbasids, Ghaznavids, Seljuks, Mongols, and Timurids, but the ones proclaimed by the family of Muhammad. The history of Islam follows a strange path, a path in which gangsters and ruffians from the Arab, Persian, Turk, Tartar, and Mongol dynasties all enjoyed the right to the leadership of the Muslim community and to the caliphate of the Prophet of Islam, to the exclusion of the family of the Prophet and the rightful imams of Islam. And Shi'ism begins with a no which opposes the path chosen by history and rebels against history. It rebels against a history which, in the name of the Quran, kings, and Caesars, follows the path of ignorance, and in the name of tradition, sacrifices those brought up in the house of the Quran and the traditions. Shiites do not accept the path chosen by history. They deny the leaders who ruled the Muslims throughout history and deceived the majority of the people through their succession to the Prophet, and then by their supposed support of Islam and fight against paganism. Shiites turn their backs on the opulent mosques and magnificent palaces of the caliphs of Islam and turn to the lonely mud house of Fatima. Shiites, who represent the oppressed, justice-seeking class in the caliphate system, find in this house whatever and whoever they have been seeking. And then he lists these major figures from Islam and like their role. Fatima, the heir of the Prophet, the manifestation of the rights of the oppressed, and, at the same time, the symbol of the first objection, a strong and clear embodiment of the seeking of justice. In the ruling system, these are the cries and slogans of subject nations and oppressed classes. Ali, the manifestation of a justice which serves the oppressed, a sublime embodiment of the truth who is sacrificed on the altar of inhuman regimes, and which lies hidden in the layers of the formal religion of the rulers. Hassan, the manifestation of the last resistance of the garrison of Imamate Islam, who confronts the first garrison of quote-unquote Islamic rule. Hussein bears witness to those who have been martyred by the oppressors throughout history, heir of all the leaders fighting for freedom and equality and the seekers of justice, from Adam to himself, forever the messenger of martyrdom, the manifestation of bloody revolution. Zainab bears witness to all of the defenseless prisoners in the system of executioners, and is the messenger left after martyrdom and the manifestation of the message of revolution. Shiites take their slogans from the embodiment of the tribulations and hopes of the masses of the oppressed. Aware of the rulers, and in rebellion against them, they cry out, quote, "Seek the leadership of Ali and flee from the leadership of cruelty. choose imamate, and stamp cancelled, disbelief, and dispossession upon the forehead of the caliphate. Choose justice and overthrow the system of paradox and discrimination in ownership. Choose the principle of being ready to protest against the existing conditions where the ruling government, religious leaders, and aristocracy try to show that everything is in accordance with the will of God, the divine law, and the satisfaction of God and his creatures. Such things to the ruling government included their conquests, their plundering of mosques, associations, schools, gifts, trusts, and charities, and the observance of religious ceremonies and practices. Choose religious leadership for the central organization of the movement. Choose the concept of imitation of your betters so as to properly organize your energies and bring order, discipline, and direction. Choose the vice-regency of the imam so as to have a responsible leader. Give a share of the funds to provide for the socio-political struggle, for educational foundations, and for teaching, in a system where all religious funds are forcibly collected by the government acting as a government of the law. Choose mourning to continue the constant historical struggle of the Shiites against usurpers, treachery, cruelty, and the sources of fraud, lying, and degeneration, and especially to keep alive the memories of the martyrs. Remember Ashura, to humiliate the ruling group, who call themselves the inheritors of the traditions of the Prophet, for the remembrance of it will prove that they are the inheritors of the killers and murderers of the Prophet's family. It will show you a path of action and provide an answer to the recurring question, what should be done? See what you did there? It will help you to decide on the best agenda for the struggle against the rule of tyranny. It will avoid allegiance to cruelty. It will provide a pattern for the unbroken continuity of history. It will declare an unending struggle between the inheritors of Adam and the inheritors of the devil. Ashura reminds us of the teaching of the eternal fact that the present version of Islam in 1972 is a criminal Islam in the dress of tradition, and that the real Islam is the hidden Islam, hidden in the red cloak of martyrdom. And finally, concealment, creating a clever camouflage for the organization and its activities, affiliations, leadership, personalities, and plans, to protect the leadership, people, and groups from being harassed by the rulers of the day and from the hard-heartedness of the religious organization associated with them, who might either slander the Shiite movement through excommunication and rouse the ignorant masses against them, or destroy it through persecutions, or weaken it through wholesale murders, imprisonment, and deportations, and thus to create the best conditions for the struggle and its continuation, to practice carefully the principle of secrecy and maintain the distinctive conditions of an underground movement. You could see the CIA just kind of sweating bullets reading that paragraph. Sleeper cells. We can see that for over 8 centuries, until the Safavid era, Alawite Shi'ism was more than just a revolutionary movement in history, which opposed all the autocratic and class-conscious regimes of the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates and the kingships of the Ghaznavids, Seljuks, Mongols, Timurids, and the 2 Khanids, who had made the government version of the Sunni school their official religion, and it waged a secret struggle of ideas and action. Like a revolutionary party, Shi'ism had a well-organized, informed, deep-rooted, and well-defined ideology, with clear-cut and definite slogans and a disciplined and well-groomed organization. It led the deprived and oppressed masses in their movement for freedom and seeking justice. It is considered to have been the rallying point for the demands, distress, and rebellions of the intellectuals seeking to gain their rights, and for the masses in the search of justice. Because of this, throughout history, as the power of the rulers grew, the difficulties, injustice, dispossessions, and denial of the rights of the people, and the exploitation of the farmers increased. Inequality became more pronounced because of the system of aristocracy, class inequalities, brainwashing, ideological prejudices, the connection between the theologians and the temporal rulers, the poverty and privation of the masses, and the power and wealth of the rulers. When this occurred, the Shiite front became stronger, the basic slogans of the movement more powerful, and the struggle of the Shiites more intense and more important. It changed from a school of thought, a way of study, and religious sectarianism reserved for the intellectuals and the chosen few, to a way of correctly understanding Islam and the culture of the people of the house of the Prophet when confronted by Greek philosophy and Oriental Sufism, to a deep-rooted and revolutionary socio-political movement of the masses, especially the rural masses. It caused greater fear among the autocratic rulers and the hypocritical religious bodies who rule the people in the name of the Sunni sect. It is for this reason that the pseudo-intellectual and free-thinking rulers, at whose courts the Jews, Christians, Magians, and even the materialists enjoy freedom, honor, and influence, talk of the Shiites with such anger and vexation that a massacre of all of them would not quench the thirst of these rulers. Gulf monarchs, anyone? They flay them alive, pass iron rods through their eyes, pull out their tongues, and burn them alive. These are all current practices of the day. It reaches the point that the historians, theologians, and even philosophers and men of piety of the court considered it to be part of their prayers to invent any false accusations, forgeries, and falsified records that they could against the Shiites. It is in such circumstances that Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni declares, quote, "I search the world over for a Shiite." It is his government which sponsors the Sunni theological decree that marriage of a Muslim man with people of the book, i.e. Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians, is legal, but it is illegal to marry a Shiite woman. Wow, hardcore. With the coming to power of the Seljuks, prejudices and bias have became stronger.
I don't know how true that is, by the way.
Yeah,
There's a lot of slanders out there about Mahmud of Ghazni, but anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
He was the one who quote unquote invaded India. So obviously someone who's going to be subject to a lot of negative press. Anyway, sorry.
Right. Anyways, with the coming to power of the Seljuks, prejudices and bias become stronger against the world of thought and religion. From the social point of view, the feudal and guardianship system accentuates the degree of the exploitation of the masses, especially the farmers, to an unbearable degree. In order to maintain the policies of the state, floggings and torture are necessary, resulting in the construction of many piles of skulls and eyes. The religious body of the Sunni sect, which had from the beginning become, quote, the government's Islam, becomes a conglomeration of the most debased and prejudiced beliefs and harsh rules. It turns into a tool for the justification of the inhuman ways of the rulers. It compromises with the autocratic regimes of the Ghaznavid and Seljuk Turks and the Mongols. It becomes an opiate for the masses and an instrument for murder to be used to prevent any thought or action that jeopardizes the interests of the strong and harms the landlords and feudal chiefs. This is what causes Shi'ism, during this period, to appear as the fountainhead of the rebellion and the struggle of the downtrodden and oppressed masses, especially the rural people. It flourished wonderfully in multiple facets and in different directions, moderate or extreme, in the form of various movements of the masses against the powers of the day. Movements like the terrorism of Hassan Sabah, the communal living of the Karamate, the extremist cultural and religious beliefs of the Galat, and the rebellion for free thinking of some of the Sufi sects of the revolutionary and Shiite school of thought against the harsh prejudices and the soulless, petrifying censorship of the theological and legal system attached to the ruling group. Finally, the intellectual, moderate, and rich school of the Imamate, as the greatest flow of thought and culture, rebels when confronted by the religion and culture of the government. The rousing call on the possibilities for learning in this school of thought are based upon the twin principles of imamate and justice. It produces the revolutionary cries of Ashura and the aggressive mobilization of the masses against existing conditions. It invites people to await the hidden imam, who is in occultation. It raises the critical problems of the signs of appearance and the end of time. It keeps alive the hope of redemption after martyrdom. It promotes the idea of revenge and revolt, faith in the ultimate downfall of tyrants, and the decrees of destiny against the ruling powers who dispense justice by the sword. It prepares all the oppressed and justice-seeking masses who are waiting to participate in the rebellion. In some towns like Kashan and Zabzavar, where the Shiites are strong, they saddle a white horse on Fridays, and all the people of the town, the protesting, dissatisfied, and expectant Shiites, follow the horse out of town, despite the opposition of the government and the ruling religion. They await redemption and freedom from tyranny and the beginning of a rebellion. They discuss questions which cause fear among the ruling group. During the first half of the 8th century, following the wholesale massacres of Genghis Khan and Hulagu, when the rule of the Mongols had reduced the Iranian masses to submission, depression, humiliation, and weakness, when the revenge of Genghis Khan was law, when the sword and the hangman were enforcers of the law, when the Mongol khans and nomads and officers and chiefs of Mongol tribes each ruled as a feudal lord over various regions and estates and had enslaved the peasants in the most cruel manner, when, in the towns as well, the men of religion were mostly in the service of the Mongol rulers, they called upon the masses to submit in the name of, quote, the true Sunni religion to the pseudo-Muslim rulers who continued to be replicas of Genghis Khan. They circumcised themselves only to please the religious sentiments of the Muslims, at the cost of the spread of the culture, faith, morality, society, and of the very existence of the Muslims. Some of the religious men, whose piety made them abstain from cooperating with the rulers and tyrants, had crept into the oblivion of piety in the monasteries of the Sufis, thereby indirectly becoming the means by which the path is paved for oppression and the ground is prepared for murder. They had left the people defenseless against the floggings of the Mongol executioners and robbers and the fraudulent men of religion. It is under these circumstances that a religious preacher sets out in search of the truth in the way that Salman did. Salman approaches all those with claims to religious faith. First he approaches the pious Balu to seek the path of salvation in his school of piety and freedom. There he sees piety remaining silent against tyranny. What a shame! What heartlessness and selfishness, that a man should be surrounded by the screams of prisoners, the shouts of executioners, the poverty of the hungry, the whips of the cruel over the bodies of the helpless, and, instead of volunteering to defend them, that he should simply seek his own redemption and try to gain paradise for himself. Salman flees from this man in disgust and goes to Semnan to see Rukneddin Emad Ad-Dawleh, whose piety and leadership in Sufi practices is well known.
Like pillar of the Rukn al-Din, like pillar of the religion.
Okay. He finds Sufi practices also, like piety, a means of escape from reality and responsibilities, turning away from the fate of the masses and ignoring cruelty and tyranny. Salman finds the Sufi to have a tender heart, tender feelings, and a sublime soul. Basically, he goes to Esalen, and this is his takeaway, is like they don't care about the suffering of the world. But how is it that the rivers of blood shed by the Mongols in this country, and that the decline threatening Islam in the masses of the people, do not in any way disturb the peace of his soul and the tenderness of his heart? Salman flees from him in hatred, and goes to the Sheikh al-Islam, Imam Ghiyasuddin Habibullah Hamavi in Bahrabad, to gain knowledge of the religious laws and theology of the true Sunni sects from him, and to find his way back to the original spring of truth. Here he sees a theology that discovers and discusses 1,000 problems. This is a great line. Here he sees a theology that discovers and discusses 1,000 problems in bathroom etiquette, but has a total lack of any awareness of the evil destiny facing the nation. Right? I mean,
it's definitely a thing in Islam. Yeah, for sure.
Kind of like the Saudi clerics are like, 1,000 rules about combating bathroom jinn. Not saying that's not important, but then ignoring all the injustice. Disgusted with all these robes of piety, and satisfied that these religious teachings are all the weavers of the clothes of piety to be worn on a body of oppression, then with a heart filled with hatred towards the cruel Mongol rulers, and reeling with pain because of the evil destiny of the Muslim masses, as the Muslim responsible for the people and knowledgeable about the times, and as a protester against the existing system, having lost all faith in the sellers of religion, Sheikh Khalifa chose the Islam of Ali, the school of protest and martyrdom. In the dress of a simple dervish, he goes to Sabzevar as a lonely stranger, takes up residence in the great mosque of the town, and begins preaching. This marks the beginning of the Sarbedaran liberation movement. He is a preacher who is in revolt against everything that teaches people to bow to ignorance and oppression, a revolt backed by a faith, a school of thought, and a, quote, red history, Shi'ism. Slowly, the deprived masses begin to understand, to find their way, and as a result, to become a threatening force. The official pseudo-clergy start their usual game of spreading rumors and then issuing religious decrees, and at last calling for authorized murder, saying, quote, this sheikh discusses worldly affairs in his mosque. This sheikh conjectures in the mosque and defiles the house of God, and this sheikh confuses the religion of the people. The pseudo-clergy try to turn the people against him and prepare the ground for his downfall. They help the Mongol ruler to take his life. They write to the Mongol ruler saying that the sheikh has strayed from the true Sunni religion and it is not prepared to repent and retract in spite of the best efforts. They say he is propagating worldly ideas in the mosque and spreading the work of the protesters, Shiites. They continue to say his behavior calls for the death penalty, and it is up to Sultan Said to rid the religion of this pestilence. The spreading of rumors and rousing of people against him increases, but the sheikh's call to understanding, faith, and salvation continues to attract the hearts of the deprived and suffering rural masses more and more to him, until early one morning, when his admirers go as usual to see him, they see his dead body in the mosque. After the sheikh's assassination, his disciple, Sheikh Hassan Juri, continues his work. He gives an immediate call to arms, organizes his disciples, and goes underground. He starts roaming the towns and sowing the seeds of understanding and revolt wherever he goes, on the basis of Shi'ism. The minds of the people are prepared. The hearts of the enslaved masses are throbbing for revolt under the curtain of secrecy. One spark will be sufficient. A nephew of the ruler enters the village of Bashdin, a village about 36 kilometers south of Sabzavar, as he normally does. With his followers, he enters the house of Abdul Razak. This is actually a hardcore story. Talk about going up against the Epstein coalition. One of the pious and honorable villagers who is still reeling under the devastating influence of the religious propaganda of the ruler. The retinue asks the villagers for food and are duly served. Then they ask for wine. Oh no. For the villagers, who are Muslims and Shiites, who have been deeply influenced by the words of Sheikh Khalifa, the bringing of wine for such rascals, and that too under compulsion, is too much. However, they serve it. The guests become intoxicated. They ask for women. This was the beginning of the explosion, very simple and rapid. The host goes to the people, and calling the Shiite masses, exclaims that the Mongol ruler is asking for their women. What is their reply? They say, "We are prepared to die rather than be so defiled." Yeah, no Iranian OnlyFans in this town. It's not happening. They would rather die than be so defiled. Our women for the enemy shall be our swords. The result is inevitable. The masses have made up their minds. They kill the whole group at one attempt. As they know that there is no turning back, as they know that they have already chosen death, they stop wavering. The choice of death gives them such energy that their single village revolts against that bloodthirsty regime and is successful. The villagers overrun the town, fighting against the Mongol army and the decrees of the pseudo-clergy of the religion of the state. They are victorious. Their cry, salvation and justice, and the destruction of the power of the ruling Mongols, and the influence of the priests of the religion of the rulers, and the big landowners of the ruling class. The victims of the ignorance of the pseudo-clergy and the prisoners of the oppression of the Mongols continue joining the ranks of the rebels. Sabzavar becomes a center of power, like a fire that spreads through dry brush. The Shiite Revolutionary Guards, right, who enjoy the backing of the rural warriors and champions of the masses, and have the ideology of Sheikh Khalifa and Sheikh Hassan, and similar kinds of well-informed, righteous, and missionary men of learning, engulf the whole of Khorasan and northern Iran, and even inflame the south of the country. And for the first time, a revolutionary movement based on Alawite Shi'ism against foreign domination, internal deceit, the power of the feudal lords and wealthy capitalists had an armed uprising, led by peasants 700 years ago, under the banner of justice and the culture of martyrdom, for the salvation of the enslaved nation and the deprived masses. And this is the last revolutionary wave of Alawite Shi'ism, Red Shi'ism, which continued for 700 years to be the flame of the spirit of revolution, the search for freedom and justice, always inclining towards the common people and fighting relentlessly against oppression, ignorance, and poverty. A century later came the Safavids, and Shi'ism left the great mosque of the common people to become a next-door neighbor to the palace of Ali Khapu in the royal mosque. Red Shi'ism changes to Black Shi'ism. The religion of martyrdom changes to the religion of mourning. Wow. Yeah, pretty, pretty powerful, interesting. I don't know, was this a lecture or was this like a pamphlet that he wrote?
I'm not sure like what exactly, I don't think it's a pamphlet. I think it's probably drawn from lecture notes. I'm not sure like exactly what the genesis of this like English document is. Like I said, it's something I have to look into more because I wasn't able to find like something that corresponds to this exactly in Farsi. My guess would be that like it is text from his lecture, which you can definitely listen to it on like shariati.com. Okay. His lecture, Alavi Shi'ism of or Tashi Alavi va Tashi Safavi.
I think
it might also have origin in one of his writings,
right?
But I'm not sure.
I did notice in here, maybe it was like published in like written form in 1977 when he died, but he does make a reference. He says Ashura reminds us of the teaching of the eternal fact that the present version of Islam (parentheses) in 1972 is a criminal Islam. So he might have given this talk in 1972, and then it was published like upon his death, like 5 years later. But you can clearly see the parallels there.
It might be an earlier lecture, but I don't think it's not called like, or at least like I wasn't able to find anything like called any lecture called Red Shi'ism, like against Black Shi'ism or anything like that.
But you can see the parallels to what would happen less than a decade later. Of this, they go one step, like their revolutionary kind of like Islamic their Shiite consciousness has been like stoked, and then the regime does something so flagrant and corrupt, just one little match starts a conflagration, and suddenly the Shiite Revolutionary Guards are like rising up against the corrupt in this case the Shah, and they eventually sweep the whole country and take it over and all that stuff. I mean, you can also see his constant references to like the exploitation of the farmers, the rural people, the ruling class landlords, and the aristocracy. Like he's targeting them, like, and the capitalists. Like he includes all these people when he's talking about a rebellion from 700 years ago. So there you go. He does kind of believe that capitalism, or at least capitalists, existed, 700 years ago, and so he's definitely framing this as like, Shi'ism. There basically is like there's like a court Islam, and then there's like an Islam for the people, and like one is on the side of the ruling class, and corrupts the true teachings, and is always making compromises with, non-believers and foreign conquerors and things like that. And then you have this one that stands on the side of the masses. And I thought it was interesting. He kind of mentions like the psychological phenomenon of like once they slaughtered the nephew of like the Mongol Khan or whatever for trying to do Epstein stuff, it like they realize there's no going back, and that like they're gonna come for them. But then the fact that they are like prepared for martyrdom gives, like, once they've crossed that red line, it emboldens them to be, to like fight even harder, and then they actually win as a result of that, right? Of like accepting the high probability that you're going to die at the end of this, but knowing that this is kind of like the best circumstance under which one could die, is like fighting for the people and fighting for truth, just like Hussein, right? I'm
not sure. Like, I don't really know. I think my friend might have written a little bit about, like, at least somewhat about the Saba daughters, like, in his dissertation, but I really don't know, like, how, like, historically accurate. I don't think that's like totally unjustified, legendary. Like, to frame them no, it's definitely not legendary. And I don't think it's totally unjustified to like frame them as like a popular movement in some respect, but I'm really not sure like how accurate it is, but still, like, you can see, like, obviously there's a lot of kind of like sort of paradigms that he offers, and like kind of he like shapes like these, or he presents these different figures in certain ways, right? And this is also like part of like creating an Iranian cultural history that like people can like have feel rooted in.
Right. Saying this goes back, really like hundreds of years. Like Iran kind of has this like historical destiny to like play this role of like the protester, and saying no, to the corrupt ones. And standing on business, and you can see he's like I think he very much wants people to be like, and we could do that again, like like that might be what we need to do to get rid of the Shah and this like corrupted rule that we're living under right now. and like, you know, not only like do it for the masses and for like socioeconomic equality, but to stand up against, you know, foreign predation. And, you know, of course he was thrown in jail after the CIA-backed Mossad, you know, coup against Mossadegh in the early 50s. So I'm sure he was aware of the foreign machination, the kuffar machinations against Iran, trying to subjugate them and all that stuff. It is funny that book mentions like, oh, you might be under the impression that Iran today is like the most de-Islamicized like society. I was just thinking of all the like fucking chuds posting like Iranian women in the 70s like wearing mini skirts, like, you know, that was definitely it seemed like a big PR thing, but maybe to some extent like that PR misled the people in the West to think.
Part of it wasn't just PR. Part of it was like, I mean, you've probably heard like Pahlavi like basically kind of, and like Ari Shariati basically grew up like across this guy's whole reign, sort of, you know, not his entire reign, I guess, but like, you know, he was like 9 when like, you know, the Allies like, you know, won World War II, right? And like Reza Shah, of course, was on Hitler's side, even though now I guess his descendant will tell you about what a great ally he's always been to the Jewish people. But, you know, so like basically he was like throughout that guy's entire kingship, like he was growing up, and like he was someone who kind of like wanted to be sort of like an Ataturk for Iran. You know, he
the modernizer
thing, like the Pahlavi hat. I don't know if you've ever seen the Pahlavi hat, but like it's incredibly ugly. It's like an incredibly ugly hat they tried to make everyone wear as like a way to modernize, you know, like at least like Ataturk, just like his hat law was just like wear Western hats. But for whatever reason, like I guess Pahlavi, maybe he felt like they hadn't even like gone through the Fez transition yet, so he had to like kind of like rush it, and he made them wear this incredibly ugly hat. It kind of looks like a train conductor hat, like it's like
it looks like kind of a ripoff of like Charles de Gaulle's little hat that he would always wear. You know, like maybe a little French colonial soldier hat. There is like a lot
of like francophilia in Iran, I feel like, so maybe that is what it is. And like certainly, it could be like that. Yeah,
but I can show people what the Pahlavi hat looks like. It's pretty. It's kind of whack. Yeah, it's not very rizzed up. You know, nobody ever shares that. You know, when they're talking about the great fashion achievements of the Shah's Iran. Look at this.
Yeah,
hat.
And I think like most people didn't like. I think most people didn't observe the like Pahlavi hat rule either. But like, of course, there was like a huge unveiling campaign too, which like that's like something that like a lot of people like don't realize about Pahlavi and like, you know, like prior to the Islamic Revolution. Ari Shariati, like in some of his works, I think like, you know, these are some things that he may have walked back or taken different stances on different points, but you know, he was like very like pro like women's equality, like, you know, he in general, he kind of eventually like he maneuvered a little bit, like he kind of had to like alter his stance on the issue, or kind of like dodge it at different points, but like he like I think he like criticized the veil at different times, but regardless, you can certainly see like how the kind of like attempts to suppress the veil and to force women under the veil kind of led to like the compulsory hijab that we saw like under the revolution.
The backlash.
Like, people often like don't like appreciate that fact. It's like, how could they do this? It's like, well, they were kind of like really fired up and furious at like this government, and like, you know, a lot of people felt like that their honor was like offended by like their having
the mandatory OnlyFans dress.
Exactly, like they
kind of vibe a little bit.
So it's of course, like now, you know, it's not like the sort of mandatory hijab is really observed that widely, but or, you know, really enforced very widely, it seems. I mean, they have bigger problems on their hands. Like
they do. I feel like, especially after the woman life freedom incident, which is still a little murky. We don't know exactly what happened with that, but in terms of you know, Mahsa Amini dying in like police custody or whatever, but it does appear that they've. And I feel like I've seen videos from like Tehran where like not every woman is wearing a hijab.
That was kind of true before even women life freedom, to be honest. But,
right. I don't know if it's different in the rural areas versus, you would think in the Kurdish areas they like wouldn't go as hard on mandatory hijab, because I mean, I guess probably most of the Kurds are Muslim, but
they are.
You know, but I don't know, like that. Yeah, it's but yeah, it's not like a hard and fast thing. Whereas I don't know, in like Saudi Arabia. Is the niqab still like mandatory in Saudi Arabia?
No, it's not.
Okay, they got rid of that.
Yeah,
they got only in the last like 10 years, right?
Yeah, pretty recently. They did kind of like an about face on it for sure, but
giving women driver's licenses for the first time. That kind of stuff.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, so like certainly like you could like see like kind of how that affected like his intellectual genesis, like this like kind of attempt to, and like it like was true that like people like reacted to Pahlavi in different ways too. Like some kind of saw him as like, obviously he was very much like an Ataturk, and you can say the same thing of Ataturk, where like Ataturk paid lip service to Islam in some ways, but like we kind of like know from like what he actually said and like in his sort of private correspondence. I mean, Pahlavi, you shouldn't conflate him too much, because Pahlavi might have had some religious convictions. Like some of the statements he makes, like kind of like maybe he does really believe this, because I remember him saying that he like was visited by like Imam Reza or something, or some kind of one of the Shia imams. I think it was Imam Reza, but like in a vision or something like that. But I think on the whole, like this kind of like the whole idea, it's honestly like, I mean, I don't like using this term because, like, obviously it's not a real thing, and it was sort of like a made-up anthropological construct that was kind of like a little bit racist, but it's hard to think of a different term for it than like a cargo cult type of thing, where people thought that like, oh, if we change the hats we wear, like then we'll become as like powerful as Great Britain or something, like what's the logic behind that?
Everything's
it's like,
downstream from fashion or something.
Exactly, like if we imitate them like in our dress, but I guess people kind of still think that way.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess the people that are monarchists, I don't know. Yeah,
there's a little bit of a, I mean, they do. Yeah, they do. They certainly think that like you need to wear, like, it's funny because like, if they see someone wearing like, the traditional like Iranian clothes that like, rural Iranians would be wearing like even during the Shah's time, like they'll get like furious and angry. It's like, why are you wearing that? Like, why are you dressed like a Pakistani or an Arab? It's like, well, what are you saying? People should wear like a t-shirt? Like, what is like, what you like, you would think people should wear like a Sassanid like clothing? Like do you dress like Achaemenids or something? Like, what's going on? Like, but of course what they mean is like, you should wear like a t-shirt. Like, yeah, it's like, all right, like a t-shirt with like a Zoroastrian motto on it or something. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. But like it's a strange phenomenon, but certainly it was one that Ari Shariati experienced. This kind of like imposed westernization. In fact, there's a good passage from let me see. I think it's in his. It's a weird section of it, but it's in Fatima is Fatima, which is his book about Iranian women and like kind of Muslim women and the like destiny and their relationship with Fatima, the conduct and the position of Muslim women. So this kind of gets into dialectical materialism as well, and the issue of like realism versus idealism, I guess, is how it's expressed here. Again, I'm not sure. Like this is a book where you certainly, I think, can find Fatima's Fatima in Farsi, but I didn't check to see like what exactly is being translated as realism here, whether it might be comparable to materialism. But he says, realism, a means of serving idealism. One of the peculiarities of Islam is that it accepts both beliefs which are identical to it as well as coercive beliefs of society. It admits to the existence of both. Here, the perception of Islam is special. The idealistic schools of thought lean upon the highest values, the absolute and most desirable ideologies. Each and every reality is categorically rejected if it does not suit them. They have no patience. They deny realities and dig out the roots of anger. Anger, violence, the seeking of pleasure, and lovers of wealth are realities which exist. Moral idealism or religious idealism, i.e. Christianity, ignores them and denies their existence. They are condemned in any form. On the other hand, schools of thought who are based on, which are based on realism, accept all things as the basis of reality. For instance, sodomy is accepted in England or in Christianity due to religious idealism, not reality. Divorce is prohibited because of not wanting to destroy family order and believing that marriage is an ideal sacred link. But reality is other than this. Some human beings cannot preserve the first sacred marriage and remain loyal to each other. It so often happens that human beings grow apart during their lifetime. They become strangers. They live together like two pitiful people. That which has joined them is not love, it's the ties of the law. They are two inflicted people. They might even become lucky with someone else. This is a reality which has existed in the past, exists in the present, and will exist in the future. Civilized and uncivilized people, the religious and the non-religious, have felt it continue to feel it. Statistics show it, but Christianity denies the reality. They bind marriage to the sacred. They force a family to stay together even when there is a real hell behind the doors, and the family has become a center of murder, adultery, and corruption. The door of divorce has been closed, but thousands of windows of swindle and illegality have been opened. And this is a section called concubines, foreign sigas. Social realities are such that if we do not open doors to them, they will spring out from the windows. Forbidding divorce brings about a type of concubinage. That is, a man who cannot live with his legal wife actually separates from her without being able to get a divorce. The same is true for a woman. She cannot get a divorce, but she lives separately. They each live for years separated from each other with another man or woman. The children which are born out of the situation are natural but illegal. They have sick beliefs and complexes. They become frightening murderers. Their spirit is antisocial. A woman and her legal husband become strangers. They begin opposing each other. They reach the same conclusion. Their relationship of husband and wife is not just sleeping together. It cannot continue. They cannot even live as neighbors. It is natural that they separate. The man leaves the household and goes looking for the type of woman he has always wanted. Love, the need for a family life, the pull of sex, one way or the other, helps him find a natural tie. They find a place and live together. The wife's life takes exactly the same pattern and the same fate. As a result, we see that nature and reality builds two new families, two incompatible types who are replaced by another two. But Christian ideologies don't accept this as reality. Therefore, no one, including that man and woman, is responsible. They close their eyes so as to not see it. As a result, it accepts, in legal terms, a decomposed house which has no external existence. Its materials have all been used to make another house. It is the former house which they know is official and deny these two natural families. Here we see the distance between common law, civil law, and religious law, and how natural forces, realities, and oppositions arise. As a result, families which are religious or Christian do not actually exist, and families which are real and natural are considered to be corrupt and sinful. Christianity, by denying this reality, causes the family which comes into being to be illegal. The children who are born out of this union of concubinage are also illegal. From the point of view of a religious society, they are criminals and murderers. They do not have a share in the kindness of the family nor the purity of society. Society looks upon them as sinners. Complexes arise within them. They suffer an anger and an anguish which is beyond the imagination. They take their revenge on society. All these crimes which occur in Europe, in particular in America, do not exist in backward and underdeveloped countries. The reason is that in these Western societies, even though they have civilizations in the sense that they have culture, ethics, nourished minds, freedom of thought, the individual, society, and religion, there is also something born into this generation which fills up their beliefs and makes them take revenge upon society in the worst of forms. An Englishman had built something which resembled a very small bow and arrow. He had attached to this box upon which he had displayed cigarettes, selling them. He attached this to a box, so he built a small bow and attached it to a box in which he had displayed cigarettes, selling them along the streets and at movie houses. He shot a tiny poison-tipped arrow into a group of people which either blinded or killed them. The police could not find the killer. They were looking for a motive collecting the murderer and the murdered, but the murderer had no particular reason for murdering those people. He murdered simply because they were accepted by society and he was not. Such a murder can be explained according to the principles of society. It is the effect of complexes which the church refuses to accept and closes its eyes to. It has had a hand at bringing it about. Fortunately, we have not yet seen such complexes because there is divorce in our society. There are no illegal families, and because there is divorce, there is no family which is a non-entity because families are not forced to live with each other through common law. They do not bind them together through the force of law. A child wanted to get out of a room, but a samovar, a teapot, and various dishes were in the way. He closed his eyes and tried to pass through. He thought all the obstacles were gone. Idealism is like a child who does not see reality. It does not want to see reality. It closes its eyes to that which it does not want to see. Because it does not see them, it thinks they do not exist. The opposite of idealism is realism. Its followers see everything, no matter how ugly or unpleasant, simply because it has an external existence. They accept a thing, attach their hearts to it, and find faith. They oppose and reject, however, all beauty, truth, and correctness, simply because these do not agree with existing realities. They reject them because these are ideal, and through this rejection, they become unbelievers. One of my students, who was among the pseudo-enlightened of this country, drew only one conclusion from our conversations. He was a supporter of dialectical materialism, and I was religious, a believer in Islam. He rejected whatever I said because of his preconceived notions. Even if I said something which agreed with Marxism, and which he too should have agreed with, as I didn't explain to him whose idea it was, he rejected it. One day I was speaking about the murders.
Just go on Twitter, Shariati.
Yeah, he would definitely be on there. One day I was speaking about the murders committed by the Umayyads and the disagreements which existed between the classes. They had a political dictatorship which dominated religion in order to explain their situation. They wanted people to believe that whatever happened was God's will. This, they said, was particularly true about their own government. I spoke about the people who opposed them and resisted the situation. I saw how my students suddenly became unhappy. I was opposing the Umayyads and praising Ali, Fatima, Abu Dhar, Qajar, and Hussein as leaders of a movement for justice and human freedom and against prejudices, oppression, and ignorance. What could this first-class enlightened thinker do? He yelled out, "The despot is history." That is, according to the Marxist philosophy of history, society must move through historic phases, and it had to reach this stage in order for it to be a historical reality. Ali, Hussein, Abu Dhar were ideologists who opposed the despotism of history. I said, "The mercy of God be upon this enlightened one." I see I was right in reiterating the fact that when the level of thought and vision of a society is transformed, the religious, non-religious, enlightened, reactionary, and ignorant scholar are all the same. When a religious view prevails, when it comes upon an unknown and uncomprehended fact, it calls it fate and destiny, meaning the divine despot. It believes that whatever occurs is the will of God. When a society becomes Marxist, it believes in the despotism of history. It believes that whatever happens is beyond human will. Whatever exists is accepted because it is a reality which results from the despotism of history, the despot of society. I said, "No, look, my friend, the sword is a despot here, not history." We see that realists believe that whatever exists should be as it is. The members of the Parliament in England defend the laws of homosexuality because it is an objective reality which exists in society. Therefore, it must be made legal. To oppose this realism is to worship idealized fantasies which form the basis of politicians and pseudo-intellectuals. You do not hear them argue that Israel is a reality. Yes, it is. But the settlement of the Palestinian people in lands occupied by Israel shows the manifestation of someone who worshiped the ideal even though it is wrong. It is a reality which must be accepted. Although it moves against the grain of humanity, although it is murder, it exists. Politicians and intellectuals accept it and officially recognize it. A magazine entitled This Week has recently been published for young people. All the articles, translations, news items, and photographs are the total writings of 2 or 3 well-known writers using pen names. These writers visit whorehouses, and then, damn them, they write for our young people, giving them a point-by-point description of events which take place. Wow, he really, ain't nothing new. He's talking about Vice, I guess. One of the top writers... Yeah. Who is knowledgeable, is a politician who officially represents Islamic culture. He advises women who are overweight and unhappy because of it, in order to develop a better form, become better looking, and prevent the growth of further layers of fat, they should find an illicit lover for a while. This is all a reality. Most probably the committee of writers had themselves first scientifically experienced this, and then practically gained from it. The weakening of the weak by the strong is also a reality. Oppression and suppression of certain classes is also a reality. Reality seekers are completely objective viewers. They see the external form, which is a scientific and sensible reality. Then they judge. They face no difficulties with imagination, ideology, and ideas which are not translated into real forms. We see that an idealist, a thinker, or a former is called toward mental desires, ideals and sacred values, goodness, and the highest of needs, that he denies or rejects the realities which deviate from his beliefs and act as existing barriers. It is impossible to negate them. He turns his back on them, or else, through an experience, he rejects them. He pulls himself away from realities. He thinks in terms of imagery. He occupies a sacred place but does not realize that he is in an idealistic environment. He drowns himself in objective and sensible phenomena and the existing situation. A realist, on the other hand, kills flights of thought, mounted spirits, visions, efforts, longing, desires, and the seeking of perfection. A realist keeps everything as it is. He builds walls around the framework of the existing values and within the existing situation. He paralyzes creative thought, rebellion, and the deep changes of life. The changes in the coercion of history and the social conditions are desensitized, along with changing ways of thought, the type of needs and desires, and the present external purposes of mankind. They surrender to realities and nourish that which exists. And he said, this is a section, neither idealism nor realism. Both. Islam is a pure tree which belongs neither to the east nor the west, and has its roots in the heavens and its branches reaching towards the earth. I mean, it's kind of like neither east nor west thing. You can definitely see kind of how that.
He's a third way.
He's the slogan of the revolutionaries in 1979, Negar bin Sharki, Jamhuri Islami. Neither East nor West Islamic Republic, right? So he's kind of in between thing. But Anyway, just to finish this part, contrary to idealism, Islam recognizes the existing realities in life, in the body, in the spirit of an individual, as well as those found in community relationships, those which reach the depths of a society and can be seen in the motion of history. Islam, as with the realists, admits to their existence, but as opposed to realism, it does not accept the status quo but changes them. It changes their essence in a revolutionary way. It carries realities along with its ideals. It uses realities as a means to reach its idealistic goals, its real desires, which are non-existent by them. Unlike realists, Islam does not submit to realities, but rather it causes realities to submit to it. Islam does not turn away from realities as idealists do. It seeks them out. It tames them. Through this means, Islam uses that which hinders the idealist as a composite for its own ideals. And then he goes on.
He might as well be writing about Paul Krasner and the actual realist magazine of like, he's just a sicko who wants to keep the world the way it is so he can be a bad little boy, and hang out with Epstein.
Yeah, he talks a little bit more about concubinage, but I'm gonna skip down a little bit to get to the part that I think is more relevant. But I'll whoop that back in a second. So he says, if we deny realities, they will dominate us. Without knowing it, we will be pulled wherever they want us to go. As can be seen, realism is drowned in existing realities, whether good or bad. On the other hand, realism can be seen running away from those same realities. Idealists sacrifice more than they are, as they are imprisoned in the chains of useless customs. Realists move along with realities and accept them, whereas idealists, who do not recognize them, do not see them and deny them through their ignorance and their attachment to imaginary ideals. Idealists then face an attack. They fall on their knees because they are defenseless, inexperienced, and weak. They will be destroyed. They don't see the form that the girls who are raised in very strict religious homes take. We don't see her when she covers her face so that, God forbid, the fish in the courtyard pool do not see her. What happens when she enters the ocean of society? She vigorously swims, but she is so afraid that she loses control of herself and drowns. In order to make up for what she lacks now, she pays her fine 1,000 times over. The same is true for young men who grow up in a pious society. The nouveau riche has just moved from the former world of their idealistic pseudo-religious environment. There, they were prohibited from learning physics or chemistry or studying at the university. The women are forbidden to have a high school or college education. The men do not shave their beards. They sit in couches instead of in buses or in taxis. They wear no necktie. In coaches. Coaches instead of buses or taxis. They wear no necktie. They do not let their hair grow long. They do not change the form of their clothes or their hairstyle. They either buy radios or they spread the word of the Quran through a microphone. Suddenly, these young people face a new world of realities full of twists and turns. You see what confusion it has caused. He sees the pretense. He has learned certain airs through having them translated in films into Persian. He learns about showing off luxury and being silly. He sees the exaggeration of it all. It is so exaggerated that even foreigners laugh about it. Why? Because they exist side by side with reality, whereas we deny them before we even come to know them. This is why we have been captured. This new civilization has attacked all boundaries and watchtowers of the world. They have been made to fall down. New generations have been caught by the speed of the wind of the Renaissance, the intellectual movements, the Great French Revolution, and the industrialized lifestyles as they blow continuously. These change the weather of the world. The changing of the atmosphere of our country is also a reality. It is most certain reality. It is clear that sooner or later the lightning will strike. When it does, machines, printing presses, universities, democracy, radios, television, movies, newspapers, books, schools, women's education, new techniques, new sciences, and many other new things will come and will change them. The leaders of the people, those responsible for their ethics, those who have been given the responsibility of guiding their lives and thoughts, those who stand face to face with unavoidable realities have closed their eyes. They have given their hearts to mental ideologies and to their ancient thoughts. They have tried to preserve their horse-drawn carriages side by side with taxis. They still light lamps, having electricity. They are aware. They even correctly predict this truth. They predict the phenomenon of the rush to the inferior world. They know it will bring about the decline of much of the beliefs, faith, piety, health, and independence. They know that corruption will find a home deep within people's brains. But face to face with this coercion and this rush towards a new phenomena, knowing the order and relationship which it imposes when it reaches the furthermost points and the most backward tribes of society, even those in the depths of the desert, they say only one thing and one thing only: forbidden. Radios, don't buy one. Movies, don't see them. Television, don't watch it. Loudspeaker, don't listen. University, don't go. The new science, don't study it. Newspapers, don't read them. Vote, don't give it. Office work, don't do it. And women, shh, don't mention that word.
Wow.
Face to face with the flood of industry which covers the world and changes which have taken place in the world order, seeing a civilization which sells refrigerators to the Inuit, they stand to prevent it from coming about by completely defending the past. Their total army and defense consists of two things only, a word along with a negative command, forbidden and no. What is the result? What we see is what happens. Events and realities break the barriers and tear down the watchtowers. Realities tear down the bricks of the walls and destroy the defenseless defenders of the past who are hidden behind them with their eyes closed and who have turned their faces away as a sign of their disapproval. The force of these realities ruins everything at once. They attack the city's inhabited areas, the bazaars, mosques, and even our homes like wild bulls, wolves, and chained dogs. They plunder everything, but they do not leave. They come, they kill, they burn, and they take. But they do not leave as the army of Genghis Khan had done. Why? Because no one ever sees them. Our border guards, our watchmen, don't like them. They are so exasperated that they don't even bother to look for them. They don't want to go and separate the good from the bad and correct them. They don't want to adapt them to the climate and the people of our country. They don't want to choose among them. They don't want to shame, control, and dominate them. They stand in the middle of the road facing a driverless car. They are run over and crushed. I guess they are why veiled women who want to give birth to their children scream, why male physicians? Why should women not be treated by women physicians? Or maybe that is why veiled women who want to give birth to their children scream, why men physicians? Why should women not be treated by women physicians? She wants her child to go to school and to the university. Her cries increase. Is this the faculty of literature or a fashion show? Is this an Islamic university? Is this an Islamic society? Does this school smell just a bit of Islam? Does it contain a bit of ethics and meaning? Is this the radio of a religious country or just a noise box? What kind of translation is this from one culture to another? This television, this publication, this gathering, these laws which act as balancing scales, these banks. What film is this? What theater? What art? What craft? Really, what kind of civilization is this? But then, again, as Hafez has said, as our destiny hasn't made in our absence just a little bit, is not according to our wishes, don't worry. And in our case, we have to say, if all of it is not according to our wishes, don't worry. When these realities come and find a place for themselves, when they begin to work, you are absent. You have run away. When you, a pious man, a religious, ethical Muslim, sensitive to people's feelings, responsible for the spirits and thoughts of society, preserver of the Islamic culture, sulk and retire into a corner, you allow a Khan, Reza Shah, to bring and to put a new civilization into effect and employ a new industry and science for your country. It takes a great effort to effectively interfere in events which unfold. Yet it is only through this effort that you can guide the determined motion of society. People who believe we should preserve that which is incapable of being preserved and that which is dying, and who are in a position to advise those who inspire, those who appease and those who give condolences, who do not recognize the dangers. They create believers from among those who accept the unacceptable. They delude the majority of society. They keep them in a state of bending forward, silent, weak, and submissive. Those who seek a flowing and active society want a better human life, acknowledge realities. They know pain. They take their strength from these realities in order to heal their wounds. This does not include those who, as demigods, defend that which is incapable of being defended, nor those who take the public into their own hands, nor those who follow the styles of the day, nor those who praise according to what is fashionable, nor those who try to attach themselves to something. Those who acknowledge realities are people who know time moves. They know that society has a skin which it sheds. They feel the strong forces of the world have turned to us to make us change. Neither are they sufficiently without pain to sit down and watch, nor are they without shame to be able to take whatever job is handed to them. They are not so stupid as to react in such a way that when they see a flood has come to cover their town, they should try to protect only their wife and children, keep them safe, and pull their own carpet from the water, because they know it is a wrong and useless act. They know that today is not like the past where families were living in a closed society. Now, even if you hide your daughter in the back room of your house, national and international television will follow her, find her, and show her the attractions and shows of the outside world.
Wow. That's true. That's definitely true. You know.
Oh, it's very much
1,000 times more true with cell phones now, with smartphones.
Oh yeah,
right?
And it's yes, it's something that I think that it kind of like shows the failure of like it really speaks to the kind of failure of things like mandatory hijab in a way, like, and you kind of see the like it's interesting because in some ways you do see like the like idea, like the kind of orientation, like the ideological orientation of the Islamic Republic expressed like very well here, because like, this is it did like that like under that government, like the literacy rate like among women like reached like 99% from being like quite low, right?
Yeah,
like,
women do deliver children now in the Islamic Republic, don't they? They're doctors and like scientists and stuff. Like they have, it's something that the Iran haters always like to kind of mix up and conflate. It's like, well, they used to have mini skirts, but now it's like the Taliban. Like, women just can't do anything, and blah, blah. It's like really not. It's much more nuanced than that, I would say. Like, despite, yes, there were like hijab laws at some point, but there wasn't like in fact, like the opposite outcome occurred. Like, there was more access for everybody to be educated, including women, and like they were allowed to have like professional roles, and I'm sure you could still say that it's like it's probably elements of patriarchy there.
There's definitely there's elements of patriarchy everywhere.
But
there's
the big liberal West isn't
there.
necessarily.
And there's definitely elements of like there's other forms of like religious oppression, like of minorities. I mean, that was also true under the Shah. Like, anyone who says otherwise is lying. But I think it's very interesting. Like you can see like that's a great example. Like the part where he talks about like having women doctors like deliver babies, right? So you can see the kind of connection between like he sees it like, okay, we do need to like embrace these new technologies, right? We don't have a choice, right? They're coming no matter what we do, but like we need to like control and dominate these technologies. We need to like have like Islamic universities, right? Like we don't like reject universities. We like create them like in an Islamic way. We have like like hospitals that are organized like in an Islamic way, that are in accordance with Islamic principles, right? See, it's very interesting to see this kind of these two like it is kind of a both and type of thing, like that he's advancing, because on one hand, like yes, it is like kind of about like conserving our traditional values, but like it's like the only way out is through, we do want to conserve like our values, but by like just sort of like saying like no, it's all haram, like don't engage with it, like that's a doom to fail. Whereas like to actually do this, we need to like embrace these things, and we need to like control them.
It is interesting because, despite all the, Iran haters, whatever, that talk about backwards and evil and blah, 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 they are, like, I don't think they would be in the position they're literally in right now, like shutting down the Strait of Hormuz with their, like, cutting-edge, Shahed drones and their cluster hypersonic missiles that can like kind of evade.
The Shahed drone is possibly the best example because like first of all, the United States like copied it because like it was still like a great idea. Like I mean, it's like kind of like weird that they're called like suicide, like we call them suicide drones as if like there's no one like killing themselves. But I mean, I guess they're like kind of they're called martyr
missiles.
Drones kind of. So maybe that sort of encouraged it. But I find it to be like a weird thing, like it kind of raises the specter of the suicide bomber when of course it's just a drone. But like that was like that's like a very like Shia like concept, like the martyr drone,
the martyring drone.
It's obviously like a very useful piece of military technology that even the US copied.
Right. Like they actually have a very and being under sanctions and like everything else, like being in some cases like not able to access the full world economy, they've still been able to develop like extremely like cutting edge technology from their own intellectual base of like scientists and people. And obviously there's some collabing and maybe like technology sharing with Russia and China, but even then I think like Iran, like they developed those drones and like gave them to Russia once the Ukraine war started, right? Like that was something that Russia actually wasn't as caught up on. And I think they made some kind of like mutual aid like deal where I think Iran, maybe they gave them like more the S-400 like air defense system or something like that, or gave them hypersonic, certain technology, but then Iran gave them access to these drones, which are kind of the most advanced and cost effective in the world. So clearly not a country that is like, broad strokes, like denying modernity and like refusing to like engage with kind of like the modern world, and is like going through it instead, which is maybe, I wonder how much the kind of, I'm sure people in the national security state in the US like know that Iran is not some kind of joke, that they have sophisticated capabilities, but I feel like there is still a background, like they're primitive religious mullah people that don't like, obviously our technology is so much better and stuff, but their technology is also, their like defense doctrines are like incredibly sophisticated, and that's why it's always so funny when people go, they're crazy. If they got a nuclear bomb, they would just hit that button immediately and just like fire it at Israel. And it's like every time they get involved with a conflict, it's like the escalation ladder is like very deliberately managed, both to like achieve, strategic objectives, but also to like send the right kind of message they want to send. So like there's a lot of times where like they deliberately won't hit something they could because they don't want to escalate, like with the US. And then simultaneously when, Israel blows up their gas fields, they're like, okay, we're literally going to blow up like Qatar's gas fields now, like this amount of percentage, and like we're gonna be able to do it.
And then people act like they're insane for doing that when they're literally in an existential war. What are they going to do? They have to like do what they can to like exact costs from like the imposed costs on the like most powerful empire in the world. Like if that means attacking like their allies like nearby, like certainly attacking their bases, but then they have to do that. Right.
Yeah.
Like, in this case, it's also a retaliation. I mean, I think the best example of what you're talking about is how, recently we saw the death of Ali Larijani right after we were talking about him in our last episode. At the very, very end, we were talking about him for whatever reason. And then like afterwards, like I went online and he was dead.
Yeah. That late that night, I saw the reports of it.
Yeah. But like kind of like, that's like the best example is how like they think like, oh, if we kill like these leadership figures, then like this whole society will just collapse. Like, and it's kind of like, well, they do have like institutions. They do have like, strong political institutions that like are, have a certain level of like stability, right? It's kind of like if you wiped out like Trump's entire cabinet, like there are like systems in place that would be like, you would have the like president pro tempore of the Senate. Yeah, exactly. A survivor. You have
Bobby Kennedy would get to be president finally. Exactly. Like it wouldn't just collapse, and it's kind of like imperialist and like Western arrogance to think that they have some kind of like flimsy little system set up, and you can even see. Like
it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
It's like the Graham Wood article about how there's like 10 mullahs, and if you kill them, then Iran will become a democracy. It's like
it's
not
ridiculous.
Iran is a democracy, but like it become a Western liberal heckin' epic Zio state or whatever.
Right.
The whole idea that Iran isn't a democracy, like it's a mixed democracy, you could say, right? Like there's a lot of like America isn't a pure democracy either, as many of the same people who now are in favor of this war will often point out, right? It's a republic. Exactly.
We
have like the incredibly
by
undemocratic institution of the Electoral College. Yeah, and like even besides that, we don't have like real like full choice. It's not like a lottery system, or something where we select our Republican candidates through like random selection of the population. It's like who do the Priskers decide? Is going to be
right.
Who does the Hyatt hotel chain favor?
Basically, the Hyatt ex-slave hotel owner gets to decide. Yeah, it's not just mediated, but almost like entirely controlled and managed by the various members of the ruling class who have set like a corrupt system that you can like fund, and then everyone goes, oh wow, we need to get money out of politics, when like they've clearly set up a corrupt system on purpose to control it, and that has no brakes on it now after like Citizens United.
They decide the candidates, which then like we sort of like vote on in a like not democratic at all, like wackadoodle primary system, which and then like we have the general election in a like totally like farcical electoral college, which like gives land votes and is like totally warped. So, but like, I feel like that is basically like not too different from how like Iran like elects its president.
Right. They have a similar thing. They have like a more like hardcore faction, and then they have like a reformist party, and it's like it has this. It's the same like size of. It's maybe like a similar size of spectrum. As like the United States has in terms of like the swing between the two parties.
It might be the same amount of choice, but like the mechanisms in which choice is restricted are different. So like it's scarier to people because it's less familiar. But and I do think that like if the society hadn't been like constantly under siege, if things had gone differently, which of course they didn't. Realities are what they are, right? So
right. None of this happens in a
certainly
vacuum.
now I think it is certainly true that like the current circumstances, I really think that like everything that's being done now, it's very funny that like part of the sort of pretext for all this is like making Iran more democratic, when like I think that all this is only going to make Iran less democratic. It could only do that, you know.
Yeah, the idea that we're going to have like there's going to be a chill, like a democratic election, the way lots of countries have it, like after the U.S. and Israel like destroy it and dominate it.
I mean, I guess it's like an absurd pretext that we shouldn't even waste time like a pretending is like sincere, because like I think that what they really want is like, you know, an LCC for Iran. You know, that's like what they.
I think
like,
either that, or at least maybe in Israel's case, like
you know,
like either a totally subservient like ruler with like a strong hand over the security services that can sort of like transmit like U.S. will, like, you know, into like whatever policies they want, or and this is maybe might be the Israel factions like in more their interest of just like destroying it, like wrecking the country
that's
completely
also true.
Into being a hellhole, because like for them it's like you know, like they want it to be neutralized.
They're
they
not,
don't
like,
care about
next door
democracy
to it, you know, so it's not like kind of volatile. You know, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, who knows? They that might be part of their calculus. I feel like there would be probably like the, you know, the remnants of the IRGC probably like in a total social breakdown probably would form something kind of like, you know, like a Shia paramilitary that would, or like a nominally Shia paramilitary or something, you know, like that would like potentially be like a threat to Israel. So I feel like they would want like a partner in the region to like, you know, like keep that, rather than just like kind of letting it go totally out of control. They would probably want like a strong partner in the region to like suppress that, and like, you know, to keep that under control.
At least ideally have part of a future Iranian government be like Israel aligned and like, helping them on
even
the
if
ground.
it's just like the Kurds or whatever, like something, they would probably want to be fighting that. Like you could see it being like a mirror of Syria in a way, where you have like kind of you know,
the Alawite power base, which is like kind of confined to like kind of boxed in like one part of the country, and then being surrounded by all sides by like foreign proxy armies that are chipping away at it.
I mean, or it could really be like you know, Syria, where like that the IRGC, presuming that there is a government collapse, which is not like, you know, a foregone conclusion by any means. No. Like it seems like not something that's going to happen in the near term at all. But I mean, maybe if they just like keep like pounding the country into oblivion, which seems to be the plan for the time being, like you know, in the long term, maybe. But yeah, I don't know.
I've seen a little more talk of it that maybe the last like 2 days, or particularly of the like Netanyahu and the Israelis kind of calling on the Iranian people to like rise up and like, don't worry, we're protecting you from the skies. Like you can go outside now and overthrow the government. But I really don't know how much of that is like wish casting and like throwing, because like things are maybe a little more frustrating than they thought they would be. And they're just like, why not? Yeah, why not try to, or at least that's good for like PSYOP content, you know, to like make it seem like they're making moves now to get people to rise up in the streets, to like freak out to destabilize the Iranian government or something like that. Though every video I've seen from the actual streets of like Tehran is not probably what the Israelis would want to see right now. There's a lot of funerals, a lot of, you know, martyrdom vibes, and like people like kind of national unity, you know, marching fearlessly in the streets and saying,
I saw like a couple of videos of like street battles and stuff, but I don't know how widespread that is, or if it's just people like panicking. But I mean, I imagine there is some of that. There certainly was recently, so you know, in January. So I don't know, like, I mean, but as like in the long term, I don't know, like what it's like. It seems like that both the U.S. and Israel like are, I mean, obviously very powerful states that can really project power across the whole globe. So not sure like how, like we'll see how the Islamic Republic is able to hold out against that. Like you know, it remains to be seen. It's hard to envision what the future holds. They basically would need to like, you know, establish deterrence, and like to the point where like, I don't know, in the very long term, I guess all societies collapse in the very long term, but you know, maybe in the medium term, it seems hard to imagine that like I guess if they can hold out until like a democratic administration doesn't have like the stomach for it, you know, it doesn't like want to like deal with the sort of political costs of it, comes in, then maybe like they could sort of like get their bearings. But
I saw somebody make this comparison, which I just think does make sense, which is, you know, this is a little bit like a welterweight fighting in a boxing match against a heavyweight. Like if the welterweight draws, you know, or like goes all 15 rounds and doesn't get knocked out by the heavyweight, like that's kind of a win, right? Because you're dealing with asymmetric, you know, people fighting each other. Like if all they have to do is survive, they have to go 15 as many rounds as it like takes before America gets exhausted.
Of course, you're not expecting the like welterweight to knock out the heavyweight.
Like they're not going to do anything.
The question is like, will the welterweight survive? And or will the welterweight be like, you know, critically injured, right? Because usually like you don't have that kind of boxing match for safety reasons. Right. You get seriously hurt.
But there is also
slammed on by a heavyweight. Although I guess some people have cross divisions, but
but there is also there's a lot of rumbling. Like I think Reuters has been reporting today that the U.S. is seriously considering, I guess, sending in ground troops, maybe to Kharg Island, maybe along the coast or something like that. You know, which. Again, it's hard to imagine that wouldn't be a disaster, like from the U.S. perspective. It just feels like it's not an easy country to invade with ground troops, and like with their martyr drones alone, you know, their decentralized like defense capabilities, you know, like
we have like the people in command, like in the U.S., like are very obsessed with like personal honor, and like they don't want to like be perceived to like lose, you know, they want to have like a concrete victory. And like, you know, obviously we know Pete Hegseth is very sensitive to the media, and like I think that if they like, you know, declare a victory now, no one's going to believe it, like, and they're going to have to hear like how they lost and how like it was an embarrassment, and like that they'll like kind of hate. I mean, it sounds like not like very like, you know, inside baseball geopolitics, but I think that is definitely a factor, like that they have like an ego component to it where they don't like want to. The only thing that's going to persuade them to concede and like to pull out is going to be like the political costs, like that's you know, and the economic costs, which are obviously related. But
and then there's the associated loss of prestige that any empire fears when it's like going into a situation like this, like fighting a less powerful opponent and not even not beating them decisively is like it
encourages like all your enemies. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh hey, you know, So I think that they like do want to have like some kind of victory. Like they want, like, I think that certainly Trump, who is the commander in chief like of you know, the United States military and the chief executive of the country, like he, and like obviously Netanyahu's in it for like the long haul, right? So like he's willing to do anything because he, like, mostly his people aren't dying, right? Like he's sacrificing less. He's got more to gain and less to lose. So anything that I feel like Trump will tolerate, Netanyahu will tolerate. And like the war like makes it like, you know, the more television under bombardment, the less sort of attention there is on like his whole political situation, right? So like, because, you know, he's supposed to like basically go to jail. It should be in jail like 1,000 times over at this point. So
he's sort of outrunning the
which he probably, you know,
long
doesn't
arm
want
of
to
the law.
I'm sure he'll weasel his way out of it, but I guess he doesn't want to have to deal with it. So Trump, you know, he's been less willing than Netanyahu, is still probably very, very willing to like continue doing this because he wants to have that kind of Venezuela style win, I think. Where he can say like, we got this, you know, like this happened. I mean, hopefully he can like stop and like console himself that like he quote unquote obliterated all their military, and he said like we won multiple times. So I feel like, you know,
he has said
hopefully that. I feel like everyone should just like act like he's right, and like I think, you know what, everyone should take Pete Hegseth's advice back from 2025 when he was like, how about run some good stories back during the Operation Midnight Hammer or whatever. Like, I think that the press, if they actually want this war to end, they should all come together and just like talk about how like Iran sucks and was obliterated and like Trump won. And then maybe
I remember during the 12-day war, you know, because I think probably a big popular MSNBC line of attack on Trump was to be like, did you really destroy their nuclear weapons program? And it's like, don't, like, that's not the best argument to use right now. Like, maybe you should just be like, wow, you blew up their nuclear program. Crazy. You know, like, let him think that he did it. Like, because if you start to humiliate him and say that, like, oh, you didn't really, Mr. Trump, you did not actually blow up their dangerous nuclear capability. Like, first of all, you're also like, you're implicit in that is that like there's still a big threat that we might have to deal with, you know, classic NATO Democrat. But on top of that, you're like insulting, you know, you're insulting Mango Mussolini, and he doesn't like, you know, you're trying to get like needle at his ego to be like more bellicose, you know, like to prove that he really did it. Whereas like I don't even know if he really did or didn't.
Yeah. To what is the model in the chat? You say, you know, it's ridiculous to even hypothesize about the IRGC falling / being erased. You mean the IRI being erased when the Taliban didn't? Well, the Taliban did like, you know, lose power. They did get like forced out, and like we had to go through this whole long period of like LARPing.
A 20-year insurgency.
Yeah,
like, they did retake parts of the country at certain points, but there was like this low grade. They are bad.
That's also possible, and in fact, even in the long term, based on like what we've seen, like with like Reza Pahlavi, I mean, again, I don't think that he's going to actually come like back or anything, but like the you know, the fact that like there's any kind of like energy behind him, like Shireen Ebadi is like, you know, going on TV talking about like Reza Pahlavi's transition and stuff like that. Like, I think like, you know, if that's the case with the Shah, just imagine like the nostalgia for these. I think I said this before, but just imagine the nostalgia for the Islamic Republic. So like the return. I mean, even when the Taliban took power again, you know, people were like, well, let's see what
kind
they...
Let bygones be bygones, yeah.
You know, let's see what they have, you know, and I think that they were disappointing in certain ways, but like people were kind of like, all right, well, I know, I'm curious. Let's see like how you've grown. So I think like you could see something like that happening for sure. And I certainly don't think that like, you know, even if like we have a Syria type situation where we have kind of a loose state collapse or like a kind of, you know, they have like powerful paramilitaries, like, you know, holding various territory in Iran, kind of like this, you know, a de facto Balkanization, like that we did see in Syria until very recently. And still kind of, I mean, in the case of Israel, the Golan Heights, but anyway, like, you know, we saw this de facto Balkanization in Syria. We could see maybe something like that, but obviously it is true that the Iranian state is much stronger. So yeah, I certainly, you know, I don't see it collapsing in the near term. The only thing is that the, you know, it seems odd, or seems possible that the U.S. and Israel are not going to give up. And even if they do kind of like tactically retreat, it seems like they're inevitably going to come back. And the question is like, how much can Iran build up? You know, and it is.
I do think that it seems quite unlikely. I could be wrong. Yeah, it does seem quite unlikely at this point that they would be able to like smash the state or like break it up the way they did to Syria. You know, I mean, if you look at a country like Ukraine, now of course it does have like the full force of like NATO and the US, kind of like backstopping it, but like, you know, like Russia did have a pretty robust like military, you know, invasion of the territory, and like they weren't quite like Zelensky's been in power the last few years. Like his government, it's a lot of problems. Obviously, it's been a horrible war for that country, but like the main systems like of the main institutions have like more or less held. You know, he canceled the elections, he's still president. Like, yeah, I feel it would be very hard for me it would be very shocking if somehow like they were able to, like, without putting tons of boots on the ground, like airstrike their way or like economically choke their way into like getting the actual government to like fall, even to the extent that like parts of Syria did, where like the government lost control of like huge swaths of the country. Yeah, I think they bit off a big chunk, you know, like they bit off a lot trying to do this, and then with the pressure on the oil supplies and wrecking, you know, I think I saw today that the strikes on the Pars oil field, or the Qatari side of it, have taken about like 20% of their liquid natural gas fields offline, and it'll take an estimated 3 to 5 years to bring them back online. That's like putting up serious numbers of like fucking up the global economy, you know, and like seizing things up in retaliation for Israel blowing up their, you know, their natural gas facilities, and even dropping a bomb close to their nuclear reactor. Like I think an Israeli missile dropped like 1,000 feet from their nuclear reactor, maybe yesterday or the day before. So barring anything like really fucked up like that, like really apocalyptic, like bombing the reactor or something, I really don't see. There's just no easy way in, and they are united enough, partly because they do have this like a certain strain of like red Shi'ism, which I feel like the killing of, you know, Khamenei like really amped up rather than diminished. You know, like martyr mode has been activated, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't know if like the U.S. and Israelis have to be aware that that's a big part of the culture of modern Iran. But
I mean, I did see like a funny remark from Tulsi where she was like, "We may have played into their cultural beliefs in a way we did not anticipate." It's
you
like,
fucking
give me a break.
think, maybe. Yeah. Like but it almost wouldn't, like the way that the people in the national security state have just like an obsessive like hatred of Iran, like the Iranian regime that like humiliated us back in the embassy and blah blah blah. You know, like they're a little bit. They have a tendency towards irrationality about just how bad, but also just how much they suck, and like they're like everyone there wants to be free, and if you just gave them a little bit of an opening, they would all rise up and kill the Ayatollahs, and like it just kind of like a lot of like wishful ass thinking and like arrogant, you know, kind of Western imperialist thinking about like, well, we don't like them, so they must like suck. I mean, you can even see it in other contexts. I feel like the way like your average Democrat would talk about like Putler and the fact, well, and some of them move just into like hating Russians, like Rachel Maddow. Like Russians are actually bad, like people, but like in general, the kind of thing of like, oh, well, like if really like Russians would want to like elect like Navalny or something like that if you only let them, but Putler like, you know, fills their brains with lies and propaganda and blah blah blah, and it's like actually like his approval ratings like. He might be having a little more troubles now, but like it's generally much higher than you would assume by like watching like MSNBC about like how much he sucks and he's just a thug and he's just, you know, like they love to because they don't like him, they like to associate him with like being bad at everything, which like that can get a little dangerous when you start to underestimate, you know, like, you know, foreign actors that are like fundamentally kind of acting rationally and like defending their own interests and constantly projecting like the mullahs want to apocalyptically annihilate Israel with nuclear weapons.
Which is
Russia wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. Like these are myths about like what they're really after and why they're behaving this way, and it gets so like internalized that it makes me worry. Like within like the State Department, the CIA, the Defense Department, like they are feeding themselves like slop and disinfo and like imperialist kind of like fake imperialist talking points.
There's like a whole like cottage industry and like, you know, perpetuating like that kind of like racist, like civilizationalist, like Islamophobic, like Wahhabist slop about Iran. Like, and it's not just like grift, like, you know, your typical kind of like, you know, a smooth brain grifter. It's like, you know, like heckin' national security, like lanyard type people, you know, like trafficking that stuff for sure. So like
they go through like Georgetown, they go through these pipelines and they get taught by the serious experts.
Abu Ghazala, who, you know, lost her primary. R.I.P. I'm sure she like had her, you know, the brain watch helmet like put on and like had that stuff like pumped into her brain for like, you know, 500 straight hours. Like, In terms of Griffin's comment of like, why would rational actors choose this war? Like, you can't, like, they are rational actors, but you can't, like, necessarily, it doesn't equate to their choice being, like, prudent or wise, or like that. It is, they could make an imprudent choice, like, based on, you don't want to go into, like, the bumbling empire thing, but, like, there's also, like, you don't want to go, like, too far in the direction of, like, that they're, like, homo economicus either, where, like, they are, making, like, everything based on, the most, like,
they've game theory this all out.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah.
I mean, one thing that, like, Netanyahu probably, I think that Trump is, I could even see, like, I could even see J.D. Vance or, like, whatever, another Republican president, like, sort of cleaving more closely to the, like, being more afraid. I think that Trump, for Netanyahu and for Israel, might be perceived, whether he is or isn't, as a unique opportunity, someone who's uniquely pliable and uniquely willing to do this.
Yeah.
And so for the Israelis, they may see that this is their window to do this, whereas, like, the next president might be more hesitant. I think that's totally a possibility. So it's like, and so why wait till the end of that presidency? Right, it's either now, start as, like, get as much mileage out of the second Trump term as you can, because, like, who knows what could happen, right? Basically, it's the same calculus that you see with America's, like, European. Someone who said, like, the question they use the term ally, but it's European traditional allies, right? Like, they don't trust, like, the United States anymore because they see that, like, our political culture has become very volatile and polarized.
Right.
Not that it wasn't necessarily before, but, like, they don't trust that, like, the political winds might not shift, and people will, become, like, will be, like, moving away from Europe and being aggressive towards them and hostile. Probably the same thing with Israel, right? I mean, they probably can see what's going on in terms of the I don't think that they're oblivious to the sort of sentiments about Israel and the American population right now, right?
Yeah.
But they have someone who's basically bought and paid for, who, has this, is, I think, certainly in his twilight years, as the sun sets, he's even more pliable than I think he ever was, and he's surrounded by, I mean, his Secretary of War is, like, probably more Zionist than 50% of Israelis, so
yeah, they've gotten those people in, and I think AIPAC also. There's some kind of, like, leaked audio with one of the heads of, like, AIPAC that was talking about, like, anybody that's been in Congress, we have very good relationship with them. So, like, anybody like Marco Rubio, like, anybody that was a senator or a congressperson, like, they're kind of, like, they're AIPAC certified, and they have a good, like, relationship where they have constant contact with them and everything. So he's really surrounded by, like, a bunch of, like, bought and paid for Zios, and also, like, true believers. And I think that might explain some of, like, the imprudence and the rushed nature of, like, we got to just take them out, like, now, like, before the midterms of, like, 2026, where Trump's probably going to, like, lose a bunch of seats in Congress and becomes kind of a lame duck. Like, Netanyahu needs to keep this ball rolling, both for his own personal political survival and because this is, like, he's giving the hardest liners among the Zionists, like, what they want, like the blood-soaked, like, quest for a greater Israel, like, while they have the opening to do it, this is their chance to take part of Lebanon and, like, wipe out Hezbollah and get America to, like, cripple Iran as much as possible, so that, I don't know, like, they can finish up they can press ahead with their schemes to a level where, like, the next American president's not gonna be able to roll it back. Even if not that they, like, would, but I think they're, if you look at George, the Bushes, Clinton, Obama, Biden, like, it got hard to tell with Biden because he was so at the lunch and seemed to just completely co-sign, like, the genocide in Gaza. But, like, I'm sure that if Netanyahu is like, hey, like, let's kill Ayatollah Khamenei together, like, I think, like, the Biden administration even would have been like, I don't know about that, Jack, like, that seems risky.
I mean,
like,
it's
that kind of
not implausible that did happen, and the Biden administration did say, I don't know about that, Jack.
It totally could have happened. It totally could happen, and I think, Obama, like, like, he wasn't exactly a pro-resistance hero, but, like, he didn't have a great relationship by all accounts with like Netanyahu, and it kind of butted head. There was definitely like personal friction, and definitely a perception by the Israelis that like Obama wasn't like down enough. Like, yes, he was like basically like, you know, standard American kind of Zionist president, and would like look the other way when they did a lot of fucked up shit. But like, you know, at the same time, he, you know, was kind of, I don't think he would have been down for, like starting. I mean, he had the Iran deal. That was going to be his big feather in his cap. And so he pursued like a different strategy. He was pursuing a different strategy. The Israelis definitely wanted like confrontation. And eventually, I mean, they got Trump to like, they probably helped influence Trump to kill Soleimani in his first term. But, you know, then COVID kind of like derailed, you know, war near the end. But this time, they definitely convinced him that, like, and the people around him convinced him that this is the last best opening for whatever reason. It's also like, yeah, we don't know, like, in terms of it being rational versus irrational, like, was this part of a grander, you know, big fancy strategy to like fuck up China and their expansion across Asia, and all that kind of, and deny them oil.
Strategy, but you can,
but you know, like they think it's big and fancy. Like, this is an epic chess move that's like gonna you know, change everything. And so the immediate chaos is kind of like, that's why they're like kind of grinning and bearing their way through it, because they have like, they do have a real objective in their mind. They're not being totally honest about, you know, that is about like fucking with China. And asserting like U.S. and allied power, like in the Middle East, you know, and locking down hegemony. I mean, they do seem to be running a risk with like endangering the sort of petrodollar system that I have always assumed was like pretty important to U.S. hegemony, right? But that now that the facilities that kind of like co-sign that are getting blown up, and it might be closed for a while. That seems like a risky move, unless they, I don't know. People say, oh, they want to like crash the dollar on purpose because the sicko elites have decided that blah blah blah. I'm not, you know, never rule anything out, but I'd say I'm not sold on that yet because that seems so dangerous. Like, why would you threaten the monopoly you already have, like you know, in an existential way? Because you're gonna roll out like a crypto coin or something. Like, I don't know. Like it seems that would be very reckless.
Yeah, we should return to Ari Shariati. Right. But I did want to say, you know, since you know the Taliban was mentioned, like I want to encourage people to not like, you know, don't be totally diverted from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Like, it's very important situation to watch. We're seeing like some serious atrocities being inflicted on Afghanistan right now. So. You know,
there's a rehab center that was blown up in Kabul, I think, that killed like 400 people.
Yeah, it was insane.
What is the nature of the news has been so like lopsided and weird that started like right before the U.S. and Israel attacked. So like, what is even the nature of their conflict right now?
We talked about this before, but like basically there were like some like sort of ISIS-K type like terrorist attacks.
Okay.
And then Pakistan like, you know, did some like airstrikes within Afghanistan like in retaliation of like Taliban targets, right? Because I guess their logic would be that there's like, oh, you know, who can tell the difference between like, you know, ISIS-K and the Taliban,
ISIS-K.
Right? They're the same thing. So yeah,
that's
and
suspect.
Then Taliban retaliated, Afghanistan retaliated, and you know, then Pakistan was like, we're in open war right now. So they've basically been kind of doing something like, you know, maybe with a bit more restraint, but than the U.S. has been with and Israel have been with Iran, but only like maybe 1% more. They've been kind of waging.
I mean, 400 people in one airstrike is pretty. That's pretty
like
high.
A hospital. Like
Yeah, it's hard to understand the strategic value. Also, it's just the timing of it is very odd. Like,
there's definitely a connection.
Both of these countries, share a border with Iran. You know, on the eastern side, and it's like an ISIS-K. Every time I've heard about ISIS-K in the news, they were either fighting with the Taliban or blowing up shit in Iran.
Ibrahim said the same thing. I mean, like, I feel like when we had him on for our Taliban episode, I feel like the fact that, like, when we both expressed that feeling about ISIS-K, every time I've said that about ISIS-K to anybody, they've always, like, had the same opinion. So I don't know. Like at first I was like, oh, am I being too anointed? Like, am I, saying that ISIS-K is like totally like
they're just a sus like manufactured,
like literally like a cutout. Like, but everybody like I don't know to what degree they're like just a straight up cutout, but obviously these things are more complex than that. But everyone I've ever like brought up that idea to has agreed. Maybe it's self-selecting in a way because I only mentioned the people who I feel like might be on board, but I feel like there seems to be something there. Their actions tend to be very convenient.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel that way about ISIS itself, but like doubly so for like the franchise, but the franchises that just started popping up that are like not connected by land to ISIS, like the quote unquote caliphate, like in Mesopotamia, like the ISIS-K is one, and then like ISIS in West Africa was just doing like horrible terrorist attacks in like northern Nigeria, like blowing up like Muslims, like in whatever, doing like very like Gladio style like suicide bomber attacks in like public marketplaces and shit like that. And it's just kind of like, okay, you guys are ISIS too. Like it just becomes like a franchise at a certain point. But I smell the
it makes
Western
sense
hands
in a way,
being involved.
but it's like a branding thing. But at the same time,
I question the organic
actions,
nature. I vigorously question the organic nature of any ISIS affiliate group being like not somehow puppeteered by like Western intelligence services at this point, because they only attack like things that are like what the West would want attacked. Like it's
that's
literally
really
the only
the
purpose
thing.
they serve.
Like they
and doing
and
like Gladio terror.
It's always at like very opportune times. Usually, it's always at like extremely opportune times.
It ties up
and
other.
They always seem to like come up like right when it's not.
It's
just
like Mothman. Like whenever there's something else is about to happen,
it's not just
Mothman
like when you're
appears.
paying attention. Like I've like you could check it like the timeline of ISIS-K activities, and like you can see like
am I supposed to believe that the ISI, the robust intelligence service of Pakistan, like got blown up by ISIS-K and is like, Afghanistan, how could you? Taliban, we're bombing you now. Like they're not stupid. Like, you know what I mean? Like if we can speculate on this stuff and deduce it by just looking at the news, I guarantee you that, the ISI probably understands the nuances of these different groups. And like, I guess I would heavily question either like, the Taliban. I wouldn't call myself like a, massive, like, fan of that. I don't like everything they do, but I don't think that they're,
okay.
like, I mean,
popular opinion. But
like, you know what? It's their country, and like, whatever. Like, we tried to invade them for 20 years and whatever, so like, I would heavily question the idea of like them being like, you know what? ISIS-K, they're not that bad. We should team up with them and like do terrorist attacks in Pakistan. What? Like that's not a smart idea. Why? Why would the Taliban do that? And just as things are like settling down and like stabilizing after like over 2 decades of warfare, you know what I mean? Like it just cui bono, It's very odd. But yeah, that's kind of like softening up you never know. I don't know what nature that conflict could take, but it does make me think, like perhaps the eastern borders of Iran with Afghanistan and Pakistan could be like destabilized, in a similar way that there were certain like Israeli U.S. airstrikes on border outposts, like on the western border in the Kurdish region, right? Like early in the war, I think they ended up not sending in like proxy troops, but they were blowing up like lowly like border guard stations. They weren't like going after high value targets.
And like ISIS-K and the Taliban like are usually fighting like they're supposed to be enemies.
Exactly.
Like,
that's why like I haven't heard anything about like suddenly they've changed their mind, they're good friends now, and they decided to attack Pakistan together. Like we're missing some info here. I think
there's definitely like the Pakistani sort of realpolitik on the Afghanistan issue is not it's not realpolitik. It's not they're not really seeing the issue clearly. They certainly have a certain they have tendentious they have certain leanings on the matter. Definitely, it's like kind of it's a complex like political issue where it has to do with like domestic politics in a way, and like their feelings about like the Afghan minority and like Afghanistan in general. And you know, it like there was that like mass expulsion of Afghans recently from Pakistan, and it has to do with like, so, you know, like we were actually talking about this a little bit in our Imran Khan episode, like that there's like a you know kind of popular movements for like Pashtuns and
I mean now maybe we're seeing I'm just spitballing here, but we perhaps could be seeing the fruits of kind of the U.S. backed or certainly U.S. endorsed plot to drive Imran Khan out of office a few years ago in 2022, and putting maybe a more U.S. friendly like administration
under the idea that like and one of the biggest accusations against him was that he was too friendly to the Taliban, right?
And Russia as well. That both of those
of course,
because that happened right
Ukraine,
after.
But, you know, it was a popular political attack against him.
But then I think maybe the tripwire was like after he went to Moscow and like shook hands with Putler and kind of proclaimed a little bit of like a non-aligned status, like when the Ukraine conflict started. And I think that's when like the Biden administration was like, all right, fuck, this guy's got to go, you know. And then within a couple, not long, right? I think in a couple months, they had sort of like driven him out of office and then subjected him to all these corruption cases. So now he's in jail. And, you know, maybe I would have to assume that the government, I actually don't know who's the prime minister right now, but I would have to assume the current government is more U.S. friendly. Even with Trump, with Trump in, I think. A lot of games going on. A lot of games. I think, I did want to bring up for a second, going back to Ari Shariati. I find it odd that I look through all these different sources. Maybe the biography you read of him gets into this, but there is almost like very little information about what happened to him in terms of like him dying in England in 1977.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like cardiac fail. I guess like the sort of the not like assassination explanation is that like he like just had cardiac failure from like I guess stress. I mean he was under stress, I guess, so whatever.
Yeah, formally died of a heart attack. But then every source I see just say most of his followers believe that like the SAVAK killed him, and they just like said it was like maybe just like stabbed him or shot him on the streets of London in 1977. And then I don't know, maybe the British government like kind of covered it up and made it seem like he just had a good old heart attack. I don't know if they had a heart attack gun. There's one source by Rahnema 2004 that is cited. It is generally assumed that he had been murdered by SAVAK agents, but then I'm like, nobody's written more in depth about this like plot to murder him. I guess everyone just feels like that's probably what happened. It was sus, and maybe SAVAK was not very convincing in denying it or even bothered to. It seemed like a kind of obvious intimidation attempt.
I mean, certainly like it was right after he had like fled Iran, like kind of feeling like he couldn't continue to live there, so that like definitely cast suspicion on the Iranian government.
Definitely.
An agent of the government may have done it. Like, it's I mean, he was quite young when he died, so it's unusual that he would just have a heart attack.
Yeah, I did find one thing from the University of Southampton in the UK, the final and fateful sojourn of Iranian revolutionary scholar Ari Shariati in Southampton, or I guess a professor like led a group project module where they explored the brief stay in Southampton of Shariati, his short stay in the UK and unexpected death on June 18th, 1977 have been shrouded in myth. Both scholars and the wider public have thought that Shariati died in London. Well, yeah, I guess. Information on Shariati's time in Southampton was sparse and hazy. In order to shed fresh light on this mystery, the students undertook a significant amount of first-hand research using archives and interviews. Most important of all, they discovered his death certificate, which sheds new light on this last episode of his life. At the time, Shariati's students and supporters did not know that Shariati had left Iran in May 1977. Most people got to know of his whereabouts when news spread rapidly across Iran that Shariati, quote, was killed by the SAVAK on the streets of London. Although Shariati's stay and his death in Southampton was mentioned in a few documents, the perceived intelligence at the time linked the UK episode of Shariati's life and death to London. This could be partly because for the people in Iran, London at that period represented England, and the majority did not know about cities outside London. Shariati's brief adventure in Southampton was also the subject of last year's group project research. They went through the police records and the general hospital, but found nothing. This year, they were advised to continue the research to see if they could discover why Shariati came to Southampton in the first place when so many thought he was in London. Ali Rahnema, the main biographer of Shariati, suggests that it was largely due to chance. According to him, Shariati initially wanted to go to Paris, where he had previously studied, but his close friend, Nasser Minachi, founder of the Hosseiniya Irshad, I guess where he delivered his lectures, persuaded him to go to London, where he could stay with Minachi's grown-up children, giving them a chance to meet him. However, according to Rahnema, when Shariati arrived in London, he found that the address or telephone number of the Minachi family, which he had scribbled down on the back of a cigarette packet, were incorrect. He was therefore forced to resort to his only other contact, Ali Fakuhi, who was his wife's cousin and who studied at the University of Southampton. After a short stay at Fakuhi's apartment, Shariati rented his own property in Southampton. However, after only 3 weeks of staying there, he died of a heart attack. The most intriguing question that the students needed to investigate was where exactly he lived and died in Southampton, a piece of information that no one, either from the public or those who had widely published about Shariati, knew. Rahnema does not clarify whether Shariati moved to, where he moved to after his stay with Fakuhi, or who he had contact with while he was in Southampton. They searched Ancestry.com, but could not find any results. They had the original idea of looking for him under another name. They had remembered that upon leaving Iran, Shariati traveled with a passport bearing only his second surname, Mazenani, to avoid detection from SAVAK. Following this lead, the students traced a death certificate in the name of Ali Mazenani, who died in Southampton in 1977. It gave them the address where he died, namely 10 Portswood Park. This then was the address Shariati moved to after leaving Fakuhi's attic. The students wrote, "We followed this up by finding the house, and we asked neighbors or the current residents if they knew anything about Shariati. Unfortunately, they didn't know, as they had recently acquired it. However, they looked at who owned the property at the time. It turned out to be University of Southampton psychology lecturer named Dr. George Butterworth, who had since passed away. We wanted to discover why Dr. Butterworth had decided to rent to Shariati. We managed to contact his family, who put us in touch with his friend at the time, Alan Castell. We conducted an interview with Castell, which revealed that Dr. Butterworth had been sympathetic to political exiles. His wife even had connections to Iran. This goes some way toward explaining why Shariati ended up in this particular place in Southampton. The student said our final goal was to discover the impact of his time in Southampton. They looked in the census data. This revealed that while in 1971 there were only 30 Iranians in the community, by 1981 this had increased to 189 and over 1,000 by 2011. Initially, we thought the increasing number of Iranians in Southampton was due to Shariati's last days there, but when we published this information in the form of a website, a local Iranian contacted us to say that actually Southampton was an official center for refugees after the Iranian Revolution, which explains the growth in population. So it actually, like exiles from the revolution flooded into Southampton. Yeah. I guess that's about it in terms of what they discovered. It doesn't really clear up what really did happen to him.
Yeah, it's probably going to remain unknown. We can only speculate.
Yeah, or was Dr. Butterworth really a real one, or was he SAVAK? Did he turn him? I don't want to impugn Dr. Butterworth, unfairly, but that is, it's funny how little information. It's just so obscure, what actually happened to him in his last days. It's just all very mysterious. Yeah,
it's certainly something that Iran is capable of. So.
Right.
Both pre and post revolution. So, assassinations abroad.
Totally.
I think we should definitely read a little bit of religion, contra religion, or Mazhab, Ali Mazhab, because this is another this is a great essay of his, which I feel like is pretty iconic, and gets into some of the stuff that we've been talking about.
For sure.
I don't know if we can read the whole thing.
If you don't want to do a little passage, I would like to also read a little bit from that article you found, Ali Shariati, Islamizing Socialism and Socializing Islam, which I thought that has some really good I mean, it's probably easier than reading from his big thing about Marxism.
I think some of this will like get into like a little bit of that. Yeah, like some of what is discussed in that article will be kind of apparent from this essay.
I'm just gonna step away for 1 sec, but if you want to start reading,
I will. Yeah, so this is a religion contra religion. Mazhab is the word that's being used for religion. There may be an ambiguity in this title, as it stems from the fact that we are accustomed to thinking that religion, or madhab, has always been opposed to, the author uses heresy as a translation, I'll probably keep saying that, but kufr is the word. It's always been opposed to kufr, unbelief, disbelief, heresy. And that throughout history, battle has waged between religion and atheism, bi-mazhabi, so like not a religion. And therefore, the interpretation of religion is a strange, vague, amazing, and consequently unacceptable interpretation. I have recently realized, however, or perhaps had realized before, but not with such clarity, that throughout history, religion has always battled religion, but never irreligion as we understand it today. I do not have in mind history in its popular usage, as the history of the emergence of civilization or writing. I have in mind the birth on earth of human social life as we know it today. The beginning of writing dates to 6,000 years ago, but the history I have in mind is more than 20,000 or 30,000, or according to some, 50,000 years old. Using tools from various disciplines, including archaeology, history, zoology, and mythology, we have a rudimentary understanding of early humans and the evolution of their social life, lifestyle, and beliefs. Throughout these periods, the first chapter of which speaks of myths, stories, and fables, and gradually becomes clearer and better documented as we approach historical time, in every instance and without exception, religion has risen against religion. Why? Because history has no precedence for a society without religion. That is, a society without religion does not have a historical precedence. A human, insan, without religion has never existed. In no race, in no historical epoch, in no stage of social development, and in no corner of the world. Recently, that is, the centuries since civilization, thought, rationality, and philosophy have emerged, we have occasionally encountered people who do not believe in God or in the hereafter. But never throughout history have these individuals functioned as a class, a group, or a society. And according to Alexis Carrel, history is replete with societies that were, in essence, religious organizations. The heart and norms of each society, desire, religious belief, prophet, or scripture, and even the material form of each city reflects the spiritual condition of that society. Kind of interesting. In the medieval era, as well as in antiquity, in the East and in the West, societies consisted of houses or a complex of buildings that often housed individual tribes. But in every quarter, either one tribe, stratified on the basis of noble descent and social status, lived in the higher, larger units closer to the city center, or members of the tribe lived in a classless social unit. Nevertheless, what is common to larger cities in Eastern and Western civilizations is that all these towns were, quote-unquote, symbolic. A symbolic city is a city that presents itself through a known sign. The symbol that refracted the personality of the large city was the temple, a system that is on the demise today. I never heard the term on the demise anyway. For example, on the decline. For example, Tehran is not a symbolic city. For if we study the material landscape of the city, we find that it is not aggregated around one pole, one site, or one religious or non-religious building. That is, the structures do not have a core or a pivot. But a single aerial photograph of the city of Mashhad reveals a symbolic city. That is, a city in which the buildings are gathered in proximity to a pivot, which is the heart and identity of the city, as if they hover around a burning candle. Why were these cities symbolic? The reason is that no edifice, be it an edifice belonging to a civilization or a nation or a town, has existed without a religious rationale. In our Persian language, we can study the local histories written about various towns, such as Tarikh-i Qum, the history of Balkh, known as Fadail-i Balkh. That was actually Shariati's dissertation topic in France. Tarikh-i Bukhara, Tarikh-Nishapur, and the likes of these titles describe a city. All these texts begin with a religious account. That is, they could not imagine that a town of some stature could emerge or be built on the basis of a factor, anil, other than a religious factor, or a rationale, other than a religious rationale. There is always either a prophet buried there, or a religious miracle around which the town takes shape, or a saint, or a religious figure that is expected to be buried there later. Except in the present, the rationale everywhere is a religious one. This shows that in principle, all ancient societies, whether class-based or not, tribal or not, vast imperial states such as Rome, or small independent city-states such as Greece, tribal ones such as the Arab ones, whether civilized and advanced or underdeveloped and in decline, including all races, share a single spirit, a ruh, known as the religious spirit. An ancient man in every period and every worldview was a religious man. Therefore, the word kufr, which we understand today to mean atheism, or a lack of belief in the supernatural and the hereafter, the unseen, God and sainthood, and the existence of one or several deities, did not exist in the world because all humans agreed on these principles. The problem of kufr, which we understand today to mean the lack of religion, or atheism, or anti-religion, is a very new meaning, limited to the past 2 or 3 centuries after the Middle Ages. One definition is imported from the West and refers to a person's lack of conviction in God, the supernatural, and the hereafter. In Islam and in old civilizations, when there is talk of kufr, the implication is not atheism. Why? For atheism did not exist, and kufr therefore was itself a religion, as in a religion that imputes heresy to another religion. And that heretical religion, in turn, imputed heresy to another religion. Thus, heresy meant religion and not atheism. Throughout history, be it the history of Abrahamic religions, Eastern or Western religions, or any religion, when a prophet or a revolution has arisen in the name of religion, firstly, it has risen despite an already existing religion in its vicinity. And secondly, the first group or network to stand up to this religion and resist it has been itself religion. On that account, we encounter a major topic that solves the most fundamental problem of contemporary intellectuals regarding passing judgment, and furthermore, analyses and critiques. The most consequent judgment has been passed against religion. The verdict that religion is opposed to civilization, progress, peoples, or freedom, or is indifferent to them, is arrived at on the basis of precise scientific objective truths and repeated historical experiences. It is not an insult, it is not a slur stemming from revenge, enmity, suspicion, or blame, but a precise scientific observation based on the realities of history and human society and human life. But why do I think it a correct judgment? Why do I not think it a correct judgment? Because even us believers, that is the religious types, do not know that throughout history, in different ways but in essence united, there have been 2 religions that have struggled against each other. The 2 religions don't just have their differences, they fight each other as mentioned. The ideological and religious wars of the past have been between these 2 religions. For an unknown reason, we must first make a blanket judgment about religion, and we prove it. Next, we do the same for our own religion, and this is a wrong method. The same is true of opponents of religion in the past 2 or 3 centuries, especially in the 19th century when anti-religious sentiments peaked in Europe, who made the same mistake and failed to segregate these 2 religions. This, although the 2 religions are not only different, but contrary to and contradictory and have fought against each other and will continue to do so. That is the opponents of religion, judgment is based on one of these 2 religions, which is sound and correct and based on historical truths. But they know nothing about the opposing side, which too is religion. Just as we, who are religious, are not aware of it. They have automatically extended the sound judgment, which is applicable to only half of the truth, to all of it, including the opposing side of religion, and therein lies the mistake. As mentioned earlier, these 2 religions have many differences, but if we intend to compare all the characteristics of these 2 religions and enumerate them, we will be compelled to prove each characteristic in one religion and disprove the same characteristic in the other. As I am using expressions that are familiar to all of us but differently to imply another meaning, I therefore request that you refrain from interpreting them in the familiar sense, but to discern their meaning according to my intention. The first word that needs explanation because of the ambiguity that nestles in it and is quite widespread and lends to the integration of 2 quite distinct topics is kufr, shirk, and butparasti, or idolatry, which are commonplace in religious discourse. Kufr is to cover, as in agriculture, where a seed is planted and then covered with dirt. The truth that exists in human hearts may be covered in a black veil of ignorance or partisanship or opportunism. That is why it is called kufr. This heresy does not signify hiding the truth of a religion by resort to atheism, but rather hiding the truth of religion by resort to another religion. Shirk, association of others with God, does not imply godlessness, for they have more gods than most. A heretic, or a mushrik, is not a person who does not believe in God or worship him. We know the opponents of Jesus, Moses, and Abraham are heretics and not the godless. Who are the heretics? They do not lack belief in God, but they have superfluous gods, or worship a plurality of gods. Thus, scientifically speaking, a person who holds no religious belief or sentiment cannot be accused of heresy, for a heretic has idols, different idols, concedes his servitude to these idols, and believes in the impact of these idols on the destiny of the world and on his own life. The heretic looks at his gods in the same manner that we look at God. Thus, from the vantage point of sentiment, the heretic is religious, but benighted in his pursuit of religious truth. False religion differs from irreligion. Consequently, heresy is a religion, and the oldest known form of religiosity among human societies. Before we proceed, allow me to explain idolatry, which is a specific form of the religion of heresy, and not equivalent to it, or the religion of kufr. Heresy is a general type of religion that at one historical juncture took the form of idolatry. In this manner, idolatry implies statues or holy objects that are sacred to its followers. They are held to be semi-divine or divinities themselves. Alternatively, they may be viewed as representatives or agents of God on earth. In any event, one of these divinities is viewed as efficacious in determining the course of events of the world. Idolatry is one sect of the religion of Kufr. When the Quran attacks, discusses, or criticizes them, it does so in general terms. Why? The intent is to avoid the very same verdict that has marred our judgment, so that we may understand that Islam did not oppose one instance of idolatry, but in tandem with past monotheisms, it hit at the roots of the religion of Kufr in all its iterations, including idolatry. We think that the enemy exists only in the form that we are familiar with, whereas atabuduna ma tahituna, that is, how can you worship things you carve with your own hands?
Wow.
We have statues made of wood and stone, but the only things that we worship that have been fashioned with our own hands? No, heresy has existed and continues to do so as a general religion in hundreds of material and immaterial forms throughout human history. Among them is idolatry as found in pre-Islamic Africa or Arabia. Atabaduna ma tahituna is a general axiom, a definition of the equality of worship in the religion of heresy. Throughout history, this religion of heresy has walked side by side with monotheistic religions and will continue in this manner. It never disappeared with the tale of Abraham or with the emergence of Islam. On one side of this battle line is the worship of God, a deliberate God with the capacity to create and order the world is commonplace in Abrahamic religions. He is the creator, that he has created the whole world, and he is the organizer, that is his will guides and moves the universe. He has free will and is sovereign over existence, and he is omniscient and cognizant of all that transpires in the universe. At the same time, the same God determines the direction of life and the creation and the objective of the universe. Worshipping this absolute power has been the mantra of all Abrahamic religions. In fact, Abraham's purpose in declaring this mantra was exhorting all humans to worship one power in existence and focusing on one direction in creation and believing in one efficient force in all of existence as well as depending on one source of solace in life. This call, known in history as the call to the unity, the tawhid of God, has this worldly and material component as well, which is when a group of people behold that all of creation is made by one power, and all of creation, be it humans, animals, plants, or insentient matter, jamidat, is ruled by one force, and there is no efficient cause except for him. And all things in humans and colors and genera and essences are the artifice of one creator. Then it follows logically that God's unity, or God's singularity in existence, necessitates human unity, tawhidi bashari, on earth. In other words, at the same time that the unity of God has decreed that all of creation is one imperium, ruled by one force, all humans emanate from one fount and are guided by one force and focused in one direction and made of the same genus, and have one God, and all powers, symbols, manifestations, values, and signs must perish in his presence. Then perforce I, who believe in the unity of God, if I look at the universe, I see it as one sentient body, and I see one spirit, force, and will that rules over this sentient body, and it is therefore one whole. In the same vein, if I look at all of humanity, I see it as one unit of shared genus and values, because it is made by one organ. This religion of unity, Dini Tawhidi, is one of two contending religions, is built in the worship of one God and one power in all of creation and human destiny throughout history. I have already mentioned that an exigent of the unity of God is the unity of the universe, and an exigent of the latter is the unity of man. On the other hand, this belief is specific to humans. The innate human sentiment of worshiping one power and believing in one sanctity, according to Durkheim, or in the hereafter, according to the Quran, that belief is in human nature, and it has existed throughout time. The sign of a thing's innateness is its persistence and its comprehensive scope. These signs demonstrate the innate nature of a thing. If you consider a people, it has, milad is the term that he uses, it has held belief throughout its history. Or if we consider a period, any part of the world, it has always existed. It is its sign of its innate character. This sentiment, availed by the religion of unity, and acknowledging this force that dominates the world so powerfully, leads to an efficacious and teleologic sentiment. Moreover, the same sentiment, availed by the religion of unity, is reflected in history in the form of belief in the unity of humanity, and the unity of all races and all characteristics and all families and all individuals, and the unity of rights, values, and ethics. On the other hand, the same religion, the same religious sentiment continues as heresy throughout history, taking different forms at different times to spawn the strongest force against the first religion that I mentioned, the largest and most effective resistance against the spread of the religion of unity. Time constraints prevent me from describing all religions in this manner, but our limited familiarity with the great prophets reflects this fact. In the case of Moses, for example, everywhere in the Torah, in the literature about the Torah and the Torahic legacy, and even the Quran itself and the Hadith literature, Moses' deadliest foes were the Samaritan and Balaam, son of Beor. Who was the Samaritan? After Moses had painstakingly called his people to the singular God and dissuaded them with a modicum of success from idol worshipping and calf worshipping that were the prevalent forms of heresy among them, the Samaritan takes advantage of Moses' absence twice and reconstructs the calf so that the people may worship it. The person who constructs the calf for people to worship instead of Yahweh, God, Allah, is not a godless person or an unbeliever. He is a believer, perhaps a proselytizer, or even a custodian of religion. Who was Balaam, son of Beor? Balaam was the greatest cleric of this period and in charge of the religion of the people who rose against Moses, and as he controlled the religion, sentiment, and faith of the people in his hands, he was able to resist the truth and the religion of unity and blow it the deadliest attacks. Consider Jesus, the suffering that Jesus endured until his last day in crucifixion, according to them. The blows, travesties, and defeats he suffered, as well as the accusations and gossip against himself and his mother, all were instigated by the Pharisees. Who were the Pharisees? Pharisees were defenders and custodians of religion at the time. They were not materialists, Mehdi, unbelievers, Zanadika, or atheists, Dahri. They were no materialists at this time. They were believers and custodians of the religion of heresy opposed to Jesus and his followers. Or consider the Prophet of Islam. How many of those who stood against him at Uhud, at Taif, at Badr, or in Mecca, and harmed him were godless or devoid of religious sentiment? Not one, not even one. These were people who in truth or in falsehood intended to kill the Prophet and his followers by resorting to the pretext, the slogan that they, the Muslims, want to sully the house of Abraham, reject our beliefs, and insult our divinities, and to destroy holy Makkah, our beliefs, idols, and divinities who intercede on our behalf with God. Thus, the mantra of the Quraysh, of all those Arabs who fought against Islam during the Prophet's lifetime, was that of religion against religion. After the Prophet, the same mantra appears in a different guise. Did Kufr declare against Ali, against the movement that sought to propagate the spirit of Islam? Or godlessness or unbelief in religion and creed? Or the view that God does not exist? Was it not belief in a type of religion opposed to this religion, the religion of Muhammad and Ali, that brought about the war between Ali and the Banu Umayyah, or between the Abbasids and the Prophet's progeny? Worshipping God is one of the features of this religion. That is the true Abrahamic religion, the religion of unity. Throughout history and against all these currents of heresy, one religion and one creed, according to our belief, and based on a meta-historical account from Adam to the last and until the end of human history, and has had as its purpose worship of one beloved as a stand-in for the entire universe and as the criterion for determining human values and as the purpose of history and human life, as opposed to the worshippers of false idols, Taghut, Faristan, the Taghut worshippers, and called for the submission of human beings to the grand law, Namus, of existence, and the grand path of creation and the supreme purpose of the world, with God as its ultimate objective. Against that purpose, that is called Islam, which itself has declared to be the name of all righteous religions, have stood the worshippers of false idols. However, this religion, as this religion calls for humanity to submit to God, it simultaneously calls for rebellion against all that is exogenous to him. In contrast, the religion of Kufr calls for rebellion against the grand law of existence and against the exhortation to submit to God, which is the ultimate telos of all existence and the end of all life, and against the religion of Islam. Ultimately, it, as Kufr, calls for submission and servitude to hundreds of other powers and hundreds of other poles and hundreds of other forces, when each power and pole and force in each class and community have a god of their own. Kufr implies servitude. It means rebellion against servitude to God. But at the same time, heresy is submission and subordination to idols. In a general sense, what tricksters, liars, ignorance, and oppression have built together and called on people to worship and abide. This is a false idol, Taghut. Rebellion against the majestic power of the universe and submission to what we have created with our own hands. This, what we have created with our own hands, may be anything. Alat or Uzza, or the machine or knowledge, capital, blood ties, kin, or whatever else it may be in any given period of time. These are false idols standing against Allah, against God. That is, against the doctrines of the religion of unity that is aggressive and revolutionary vis-a-vis the religion of Kufr in general, for it tends to absolve and whitewash. What does revolutionary religion imply? It refers to a believer, a person educated in its creed with a critical view on life and on the material and spiritual planes of his life world, and a mission and responsibility to alter and destroy what he does not like and what he regards as false, to replace with what he knows and regards as righteous. The defining feature of this religion, the religion of unity, is that it does not justify or rationalize the status quo by resorting to religious language. It is not indifferent to it. Consider the emergence of prophets. It is clearly shown that these religions of unity, in their initial phase, at the start of their mission, when they are the purest and most transparent and unchanged and unshifting, they have possessed the quality of anti-establishmentarianism. And in rebellion against evil and oppression, a rebellion that declares for servitude to creation, that is, to the cause of creation, and submission to the laws of existence that refract divine laws. Consider all religions. Consider Moses. Was Moses rebelling against 3 prototypes? Korah, the richest man of his time, Balaam, the lead cleric of that deviant religion of heresy, and Pharaoh, who symbolized political power, or against the status quo? What was the status quo? A Sabian minority that was captivated and oppressed by a Coptic majority. To struggle against a social condition that allows for the supremacy of one race over another, or the captivity of one race is to displace an ideal, saving a captive people, guiding them to the promised land, establishing a society based on belief, and a social creed that ends the worship of false idols, and destroying those false idols that propagate discrimination and erect in their stead a monotheism, a tawhid that reflects the unity of society and of humans. The religion of shirk strives to justify the status quo by recourse to supernatural beliefs in the name of God or several gods, by justifying belief in the hereafter, by justifying belief in sanctities, by justifying and abusing belief in unseen powers, and by corrupting all the principles of religious belief. That is, abusing religion to convince people that their living condition, or the condition of their society, is what it should be, what God has ordained. It is destiny. It is fate. Fate and destiny, qada wa qadar, as we understand them today, is the legacy of Muawiyah. History demonstrates clearly that belief in fate, qadar, and predestination, Jabr, was established by the Banu Umayyah to prevent Muslims from accepting responsibility and to rob them of agency and critical engagement.
Muawiyah.
Predestination is the acceptance of all that is and all that will be. However, we know the Prophet's companions bore social responsibility at every turn. The injunction to command right and forbid wrong, which exists today as a vulgar concept that may not even be mentioned in intellectual circles, is the very same concept, Hawk, he's on Hawk right now. Yeah, commanding right, forbidding wrong, is the very same concept that European intellectuals call human responsibility, the responsibility of artists and intellectuals. What does all the attention to responsibility these days in philosophy, art, and literature signify? It implies commanding right and forbidding wrong. But we have transmogrified the concept to such a degree that we, in fact, forbid it as a wrong. Yeah. Okay. The religion of heresy, dini shirk, persisted in 2 ways. As mentioned, justifying the status quo is the mission and objective of the religion of heresy. But what does justify the status quo mean? We see throughout history that human societies are divided into nobles and commoners, masters and slaves, deprived people and oppressors, rulers and ruled. Groups have possessed golden natures, lineage and race, and those who don't, people superior to another and a class that is above another. The prejudice of families that have lorded over others in perpetuity. These convictions of shirki, caused by the privileges of one group and the deprivation of another, have existed to justify this very status quo, in stark contrast to the convictions of unity, tawhidi, that cause the status quo to implode. The religion of shirk declares that polytheism must exist as a cultural diversity and multi-ethnicity in the world, so that factionalism and classism and elitism and racism may be realized in society and be able to thrive. A few may oppress a few others by force and gain legal, economic, and social privileges, but holding on to them is fraud. The mission of religion, that is, the religion of shirk, is the persistence of this situation. It has convinced people that God has ordained what exists, and that if a person is weak, it is not only because their nature is weak, but also because their God, their creator, and their master is inferior to the master of that other group, inferior to the idol of that other race, and inferior to the God of that other ethnic community. Therefore, in such a situation, very apposite today, therefore, in such a situation, when discrimination and class and racial conflict are encouraged by this religion, the religion of shirk, the status quo prevails in perpetuity. This is why throughout history, the social class that has founded and safeguarded the religion of heresy is the aristocracy. At times, they were more dominant and prosperous than the ruling class. Consider the Sasanian period, wherein priests lorded over princes and military leaders, or the Magi, or the clergy in Europe, and rabbis and the likes of Balaam among the children of Israel, and among the tribes, the idol-worshipping tribes of Africa and Australia, the religion of sorcerers, seers, fortune-tellers, and upholders of the prevailing religion in a society. They were either collaborating with the ruling class or dominating them. At times in European history, the clergy owned more than 70% of all properties. In the Sasanian period, landowners bequeathed land to priests or granted them for the construction of temples and places of Zoroastrian worship. Contrary to what we believe, we see those prophets we chose to follow, have consistently opposed religions that have propagated idol worship against unity. This religion, the religion of heresy, is rooted in economics. Its foundation is in the ownership of a few and the deprivation of the majority. It is this economic and supremacist proclivity that needs religion to justify itself to survive. What could be more powerful than a person's own satisfaction with deprivation? This is why the religion of shirk has consistently confirmed the status quo. How? One way is through polytheism, so that they first discover belief and are subsequently convinced that multi-ethnicity and aristocracies are divinely ordained. In the second instance, the religion builders themselves have shared in these privileges and that define the ruling elite. They have always been monopolists in
the eternal soul
hierarchy. Yeah,
the eternal soul copper.
This is kind of where he gets to Marx's critique. Opponents of religion maintain that the tools of the religion of shirk, are ignorance, prejudice, private ownership, and classism, which attests to the veracity of their claim that religion is the opium of the masses, striving to convince them to submit to the wretchedness, deprivation, ignorance, and stagnation that they bear, and to the doom that they, their ancestors and their progeny are fated to. An internal convictive submission. An internal submission. Yeah, daruni. I guess there's two versions of this lecture, so there's itikadi or daruni. Consider, as an example, the Murjis, who absolved every criminal, like referring to Sunnis, I guess, or like a post-Umayyad Sunnis, who absolved every criminal and murderer in history in Islamic society of any responsibility. The Murji person claims that God himself will settle on Judgment Day the righteousness of Ali or that of Muawiyah. Their position is that settling the accounts is God's business, not ours. The religion of shirk progresses in two manners. The first is in its own direct way that is documented in the history of religions, namely all sorts of pagan, polytheist, and spirit and idol-worshipping belief systems. But these are only the explicit forms of the religion of shirk. The second is the concealed form of the religion of shirk, which is the most dangerous and maleficent, that has wrought the most damage on humanity and on the truth. The concealed religion of shirk hides shirk behind a veil of unity, the Niqab Tawhid. The prophets of unity stood strong against shirk, and shirk against them. Whenever these prophets succeeded in defeating shirk, it continued to thrive among their followers and successors disguised as unity. This is why we see Balaam destroyed in the face of Moses' call, but reinvented in the guise of the rabbis of the religion of Moses, or the Pharisees who murdered Jesus. The group that destroyed Jesus or opposed him and allied with the idol-worshipping Roman Caesar against the defenders of unity. These are the avatars of the same group that stood against Moses, or the same group that adopted Moses' call. It is the same Balaam and the Samaritan who have appeared clad in the religion of Moses. In the medieval period, Christian priests committed the gravest crimes that even the Mongols could not fathom, and spilt more blood than criminals, all in the name of religion, a religion marked by love, friendship, loyalty, patience, forgiveness, and kindness, in the name of Jesus, universally regarded as a symbol of peace and forgiveness. Are these the successors to Jesus? Are these his disciples? Or are they the perpetuators of the religion of shirk? And the same Pharisees who have returned as priests to infest the religion of Jesus from the inside with shirk, which they have. Therefore, the late 19th century claim that religion is the opium of the masses, that the promise of life after death convinces them to endure wretchedness and oppression, that religion is the opium of the masses, as it makes them believe that God determines all what happens and God has willed what is, and that any attempt to change and improve the lives of people is in opposition to the will of God, is true. As is the claim of the 18th and 19th century thinkers that religion is based upon fear of the mysterious, or that religion is the product of discrimination, deprivation, the landowning regime of the feudal period. It is true, but which religion is this? The religion that has reigned throughout history, except for a few moments when it has dazzled like a spark and then dimmed out, is this religion of heresy, shirk. The religion of heresy, shirk, whether in the name of the religion of unity, the religion of Moses, the religion of Jesus, or in the name of the caliphate of the prophet, the caliphate of the Abbasids, the caliphate of the prophet's kin. This has all been the name of the religion of Tawhid, the name of Jihad in the Quran. Yet even the Quran was placed on spearheads by adherents of the religion of Kufr. Didn't we just read about this, right? That was Muawiyah's, that was the battle of Siffin, right?
Right.
The person who places the Quran on a spearhead is not the Quraysh that oppose the Prophet for the sake of their deities Allat and Uzza, for he cannot sustain this kind of Kufr. Instead, he tries from the inside, places the Quran on a spearhead, and calls out to Ali, that is, he calls out to God and Muhammad. Again, the religion of heresy has ruled throughout history in the name of Islam, in the name of the caliphate of the prophet's kin, in the name of the caliphate of the messenger of God, in the name of a government which has the Quran and its constitution, that is more generally in the name of a caliph who engages in holy war, or jihad, and performs the annual pilgrimage, the Hajj. The religion of heresy, the religion that excuses, the religion that desensitizes, the religion that immobilizes, the religion that limits, the religion that disregards the living condition of the people, has always dominated human societies. And those who characterize religion as based on fear, inertia, limits, and feudal ethics were in the right. They had arrived at it based on history and historical knowledge, but they did not know religion. They were not experts in religion. They were historians. And anyone who studies history will know that religions, that is, those disguised as religions of unity and those who were upfront about heresy, have done all of this. I have compared the names and characteristics attributed to the God in the Abrahamic religion with those found in polytheistic religions, and have come to the realization that the religion of heresy is indeed founded on ignorance and fear. Why? Because believers in heresy, that is, believers who propagate the religion of heresy, are wary of the awakening of people becoming literate, becoming thinkers, becoming familiar with the tenets of religion. They fear new knowledge of which to monopolize it. Why? Because as knowledge increases, so diminishes the religion of Kufr. Because ignorance is the guardian of the religion of Kufr, and the awakening of the people, the emergence of a critical spirit, divine ideal, or a desire for justice all undermine the religion of Kufr. Why? Because this religion has preserved the status quo throughout history, before feudalism, during and after it, in the East and in the West. Religions of heresy have always interpreted divine characteristics as awe, fear, and compulsion in an autocratic sense. In truth, however, all divine names of the past 2,000 or 3,000 years appropriated by Abrahamic religions comprise double meanings. That is, all the words and characteristics in Abrahamic religions that date to the pre-Abrahamic period prove that there is consistently a double meaning in these religions. First is love and beauty, worshipping a majesty, a beauty. And second, fostering a government, a shoulder to lean on, a father, a man, a master, a shelter. As we have seen, it is true that the religion that has existed throughout the ages and has prevailed is born of ignorance and fear of natural causes, whereas Abrahamic religions are born of love and man's need for a telos, a ruler over the world, a direction in creation, and a response to man's need to worship absolute majesty and absolute perfection. The prophets of this religion have always gnarled at the ruling figures, be they material, social, spiritual, and at all idols, be they, according to Francis Bacon, idols of the mind, collective idols, or human idols, be they economic idols or material idols. They have gnarled at all manifestations of the religion of heresy. And that is the religion of the status quo and their responsibility, and that of their followers has been a structural transformation of the status quo and substituting it with a yearning for justice. Justice, adl, balance, mizan, fairness, qist, consistently mentioned as in the Quran, along with the dispatching of messengers, imply altering the status quo to establish balance and fairness and not conceding to the status quo. The conclusion I hope to attain is that throughout history, religion has never been opposed to religion, but religion has always been against religion. And religion has always fought religion. The religion of unity, tawhid, that is based upon vigilance and awareness, on love and human need, and innate and abstract philosophical need, has opposed the religion of heresy, which is rooted in ignorance and fear. Whenever a prophet has risen from the religion of unity, that is a revolutionary religion, against the religion of Kufr. He has called upon people to abide by the laws of the universe, in synchrony with the overall direction of creation, that is the manifestation of God's will. For in principle, the religion of Tawhid demands rebellion and rejection of any other power. In contrast to God worship is idol worship, which encourages humans to revolt against a just order that prevails over the universe and human existence, and to serve and defer to the idols that represent various powers in society. In the Torah and in the Bible, those sections that have not been corrupted, and everywhere in the Quran, God and the people are infallibly aligned. In other words, in all the verses that pertain to social, political, and economic issues, if not conceptual or scientific issues, again, this is the same point from before, every mention of the word people may be substituted for Allah, and the meaning will not be affected.
Right.
That's
pretty good.
I
really feel kind of vindicated. It's actually the problem.
It's very SJ,
the problem is sickos like munafiqs and sickos like wearing the garb of religion. I think a lot of the problems of religion you can classify as like the hypocritical practice of it, and also the capture of it by elites going back really like thousands of years. It's almost like a perennial problem of, because it is a powerful organizing force and it tends to be like meaningful to populations and whatever, they want to control it and they want to twist it to however they can to justify their own class position, which is like fundamentally evil. It's not good. It's bad. It should be prohibited by the spirit of the religion that everyone is practicing, but this must be twisted, So I agree with them. Like in a way, like I think we've always said this, like the most satanic people are like the frothing at the mouth, like Christian, like mega church televangelists that are going like strike and strike and strike, like those types of people. Like I'm not fooled by like them dressing up in like Christly Christian garb and all that shit. Like they're satanic, like I'd rather say that instead of saying like, because those people
that
like rail against
Satan, and Satan
like
good.
we should be
like,
we should identify with Satan because this incredibly sus hypocritical person.
That I think is almost that's like a form of following their religion in a way. Like that's how I like.
Right. Like I don't want anything to do. I think they are like the embodiment of satanic. Because like what better thing? Because like I think there is something in human nature that recoils a little bit from like types of like belief systems that are just like be selfish, like will to power, blah blah blah. Like the kind of Anton LaVey or even Aquino like brands of just being out and out like the dark occult power, whatever. Like that's I think most people like the like brotherhood of humanity and like take care of the poor and like blah blah blah, like a lot of the aspects of like that main religion. So it would make sense that I don't know, to the extent there's a evil tendency within mankind, that their most effective way of like staying of like maintaining their influence and power is to lie and go undercover or like engage in insincerity as holy people, as the most holy people, like the people you need to listen to. And then, like Epstein's intellectual network going on like talk shows and Oprah and like telling us how to live our lives and how beautiful, and it's like that they're hiding where they would be least expected, right?
Yeah.
But I think that cuts through. Yeah, it cuts through a lot. I always thought that clarifies like the beef with religion, which I guess he's right, kind of did peak in like the 19th century. In Europe, and
that was at the time
get
people
why.
Thought that like religion was going to wither away,
right? And I get it because like it was
yeah.
like on the side of like the ruling class and was all fucked up, and like it was these people's experiences were like, oh, it's serving that role, and so maybe all of it's like bullshit. But he does get into it in the I probably won't read it because it's also really long, but he gets into the thing about like, well, okay, like. Marx is a critic of like how the kind of the soul crushing nature of like capitalism and alienation, the core Marxist concept, like without a concept of good and evil kind of underpinning it, like there is like a kind of like ontological objective good and evil, like of human behavior, whatever. Like without that, it's kind of like, why is alienation bad?
Yeah.
Like, why is it bad? Like, and
yeah.
In a way, like a pure, just like hardcore heckin' materialist like outlook, it is kind of difficult to provide an answer that doesn't like,
it's just based on like my opinion,
right?
Yeah,
like you're just saying, well, I think I feel
so,
that way, and
exactly.
I think most people feel. You could appeal to like, well, most people feel that way, but
yeah, and let's like that's something that's I think Shariati is very like very relevant to in a way, because he's talking about like basically like the sort of losers of history, like the defeated, right, of history, right, are actually like the true religion, like from this perspective, right, and overall like the victors have been the religion of Kufr, right, so I think like this I lost my train of thought a little bit, but this
has been the true long war between Kufr and people that are standing on business and like actually want to like live by a code, and people that are willing to undermine the whatever the social contract is, or like twist it around so that like they don't have to work and other people do, and like finding a way to like sanctify that.
Yes.
There's all kinds of technologies for sanctifying that, charity and getting holy men to like endorse them as being great.
Right. Oh, yeah. This is what I was gonna say. That like this is sort of like even though they were the historical losers, their being right didn't go away, right? Like you can lose, like, consensus can be, the ijma can be that, like, you were wrong or you were foolish in some way, but but that doesn't mean that they are right just because the whole world, even if the whole world agrees, that this was wrong, like if the whole world is like, this can still be correct, right? And a lot of the time,
Right.
Marx does kind of suggest that is the case, right? Like such things are possible, but you do need that kind of like ontological grounding. In terms of like Griffin's question of like devil's advocate here, but couldn't one make this argument for a hypothetical pro-human theistic Satanism? Obviously, his argument is focused on Islam specifically, but it seems that this could be applied only if your theistic Satanism is a Satanism that takes like the name Satan and gives it to God, because I think that like the figure of Satan does not like support this kind of idea of religion, or like the way that he describes God. Those are not the characteristics of the devil. And like theistic Satanism, that's the thing about Satanism. Like it is and like, again, I think that a part of his point is that those who are atheists like can in fact like be closer to the Tawhid religion than people who like profess great religiosity, right? So that is definitely a point that he's making, which I have said many times on the show and agree with. But
sure.
I think like a lot of the time, like satanic religions, like the sort of which like atheism are an even newer phenomenon, or relative, not to say that atheism is a totally new phenomenon, but it's not really like, I mean, especially in maybe in certain contexts.
Like
I mean, it depends what you mean.
secular
But anyway,
liberal humanism,
certainly Satanism is like a new, I think we can say it's a new phenomenon. Again, maybe like Yazidis, so like technically speaking, maybe. But that's the best example I can think of like a more traditional form of Satanism. But I
feel like you would have to redefine. You would define.
Really,
you would have to conceive of Satan, the god, in a very different way than people who have basically all the people that have been doing
like
it in the 20th century.
Satanism is basically like, okay, like
Ayn Rand, like will to power, you should be a god kind of shit.
Yeah,
like that's what they all kind of are. So in that sense, I would say no.
Rejecting the message of like the like positive message of like these religions,
right?
It's like the pro-human, like anti-capitalist message of these religions.
To me, that's fundamentally like kind of pro-elitist, like pro-master slave dynamic, like continuing or even expanding, and like might makes right. So in that sense, it's like it's shirky as fuck, and it's like also like almost it's going to be like pro-capitalist, pro-imperialism, pro-dominating people, like pro having an aristocracy, all these things that are like totally kind of incompatible with what I would call like pro-human.
The function of like those satanic religions is almost to like allow like the sort of like mainstream like religious institutions to like launder their reputations by kind of like just presenting
like fighting
like
a pro wrestling battle with these guys.
It really is like, and they just kind of like make characteristics that are like really, that are truly satanic characteristics, but are like part and parcel of like how our society functions in many ways, and being like blah blah blah, like this is what we worship. But then it's like, how dare you worship those things? Like, we hate you, Satanists. But like a lot of the things that Satanists like express, like they're like following your appetites and being greedy and being selfish and worshiping oneself. Like people have those aspects. I mean, they just like embrace it, whereas we actually
they're
should
done
be resisting
by
that.
Devout Christians all across this country, like,
of course.
Are kind of like going to actually pray to like Baal, like, every Sunday in their mega church.
Yeah, they're not, Satanists aren't munafics, we can say that much, but they aren't good either. Like they, I don't agree with.
I guess a Satanist is like upfront about it.
Yeah,
but like I guess a munafik would be like a Hillsong guy that is like actually evil and I guess is like somewhat aware that they're like lying to everybody, but like doesn't care and is just being like a self-aware hypocrite, but like good, like they like it. And it's kind of like the most dangerous type of, or a person that's able to compartmentalize enough that they, like it doesn't bother them or keep them up at night that they're being a liar and a hypocrite. That's like a really dangerous type of person.
Yeah. There's another question that Griffin asked, which is like what his beef, Ari Shariati's beef was with like Greek philosophy. I think like on one hand, like there's multiple components to it. I think on one hand, it's like the typical kind of like there's like a deep-seated skepticism of Greek philosophy in Islam, even though like Islam assimilated a lot of Greek philosophy, and even like its greatest opponents continually like draw upon like the Aristotelian and Platonic philosophical tradition. But like I think another component of it might be that like he talks about this a little bit. Obviously, like he studied in the West, like was exposed to these Greek philosophers. He talks kind of about how like in some of his lectures that are a little bit less like, and the one we just read, Religion versus Religion, that is like very much kind of like almost like a sort of a like Abrahamic solidarity is like an important theme.
Right.
And some other ones, and I think that this is a fair point here where
Greek paganism. Right.
Yeah, right. There's others. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's
like the idea is that the gods are like hostile forces that are like against you in like Greek, mythology, Greek religion. But then the Abrahamic religions are like God is like rooting for you and like wants to help you. And like God is like believing in God is gonna help you become more like God and like elevate humanity. Like humanity will progress from like following like the laws of God, who is like ultimately like cosmically like in your favor and stuff, and isn't trying to like destroy you, in a way where like you must fear the wrath of like the Greek gods, because like they kind of, and he says it's like understandable because like they obviously represent like natural forces, and he sees in it a kind of like the central struggle in like Greek religion was like man's struggle to kind of like escape the tyranny of nature, right? And to like be able to control their own destiny in a more like basic way. But he obviously thinks the Abrahamic religions were like more advanced in their understanding of not seeing God as just like a hostile, like oppressive force, but something. So I think, I don't know, I forget if he thinks that like that's like seeped its way into like various like Western thought, but
yeah, he like at other times, like contrary to that essay, he does like kind of make a stronger. I think this is an interesting kind of thing, because I do feel like I feel like we do kind of need like a movement of God worshipping socialists like in the U.S.
Right. He joined that movement. That was the movement
socialista or something. Yeah.
Right. Movement of God worshipping socialists, which was that in France or was that in Iran?
It was in Iran. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, that I don't think we have time to like read from it, but I would recommend to people the Abed Kanana essay, Ari Shariati, Islamizing Socialism and Socializing Islam, because I think he does a pretty good breakdown of like, he really did identify as like a socialist. He was very clear about like he had philosophical disagreements with Marx specifically and like Marxism, though he did like there were certain things
that
about Marxism.
That kind of talks about how like even at times when he's sort of like trying to distinguish himself from Marx, you can really see like how like deeply influenced by Marx he was, and how his framework really is like essentially Marxist in a a ways.
He uses a lot of the same language, and like even the kind of the Feuerbach,
probably
like,
people can pick up on it, and just how like just what we've read, they can see like how dialectical it is, how like foundational the idea of class struggle is, et cetera,
and he I don't know if we had mentioned it, but like he knew, he was greatly influenced by, and I think like was friendly with Jean-Paul Sartre and Frantz Fanon, right, when he lived in Paris. And also I think he translated into Farsi a couple of like like Wretched of the Earth, Sartre, What is Poetry, and also Che Guevara's Guerrilla Warfare Manual. He translated, I think, into Farsi. Mm-hmm. So like he definitely was, he was running with the kind of socialist, crowd, except he had a specifically Islamic orientation, like at its core. He really, instead of saying he was like, he was like a Shia Marxist or something like that, like he's an Islamic socialist, I think is probably the best way to like describe him, or like a Shia socialist, I guess he disagreed with Fanon about like the role of religion. I guess Fanon was more like skeptical of it, but he was influenced by like a lot of these ideas, and still did see like a socialist outcome was like what he was aiming towards. I just wanted to, we probably don't have time to read that, but maybe before we get out of here, I did find something interesting, and it was like a little reference in one of the collections of essays, but there was something of the Forqan Group that was like mentioned that was allegedly inspired by Shariati's like ideology, but this group is like very interesting. They carried out a couple of high-profile assassinations during kind of around the time of the Iranian Revolution. But I did find this book. It might be by an Israeli academic, but what was it called? Revolution Under Attack, the Forqan Group of Iran, which is, I don't know when this was written. This is 2015. So I guess not a lot was like written about this group, but there was like a chilling mention of, most of the Ayatollahs at the time thought the Forqan Group was acting on like the orders of like their Western intelligence partners or something. But they claimed that they were like waving the banner of Shariati. This is after he was, he died, right?
Yeah.
So he wrote I got this book by Cohen.
Yeah, they killed actually like one of his like friends and like probably like biggest allies,
right.
Montaheri.
So I was intrigued by that because I've always heard a lot of things about the Iranian Revolution. People throw around like allegations about even that like Khomeini was like kind of helped by the CIA a little bit, at least early on, because maybe they thought like they were worried that the U.S. was worried that Marxists would like take over Iran when the Shah was overthrown, and then they would ally with the Soviets. It'd be a huge disaster. Maybe we can send in the religious cleric, and maybe that's a little. But then he turned out to be a little more hardcore than I thought. But so I wondered, like, okay, there were let's not forget Pierre Omidyar's mother, the daughter of the founding father of Iran's military-industrial complex. Mir Jalali, right? She became a follower of Ali Shariati. I don't know if she knew him or hung out with him when he was in Paris, but she was definitely like part of that like kind of Iranian academic diaspora in Paris that was like against the Shah. So anyways, this might elucidate some things and clear some things up. This is from chapter 5 in that book, The CIA, SAVAK, and Mossad Connections with the Forqan. So I think it's interesting because, I think we've gone over Shariati's ideas, and I think they're interesting, they're complex. Like there's a lot of it there I agree with and whatever. But then this like group shows up after he dies that is like, we're followers of Shariati, and they're a little sus. Like, so okay, I'm just going to read a little bit from this. Cohen writes, during the deadliest period in Iran's history for clerics between April and December 1979, the clerics regularly accused the Forqan of having connections with other domestic and foreign intelligence agencies, such as the SAVAK, the Israeli Mossad, and the American CIA. These accusations mainly arose from the reputations of these agencies, the fear they raised among the clerics, and the knowledge that the above agencies were not only professional, sophisticated, and efficient, but that probably only they could have carried out such professional and deadly operations against such prominent religious figures, such as the Forqan allegedly had done. As we've seen in the previous chapter that dealt with their assassinations, they were carried out with the assassins riding on motorcycles. All 6 were successful, and the only attempt that failed was carried out when the gunmen were driving a car. If we look at these attempts as one cohesive pattern of events, we could come to the conclusion that they could not have been carried out by unprofessional revolutionaries, no matter how much they hated the religious clerics, how devoted they were to the mission, how determined they were to get rid of the harried clerics who for years had fought the Shah, his agencies, and his allies in the U.S. and Israel, and had also chanted and preached against the connections the Shah had maintained with these agencies, also came to this conclusion, and it made them frantic and suffer from phobias concerning the SAVAK, the CIA, and the Mossad. Over the years, they had also seen several respected clerics taken away at night by the SAVAK who would never return to their families in the community. Now they assumed the Shah, in cooperation with his intelligence allies, would try to settle accounts with those clerics who had initiated the Iranian people's uprising and fall. Just to jump back here from the preface of the book, it says, a few years before the outbreak of the Islamic Revolution in February 1979, a shadowy anti-clerical Islamist group named the Forqan Group emerged, who became much better known just after the revolution, especially when they embarked on a series of assassinations, beginning with that of General Khorani, Khomeini's new army chief of staff. Interesting. The same position that I believe... or maybe not, it was vice chief of staff that Omidyar's grandfather was in. The main reason for these assassinations was that the Forqan rejected the Ayatollahs for being, quote, reactionary clerics who represented radical Islam. The above assassination was followed on May 1st, 1979, with the assassination of Ayatollah Murtaza Motahari, who was the chairman of the Revolutionary Council and Khomeini's closest friend and advisor among the clerical circle. But there was another reason why the Forqan killed Ayatollah Mutahari. This was not only because he was close to Khomeini, but also because he, quote, saw the Forqan as a dangerous group who were distorting the Quran by disseminating, quote, materialistic expositions of this text. Whoa. In addition, they were also responsible for other assassinations such as Ayatollah Moffateh and others. The Ayatollah Mutahari, one of the revolution's ideologists and founders, attacked the ideology of Marxism, and those, like the Fedayeen-i Khalq and the Forqan, who believed in it. Some further investigation is required to uncover how it was possible for the Forqan at one and the same time to be both anti-Marxism and, allegedly according to the Ayatollah, also Marxist. The Forqan also opposed other social sectors such as the wealthy bazaris, the liberal politicians, and the, quote, Marxist atheists who, in their view, were plotting to betray the Islamic Revolution. Despite all the above, the Forqan, because they were fighting the clerics, can be seen as a group that was against this revolution and its aims. Very soon after the establishment of the Islamic Republic, the militant and religious Forqan Group was eliminated by the regime because they were threatening the revolution's high-level political leaders and ayatollahs. Indeed, the group had various ideological differences with the revolution's founders and leaders, and because they were thus seen as opponents of the new order, they attracted much attention from the Iranian government, which energetically dedicated itself to their elimination. So there was like the MEK and the Fedayeen-i Khalq and other groups that fought, but I guess they actually reemerged 27 years after 1979 and tried to do a bunch of terrorist attacks that were foiled. And Iranian radio and TV alleged it was the Wahhabi regime of Saudi Arabia that was behind the rival of this group. So it says that a little further down here, historians claim the mysterious Forqan Group was inspired by Shariati's ideology, i.e., that it was a group which opposed the involvement of the clergy in politics. Kind of oversimplified, but members of this group mostly came from the lower middle class, and most of its members came from Kolhak, a neighborhood located in northern Tehran near the Husseiniye centers. The Forqan's leader, Akbar Gudrazi, who was executed by the Islamic regime, was the son of a lower-class grocery shop owner, etc., etc. It says Western research has completely overlooked the Forqan's history, and no documentation or academic research exists whatsoever. He says in this chapter about CIA connections, since the Mossad crisis in 1953, the U.S. presence in Iran had only increased. During the decade between 1953 and 1963, up until the declaration of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's White Revolution, it was important to the Shah and the U.S. to quickly strengthen their relations, strategically, militarily, and no less important, culturally, spiritually. On the other side of the political map were the National Front of Mossadegh and the Ulama traders led by Ayatollah Kashani, who had abandoned Mossadegh and sided, although unwittingly, with the Americans, and who had chosen to see the toppling of Mossadegh as the real interference by the U.S. in Iranian politics, and no less a harmful infringement of their sovereignty. So let's see, there's a little more. The young Shah wanted to... let me get down. Okay, so the emergence of the Ayatollah Khomeini in 1963 and his protest against the White Revolution's reforms was a shift that was expected from the religious circles that now felt that there would be no other opportunity to fight the Shah's reforms on a very fundamental basis. For them, the compromise of today will be the norm of tomorrow, and therefore Khomeini, the Ayatollah who saw himself as ready to confront this situation, gathered enough courage to stand up against the Shah, etc. It is very interesting to note that at the same time Khomeini was initiating his propaganda against the Shah and his government, he also chose to flavor it with fundamental resistance to the United States and Israel. To him, their presence on Iranian soil was harmful for the soul and sovereignty of the Iranian Muslim. For Khomeini, the Shah's effective persecution of the clerics was only due to the help he was getting from the CIA and the Mossad in the creation of SAVAK. The methods used, torture, etc., were all the results of the good ties that existed between the Shah, the U.S., and Israel. The closer Khomeini got to his revolution, the more he inflamed hatred towards the U.S. and Israel, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, going down here, Khomeini's religious ulama and supporters have truly believed the presence of the CIA, Mossad, and SAVAK agents in Iran was to sabotage and destroy the historic Islamic revolution and so control religion in the country. Not a crazy thing to think.
No.
So let us return to the Forqan, whose activities during the revolution raised doubts and questions about any affiliation they may have had with the CIA, SAVAK, and perhaps Mossad. The first assassinations that the Forqan carried out, especially those very close to Khomeini and those in Khomeini's top-secret institutions, suggest that this group, whoever they were not representative of the regular and well-known revolutionary groups acting during the time of the revolution. This assumption that the Forqan belonged to some well-trained, well-organized organization, and it could have been any of the current secret organizations well-established in Iran at the time, apparently became a more and more realistic possibility when their method of assassination, firing at their victims from a speeding motorcycle and then running away, brought to mind, especially to people in high revolutionary echelons, that this was a method used by the very familiar and secretive organizations Mossad and CIA. The first time we find a reference regarding the possibility that the Forqan were not actually a Muslim group, but rather a secret organization sponsored by the Shah, is not in anything emanating from the religious circles in Iran, but from an East German newspaper. Interesting. Just after the assassination of Ayatollah Motahari in May 1st, 1979, the political editor, Gerd Rainer Neu, reported rumors that the Forqan were actually members of SAVAK who, after the downfall of the Shah, had secretly gathered together to act against the religious revolutionaries because of the part they had played in the fight against the ex-members of the Shah's regime. Another source also published these rumors immediately following the Motahari assassination, claimed that he had learned that, quote, the fanatical Forqan group which claimed responsibility represents itself as being even more Islamic fundamentalist than the clerics it opposes. This source, which does not inform us who the clerical circle suspects goes on to say, the Forqan group is only a cover for disruption by the left, or alternatively, by remnants of the SAVAK. During May 1979, however, the fog covering the identity of the Forqan still allowed the surfacing of rumors that inflamed the imagination of the clerics and the people about who they were and what they wanted, as did the Forqan's targets. Since they were lacking any formal or credible information, the clerics believed that the Forqan group was composed of two separate groups, the Forqan main group and the Red Twilight, both of which were said to be directed by the SAVAK and the CIA. It was allegedly believed that most of the group's members had, like most of the active revolutionaries from all political circles, been in the Shah's prison. Interesting. On May 29th, the Revolutionary Committee declared that the U.S., by using a clandestine branch of the CIA, was behind the Forqan's activities. Apart from Khomeini accusing the U.S. and Zionism of sabotaging the revolution, the Revolutionary Court was now also accusing the U.S. of being involved in the recent assassinations in the country. The Islamic Court declared that Richard Helms, after serving as head of the CIA, was appointed U.S. ambassador to Iran, was the person responsible for forming the Forqan Group. The court said some years ago the CIA created the anarchist Forqan Group to encourage opposition to the religious leadership on the one hand and the leftist group on the other. Accusing the U.S. government and the CIA of having relations with the Forqan would become a regular practice after each assassination. In the case of Hans Joachim Lieb, a West German businessman from Munich who had been shot by the Forqan, the Revolutionary Court declared that the Forqan may be connected also to the CIA and SAVAK. However, this cautious usage of the words may be connected did not impress foreign experts who believed that the Forqan, although it could be a fundamentalist Islamic organization or a left-wing group with religious tenets, was certainly not associated with foreign agencies like Mossad, CIA, or SAVAK. Interesting. Kind of murky, but the East Germans definitely believed it. Okay, so... The East Embassy, the East German Embassy in Tehran translated a file in July 1979 from the Action Center of the Tudeh Party that included an open letter from the Tudeh Party, which was originally addressed to the Iranian people and everybody who supported the revolution, the provisional government, and Khomeini. The file is divided into chapters, some of which provide a general description of the process of the revolution. What is important in this file is a chapter that deals with the politics of enmity expressed towards the communists and describes the enemies of the communists in Iran, starting with the Shah's regime and other revolutionary groups that were targeting them as the revolution's greatest enemy. According to the Tudeh Party, many revolutionaries had joined some of these groups out of ignorance or because of their association with Zionism and imperialism. More than that, the Tudeh claimed that, using the name of Forqan, the agents of the CIA, the Mossad, and the SAVAK were assassinating religious figures and ultimately had turned the spotlight onto the communists and blamed them for these actions in order to weaken them and cause conflict between them and the religious factions. The Tudeh also claimed that, quote, the Forqan finds ways and methods to link the Maoists and SAVAK agents who have allegedly returned to Islam together with Tehrani, the full name does not appear, and this is done in order to cause conflict between the right and left parties. At the same time, they, the Forqan, place bombs in a mosque in Khorramshahr and carry out a propaganda campaign against famous people like Ayatollah Montazeri. The SAVAK and Mossad agents, i.e. the Forqan, smuggle weapons in very creative ways through Arab and Muslim states like Pakistan, and these are the same weapons that Israel used against Egypt and Sinai. The Soviets supplied these weapons to Nasser in order to fight imperialism and Zionism, but the Soviet weapons that the imperialist agents smuggled into Iran do not come from the Soviets. All this is done in order to blame the Soviets and communists. In conclusion, the Zionists and imperialists and members of the Shah's regime are working together and have joined forces against the revolutionaries and supporters of the anti-revolutionary forces. In this respect, this includes the Forqan. Okay, so everybody's pretty much coming out and being like, these guys are like sus as fuck.
I mean, there certainly was like, there were things like that where like, you know, like the famous like movie theater bombing and everything, which, you know, might have people said was SAVAK, but now, you know, people tend to think was, you know, some kind of revolutionary group.
Or at the time they said.
At the time they said that the time that like popular opinion was that it was SAVAK. Now people kind of cast doubt on that because like movie theaters had been like a, you know, target obviously of like Islamists, but also like it's still kind of murky. Like I'm not 100% persuaded that it wasn't. Like it could have been a false flag, like that type of thing. There was a lot of like, you know, messiness on the ground. So it's like, and obviously, you know, Mossad has done things like that before. I mean, like what they did in Iraq with the Iraqi Jewish community. Like, so it's not, you know, they definitely do false flags, and it's, it's, and like, you know, that would have been like, there certainly was tension between Shariati and like Marxists, and there was also like tension between Shariati's circle, and like there's obviously an anti-clerical element to like his writing, as like, you know, we've seen, but he also like, I remember there was like one episode where he was writing for a newspaper. I think it was Azadi Iran, like something like maybe like a Free Iran. I think that might have been the newspaper, or it might have been a different one. But it was like kind of a newspaper that he was like involved like a People's Party kind of, and he was like working with a lot of like leftists. And he you know, attended a protest, and the chant at the protest was like, you know, Mossadegh is like our national leader, like Khomeini is our spiritual leader. And he published an article like with that title, basically, like, you know, using that slogan as a title, and they like censored the title, you know, because like, and he was like really upset, and like that was part of the reason why he wanted to leave the newspaper, because he, like, you know, they didn't want like Khomeini to be mentioned at all, right? So he did have like there's actually this pretty good in this book, an Islamic Utopian, which is like a political biography of Shariati, which is pretty good. It talks about like how he met Jalal Ali Ahmad, who's also like a really famous Iranian intellectual this time, came up with the term Garb Zagde, like what people call it like occidentosis, or like West toxification, right? Okay. Like kind of, you know, this it's a whole other idea of like the, you know, corruption by the West, like this sort of infection by the West.
Westoid brain,
yeah, Westoid brain basically. And so he after the second this is like a kind of interesting little vignette that he gives, which I think, you know, kind of speaks to like a situational awareness. It definitely was that definitely did obtain in Iran at the time. You know, it was definitely kind of an understanding of the nature of the political situation that was that did prevail. So after the second earthquake in Khorasan and during the last 10 days of January 1969, Ali Ahmad traveled to Mashhad to study the extent of the disaster caused by the two earthquakes, investigate the degree to which relief had been provided to the affected areas, and observe the tempo of reconstruction in the areas destroyed by the first earthquake. During his stay, Ali Ahmad and Shariati met a number of times. Each of these encounters may have had some influence on the development of Shariati's ideas in his future discourse. On a Wednesday afternoon at Mohammed Taqi Shariati's home, that's Shariati's father, Ali Ahmad, who was working on his book, Dar Khedmat va Khianiyat I Roshan Fekran, on the service and betrayal of intellectuals, argued that every historical alliance between traditional intellectuals represented by the clergy and the modernist intellectuals have been successful in constraining and at times inflicting losses on the monarchy. Without the participation of traditional intellectuals or the clergy, Ali Ahmad argued, the struggle against the monarchy would prove unsuccessful. In a symbolic gesture, Ali Ahmad extended his hand as a representative of modernist intellectuals to Sayyid Ali Khamenei, who was the only cleric present in the room. On other occasions, Ali Ahmad interpreted the concept of the 12th Imam in occultation and said that any Muslim who takes up arms and leads a revolt against injustice and repression could be considered the Imam, the Mahdi. So, like, this idea that, like, we're only going to succeed with, like, an alliance with the clergy, you know, was something that did kind of, you know, what was definitely people were aware of. So, or it was an awareness that people had. So it would make sense that, like, that would be kind of a fault line between the leftists and the clergy that they would seek to exploit. And certainly whether it was exploited or not, I think probably it was. It was a fault line that became, you know, definitely significant after the revolution for sure.
Yeah. I'm seeing here, a little further in the chapter, you know, they do sound like one of these types of groups that is just like they're so revolutionary, but they just like attack people who are actually like doing revolution. I kind of get the vibe from them that, like, you know, Shariati wasn't alive at this point to be like, I don't fuck with this group. You know what I mean? And they just kind of like took his stuff, but then interpreted it in a certain way. They certainly came out with a lot of like slightly head scratching hot takes, like when the embassy was stormed by students. I guess the founder of what was his name, the founder of the Forqan, Akbar Gudarzi, like had published an analysis of the event, and I guess he sort of gave the impression that the action of taking the U.S. embassy by the Muslim student followers of the Imam's line could be translated to favor Western countries. So he was kind of like, somebody else said that the storming of the embassy threw the Forqan Group like into a crisis, because they were kind of like, no, like, you know, like they weren't, and they came up with like a very kind of like, you know, gymnastics kind of a way of saying why it actually was like pro-imperialist to storm the U.S. embassy. Like, as much as you hate them, it's just going to cause them to crack down on us more. You know, like a lot of different people say, nobody has like ironclad evidence that the Forqan Group is like a CIA concoction, but a lot of people say it was, and the author does say there's some evidence that these rumors and accusations might have been justified. The accusations that the Forqan...
I definitely want to do an episode, like, you know, one day on like kind of like the nitty gritty around like the Islamic Revolution, like not just like its intellectual like origins. This kind of like does a little bit of that, but like, you know, I'd like to do like kind of like an ambitious thing about like the sort of you know, like the lead up and the aftermath to like the Islamic Revolution in Iran, because like there's so much there, you know.
Really, it's a few
and
years
there's a lot
of
like
crazy
murkiness around it, and people, like there's still like there's. Yeah, you still hear things like, oh, you know, was it CIA because it wasn't communist? It's obviously like much more complicated than that, but yeah. I think Shariati attests to like the complexity of it, in a way, because, you know, you can really see like it's not just like smoke that he did like have a kind of a synthesis of Islamism and Marxism. You know, it's like one of the more sophisticated iterations of Islamic socialism, but you know, there's others out there, but they need to kind of be discovered. And as we talked about before, there's like, you know, there's almost like a bias against or like like Islamist texts are not like the first on the list for like high quality translations a lot of the time. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he does strike me as like fundamentally kind of like sincere in his actual analysis, and it does make me wonder all this kind of stuff about. I mean, first his death itself, but then this Forqan Group kind of running around like, you know, in his name doing all these like assassinations and stuff like that. Like, I know that there's a fraught thing with like kind of Marxists or like the political left and like the Islamic government under like Khomeini, and obviously this turned. I mean, the 2-day party was like broken up eventually, right? By the end of kind of the Islamic Revolution, a lot of the parties that were driving forces of the revolution ended up, you know. So I know that. I mean,
you like the MEK basically, like kind of this group kind of seems like they were kind of associated with the Fedayini Khalq, which I think is related to the MEK.
Right, they're mentioned in the same breath. They might be a little different. The MEK would turn into like a very strange kind of culty
they're
thing
still
that's
kind
like
of around,
supported
like,
by Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, they like for whatever reason, there's like a bunch of Republican politicians who like, you know, still ride hard for the MEK. I guess there's probably financial reasons. I don't know.
Right, but I almost wonder, like, did Richard Helms and like his little buddies in the CIA, did they cook up a kind of group that could indulge in like reckless, like infantile ultra-left like terrorism, accuse everybody else, like we're actually the real Islamic like socialists, but also like all the communists are evil. And well, they're doing almost like the Red Brigade Gladio thing of like, we're gonna go like assassinate a religious figure and then be like, we're the biggest heckin' communists, like, you know, and then everyone's gonna be like, oh, fuck these communists, like, oh, they must be sponsored by the Soviets. So like the Soviets are trying to like manipulate and kill all the religious people because we all know they hate religion so much. You know, blah blah blah, and like kind of lean into like really exacerbate those divisions between, you know, you don't want to say the left, but like the revolutionary coalition of people that wanted a revolution, right? And it seemed like, you know, I think when you read his writings, like I don't get it from Shariati, like I want to like, you know, Marxists should like die or something, or like, you know, like he, you know, he translated Che Guevara. Like obviously, I think he had philosophical disagreements, but at the same time, he did want to build a type of socialism, and he wanted to bring in religious authority and like merge these things together. And then, you know, there could have been a lot of like really acute manipulation and like gladioing to at least to like splinter kind of the Iranian opposition and get them to like, you know, attack each other in the hopes that maybe it would collapse the whole thing. And then it kind of, in a way, it might have contributed to like Khomeini's government like taking such a hard line, which has caused bad blood with like Iranian leftists to this day, right? It's like they really did crack down on them, so it's like fuck. But like, you know, I think his ideas, you know, I think we should put aside the Forqan Group's Gladio ass like sus interpretation of or weaponization of his ideas, and if you read the ideas themselves, I think they're pretty interesting, especially now that, you know, I think you can see it in the way that Iran is like conducting itself against the U.S.
I definitely don't think that like the Forqan Group are like what should be taken to be the representative of Ali Shariati's
definitely not. I don't think anybody. Like, I don't think even anybody at the time.
Is quite significant.
Like I don't think people. I don't think people bought it at the time. That like everyone was like, no, these guys are CIA. Like, you know, they're just using the Shariati thing to like.
Like you can can see like there's so many different kind of potentialities in it, and I think like it had a wide ranging impact. Certainly beyond this situation, but yeah, I mean, like if like I feel like if there were like an American Ali Shariati, he probably would have thought that like it was like Christianity where the revolution, because of the sort of like the mass character of it, with Muslims being a minority here. But I think you know, as an American Muslim, I feel like his you know, even bearing the context in mind, I feel like his ideas, they definitely have a strong appeal, you know, and they have a lot of what he says I think is very well observed. But yeah, so word.
I agree with a lot of his stuff, you know, and it lines up with some of my slightly more revisionist Marxist ideas, but.
One thing I'll say for sure is that we definitely need whatever character it has, we need a 1979 in the U.S. For sure. But it's the only way to get us out of this nightmare.
Yeah, we need a Ted Kennedy presidential primary challenge. That's obviously what you mean by that. We need whoever the modern Ted Kennedy is to run against our president.
It is a shame we didn't get to read that article on the sort of anthropology of Islam versus Marxism. But he does like explicitly say, I think he might even mention like Marxist satanic poetry that someone in the chat mentioned earlier, and he says that like, you know, the real Prometheus of the real Prometheus is God. Man's real Prometheus is God, right? And this relates to the kind of Greek thing that we were talking about, where he sees like kind of this this Greek idea of like the gods being against humanity transferring into like a Christian consciousness. That's like where I feel like, you know, there is in some of his other work, there's like a little bit more of the kind of finer distinctions that are made in religion contra religion. But he has an
interesting engagement with Marxism, because like you said, he is definitely deeply like influenced by it, but then has the kind of deep like philosophical disagreements about the most basic.
There's a great piece that was translated in one of these books, either Marxism and Other Western Fallacies or On the Sociology of Islam. It is On the Sociology of Islam, where he talks about the anthropology, the creation of man, and the contradiction of God, and he believes spirit and clay, kind of like in line with what you were talking about before. But I should go. You got
journey towards God versus towards the mud. Exactly.
Eid Mubarak, everyone.
Right on. Yeah. All right. We'll wrap it up there. But thanks for tuning in, everybody. Encourage you all to, if you want more, subscribe at patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. We'll be back there on Monday with we don't know yet, but we got a few heaters lined up, so it'll be something good. We're of course going to keep monitoring the situation. I think an F-35 got hit with an Iranian missile today, and it had an emergency landed. First time is ever happened in combat.
Wow.
So 100% defeated. 100% defeated.
They were defeated. Yeah. Their missiles. They have no missiles. Yeah.
Yeah, they have no missiles. They just hit like the most advanced stealth fighter that we have. But
All right.
Just we'll keep monitoring. But until next Monday, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.